Good morning, everyone. It's May 12th, 2022. I'd like to call the business meeting of the South Florida Water Management District Governing Board to order. We're live in Key Largo today, and the first meeting business is the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'd like to ask Cheryl Mead to lead us.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Key Largo. This is a great place to be. We have by far the best view of any venue we've had since we've been doing this. Tiffany's on the road, and probably the most distracting view, too, so I'm glad you closed the door. This meeting is going to be live streamed today, and when we hold board meetings off-site, we don't have that capability for a virtual public comment. We do, of course, take public comment if you're here. The district opened a public comment period prior for the public and stakeholders to provide written comment in advance of today's meeting. We did receive e-comments, and they will be included in the official meeting record. And for the record, we have received them, and we've all read them. And so thank you for sending those e-comments in. Those of you who are here in person may comment by filling out a card available at the reception desk and giving it to the staff. Ms. Meads, thanks so much for welcoming us to the Keys. This is just gorgeous. You made the weather work, too. I want to thank you all for traveling here, and I want to thank Monroe County for hosting us. We had a chance to meet in many parts of the district, and I'm looking forward to continuing our roadshow after the hurricane season. As you can see, we're wearing purple. Some of us are wearing purple, sort of. We're doing so in support of Water Reuse Week. That's recognized May 15th to May 21st this year. Reclaimed water is typically delivered through purple pipes, and that's why we wear them. And says thus our enthusiasm to wear purple today. I'm not sure I'd ever enthusiastically worn purple, but I will grudgingly wear purple. When reclaimed water is used, it eases the demand on traditional, often limited sources of water. There's a resolution supporting Water Reuse Week on the consent agenda. That's consent item number 20. Rosie, are there any changes to the agenda today? Great. Now I'd like to recognize our elected officials. Representative Mooney. And, sir, if you'd like to speak, you can. Yeah.
Is this working?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much for.
Okay. There you
Red
go.
light. Oh, see, there it is. Oh, that red light. Look for a red light down there. Tricky little things. Well, first of all, thank you for coming to the Florida Keys. I'm a lifelong resident of the Florida Keys, and obviously water quality and water in general is the lifeblood of us here in South Florida and the lifeblood of Florida. And great to have an Alameda resident on the board. That's a wonderful thing. We were very happy of that early on when that happened, and we're still happy about that. So what I'd like to say is, again, thank you for being here. Thank you for doing what you do, because honestly, this board has probably the most difficult job in the state of Florida. You are balancing a very delicate ball between agriculture, between water reservoirs, between aquifers, and of course the Everglades and the Florida Bay. And obviously it's a symbiotic relationship. And for you all to have to balance that is a very difficult task. And I really do envy you at one point, and I also feel for you, because right now we know it's been pretty dry and we need rain, as you well know, and it's going to make your job easier if it rains a little more. But at the end of the day, what you do is so important to Florida, and particularly in South Florida. Residents moving in here at warp speed, your job is not going to be easier by any stretch of the imagination. And I honestly just say, I'll tell you again that thank you for your service. Thank you for what you do. And everything you do for the Everglades is, again, so important for us down here, because we're at the bend. We need that Florida Bay to be healthy. We need it for our tourism, our economy, and for the overall health of the environment, which is the ultimate goal. But again, thank you very much for being here and visiting our neck of the woods.
Thanks, Representative. Next, we have Monroe County Commissioner Coldiron.
Hello and good morning. On behalf of the Monroe County Board of County Commissioners, our administration, and our staff, I want to give you a very warm welcome to the fabulous Florida Keys. We greatly appreciate the work that the South Florida Water Management District does and you all have a very important meeting today, so I won't take up too much time. But just to remind you that you are a key partner to us in our goals of giving restoration a chance through the SERP footprint. The Monroe County Commissioners have had a long-standing commitment to protecting and restoring our Florida Bay, the Everglades, the National Marine Sanctuary, our nearshore waters, and our coral reef. I sometimes say that we down here, I'm going to age myself now, using a cartoon character called Mighty Mouse. But I sometimes think that Monroe County is the Mighty Mouse holding up our end of protecting our waters, and we greatly, greatly appreciate the work that you all do, the tireless work that you all do in being our partner. And we ask that you just keep remembering us down here and keep our fresh water flowing. And we appreciate you all very much, and welcome to the fabulous Florida Keys.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, we're going to go to the Key Largo Wastewater Treatment District, and we have a chairman, Nicholas Rodriguez, and the general manager, Peter Rosasco. It's your entry music.
I'm going to introduce Nick. First of all, good morning. Thank you for this wonderful board venturing way down here to the Florida Keys to see us, and we greatly respect the job that you do, and we're proud to be a part of what you do, because water quality is what we're all about. We're going to start off though with just a little award from us to you, our chairman Nicholas Rodriguez. We'll make that.
Good morning. Welcome to Key Largo. In recognition of your efforts and dedication to preserving and protecting South Florida's water resources, we would like to bestow upon you our highest honor, this golden plunger.
We'll have more for all of you. We'll ship them to you. Anyways, about 23 years ago, the state of Florida decided that they would pass a law requiring the Florida Keys to install and construct advanced wastewater treatment in the Florida Keys throughout the Florida Keys. It was a law. We were required. It was viewed as an unfunded mandate. It caused a huge amount of controversy, but the fact of the matter is it was very, very valuable and very, very important, and we did it. However, there were huge challenges. We have 75,000 permanent residents in Monroe County, Florida. The cost of the project was $1 billion. Try and do that math. We got some very bright engineers. We have one of our guys here from Weiler Engineering who were key to designing the systems that we put in place to meet a standard that was not required anywhere else, advanced wastewater treatment standard that we were required to put in place in the Florida Keys to protect our nearshore waters, the only coral reef in North America, and our beautiful fishing, commercial fishing, rec fishing industries were suffering and badly in need of what we were required to do. We figured out how to do it, and we did it. And we continue to make improvements to our systems, to our infrastructure, and those systems are having a very positive effect on our nearshore waters. And the work that you're doing now with that river of grass, it starts way up north and flows all the way down to here, is all a part of what we're doing. We have a little, well, yeah, if you want to put up the card first. So this is a card that I use when we go to DC and state and kind of explain to people what we're doing. And you can see some pictures there of our reef, and then also to the right of our plant. We've done a lot of things to harden our system and to lessen our carbon footprint. That one slide there, you'll see we have, with the help of the state, we've received a grant to put solar panels on every structure that we had. And we are now the largest producer of solar energy in the Florida Keys, okay? Fully funded by grants from the state of Florida. The benefits of this project, as I mentioned, protect the only living barrier reef in the continental United States. In Key Largo alone, eliminate 23,000 cesspits and septic tanks, which were polluting our nearshore waters, preserving our recreational commercial fishing industries. We harvest 90% of the state stone crab, lobster, and finfish commercial harvest right here in the Keys. And we have over $2.3 billion marine-based tourism industry. We are second to Disney in terms of the amount of sales tax that we send to Tallahassee. So we continue to work and try and make improvements. I have a slide, a little video that we put together here. This is our plant, and this is a drone taking, this is what we're all about. That water you see, and right out at the horizon is the reef. You can see we try and protect our green spaces, but we have a lot of infill. This is our plant. You can see those solar panels at the bottom. That's over our retention pond in case we would have a spill. We covered that with solar. You can see every structure we have solar panels on. In a minute, you're going to start to see our tanks and how we actually treat. We treat 1/3 of the effluent in the Florida Keys, from Isla Mirada all the way through Key Largo. Solar panels on top of the plant. Process that uses what we call bugs, which are organisms that actually eat the sewage, okay? And actually, Commissioner Meads was up on top of one of those tanks with me recently. We gave her a tour. And when you're standing there, this process is so efficient, you don't even smell that. And that's a lot. That's 3 million gallons of raw sewage. And at the end of the day, this is what comes out. We have cake, the hard material that we ship up north that goes into agricultural products, fertilizers, etc. And then here is the water that comes out. And you can see it's pretty clear, and as it works through these tanks toward the end, you'll see that it's basically very clear water, okay? It is not potable, but it wouldn't take much to turn that water into potable water. And that's one of the projects that we're looking to talk about with the state and with our other agencies to see if perhaps we can take that next step and turn some of this water into a direct potable use that could be blended in with our water that we draw from the aquifer. And by doing so, the idea, if we could reduce that, by 10, 15, 20%, and then others around the state who are now having to do what we did, put in centralized sewer. If we could do that, I think there's an opportunity that we could significantly reduce the drain on the aquifer and extend its life for probably hundreds of years. We've had preliminary discussions about this with DEP, and they were very positive. We also have a representative of Florida Keys Aqueduct Authority here, and Julie Chion, and I think I don't see anybody else from there. Anyways, we're in some preliminary discussions about it, and we want to try and move it forward. And we thought that might be of interest to you all. So thank you for letting us be here.
Please, Ms. Meads.
So very quickly, I just want to tell you that as the water comes out, the clean water comes out, it goes into a deep water injection well, but the property right next door is the Aqueduct Authority. So if we can do the research studies to show that we can clean that up, and that this happens all over the country. People use this water as potable water all over the country, this kind of process. And in this particular case, we use every drop of water from our consumptive use permit at Turkey Point. And any shortfall that we have to create. So we have desalination plants. I don't want to speak for the Aqueduct Authority, but I have always been worried about this because it felt to me like a system that was going to break. There are 75,000 of us. There are 22 million people in Florida. In 2020, Monroe County had 19.7 million tourists. We have to supply water for them to bathe and flush and wash their clothes and all of that stuff. So you can see that it isn't sustainable unless we do one more thing. And we are so grateful to partner with the state on a research project. And we are the only, to my knowledge, we are the only county in all of Florida that is completely hooked up on sewer. And it was so difficult. I was here when Alamorada hooked up, but I'm telling you something, when I walked that plant, there's no smell. I've seen a lot of pharmaceutical factories that were clean. This was just as clean as a pharmaceutical factory. Beautiful, and it is something that we want to show you in order to encourage everyone else to go through the pain and the suffering, because ultimately, when you get on the other side, it is worth it. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Ms. Meads, and Mr. Rosasco, thank you very much. Chairman, thank you for this. I'm going to give it to Mr. Bartlett. We'll put it behind glass. If you need it, call back. We'll break the glass. Hopefully you won't. At this time, we'll go to agenda item number 5, which is the abstentions by board members. And I'll start down to my left to see if we have any. Mr. Butler.
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. None. Thank you, Colonel Roman.
None, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair.
None, Mr. Chair.
I have none. Ms. Solovich.
None.
Ms. Meads.
None.
And I can't see. Mr. Steinle. Yep.
None.
And Mr. Bergeron. Thank you all. We have the Big Cypress Basin Board Report with the Chair of the Big Cypress Basin, Colonel Roman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The Big Cypress Basin Board met on April 28th, 2022. We began our meeting with Joanne Weaver, who gave an overview of the Western Everglades Restoration Project. The purpose of this project is to restore flows from the West Feeder Canal across the Big Cypress Seminole Indian Reservation and into the Big Cypress National Preserve. Next, we had the 5-year update to the Lower West Coast Water Supply Plan from Tom Colios and Robert Verastro. The 2022 update to the plan is being developed to assess current and projected water demands and potential sources of water through 2045. The final plan will come back to the Basin Board in October and come before the governing board in November. Akin Awasana gave an update on district efforts to develop an operational plan for emergency pumps to be deployed by the city of Bonita Springs in the event of a declared emergency. These pumps will move water from the city towards the Cocohatchee Canal system in Collier County. He provided some history of the flooding challenge and measures the district considered in ensuring that the pumping from Lee County occurs only when the regional system in the Big Cypress Basin could safely receive the floodwaters. We will have another update on the emergency operational plan at our next meeting. Collier County commissioners and local stakeholders have expressed great interest in this proposed plan. Next, Lucine Dadrian provided the BCB capital plan update. Notable highlights are the completion of several SCADA projects. Projects like these dramatically improve the efficiency of the system and better equip staff to support flood control in the area. Dr. Barry Rosen from the Water School at Florida Gulf Coast University gave a Lake Trafford project update. In 2020, the BCB board approved funding to FGCU to monitor phytoplankton populations, and that project was recently completed. Those findings were presented to the board and will hopefully guide the direction of future work in mitigating the occurrences of harmful algal blooms in Lake Trafford. We closed a meeting with technical and staff reports in which BCB Field Superintendent Andrew Wolf reported on the impactful maintenance work being done as part of the bank erosion repairs along the Fact Union Canal. The next Basin Board meeting is July 8th, 2022 at 1:30. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair, and I'll take any questions.
Thanks very much, Chair Roman. Does anyone have any questions or comments? I guess I have one, and that has to do with the Bonita Springs. It seems we did sign an agreement with Bonita, and that seems to be moving forward. I saw something on that recently where you guys are working out sort of the language and the execution of that, right?
Yeah, so the agreement is in place, and we had a milestone, I think last Friday or the Friday before, to deliver an operating plan for those emergency situations where they're flooding. The crux to the matter is, so there is a plan out there, but when emergencies occur and when they need to use pumps and to relieve flooding, they do that under an order of the district. So it really takes effect when we issue an order saying you can use that pumps and this is when you turn it off. So it's in place and ready to go forward.
Great, thanks.
Mr. Chair, if I could add something to that. In the packets that we had additional documents today for our board meeting, there is the letter that the district sent to Bonita Springs regarding the emergency pumping. But what I'd like to raise the board's attention to is the fact that Collier County is weighing in on this plan. So as part of the big Cypress Basin in Collier County, there is a lot of interest in a lot of the particulars regarding this water moving into Collier County. So I just want to flag that for the board because while the district has done its part in the agreement and meeting the requirements of the letter, Collier County has engaged along the commissioners along with the stakeholders in order to make their thoughts known regarding this plan. And that's ongoing.
Great. That was the reason I brought this up. I want to, I think, assure my friends in Bonita, my friends in Collier County that the district has the capability to coordinate this. That's sort of our job. And that's what we're planning on doing. And we will as those emergencies arise, which they will in the future. Thanks. Any other questions, comments? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
We'll go to the approval of the minutes for the April 14th meeting. Are there any board member changes to the minutes of the April 14th meeting? Hearing none.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Have a motion?
I'll second.
Thank you. Have a motion and a second. I'll call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Colonel Norman?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Ms. Solovich?
Yes.
Ms. Meeks?
Yes.
Mr. Steinley?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. We'll go to Executive Director report. Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Meads, for hosting us down in wonderful Florida Keys. We really enjoyed our evening last night. Thank you, Audubon and the Florida Keys, the Florida Bay Foundation. Florida Bay Forever. Forever, that's it. Florida Bay Forever for that wonderful reception. And it's nice, you know, we always look for opportunities to take the board on the road instead of being in West Palm. We understand the distance that the Florida Keys represents, and it's good to see a lot of folks here to participate in the board meeting, given the agenda item. And I can tell you, as we schedule these way in advance, these road trips, because they take a lot of logistics. And when we did the agenda review for this meeting, it certainly struck me as, my goodness, almost everything we're talking about is not down here. We will talk about things down here, but is really related to north of Lake Okeechobee. And so there was a good deliberation within the district of whether it was necessary to take it or not. And I'm here to tell you it was absolutely necessary to take it to the June meeting for a couple of reasons, for the sole reason of timeliness. The Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Plan under SERP is looking to get authorized this summer. We have to send a letter supporting that. And we needed to have that discussion today. And the solicitation is also very timely. There are some respondents whose we have existing agreements with that expire, right? And to keep that project going, it's necessary to talk about it and think about it this meeting. So while I know may take some lumps for having those kind of discussions as far away from the lake as possible, the timeliness overrode that. So that's why we brought it. But I'm really happy to see all the folks that could attend from north of the lake. And it's also nice to visit the Keys at the same time. So so yesterday I had a conversation with Colonel Booth. So I like to bring, the latest from the Corps of Engineers and Todd Polk is here. Lieutenant Colonel Todd Polk, there he is here as well. So thank you for attending. First, the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual. So they got a lot of comments, no surprise to anyone, on their draft control plan. And so they need to take some time to review that. They sent a notice out to the project delivery team that they will send out their updated control plan and environmental impact statement in midsummer. And so the colonel said that's the July timeframe that we'll be able to see that next iteration of LOSUM and the environmental impact statement and study. So that's the time frame on that. So we'll still wait and hear from the Corps at that time frame. The other bit of news that the colonel told me, which is great news, is with respect to funding the EAA reservoir. One of the issues is contracting for the EAA reservoir without the full funding having been appropriated from Congress. We're able to contract as a water management district and depend on future appropriations to pay those invoices. The Corps has a different setup, so they need to get special authority through OMB and senior leadership at the Corps to do what's called incremental funding, so that they can issue contracts and depend on future appropriations. They will probably use different language than that, but that's the language we all understand. And that got approved, right? That got approved yesterday. And thank you, Chairman Goss, for your engagement with OMB on that matter. It's great to have that relationship, but that was approved. So that is one obstacle or critical element to make sure the EA reservoir can proceed under the current contracting plan. So good news on that. With respect for the inflow-outflow canal, that, you know, the colonel told me that probably within this month, they'll be able to analyze that contract and make the next award. Hopefully that will be smooth and they can get proceeding with the construction of the inflow-outflow canal. But there is a possibility that gets challenged as well, right? The reaward of that contract. What I will tell you is that can, you know, that canal can be built in parallel with the berms, and the berms are the long pole in the tent. You know, that's the thing that takes the longest amount of time. So delays on starting that inflow-outflow canal does not mean delays in the EAA reservoir finishing, right? It just delays in starting. And they're still on track to issue the contract later this year, or award the contract later this year to start the foundation work for the barrier, for the berms around the EAA reservoir. And then next year with the actual berms. So still proceeding as planned. Okay. So on the legislative front, the state legislature did pass and the governor signed House Bill 7053, which was really the resiliency bill, which set up the Office of the Chief Resiliency Officer and made our water management district eligible for project funding for resiliency. So that is the only thing that's moved from the legislative session so far this year. We're still waiting on the submittal of 2508 and the budget to the governor for consideration. All right, so I'm gonna ready for the presentation, Rosie. So last board meeting, we talked a little bit about our response to algae this summer and should it show up. And so I wanted to convey to you is that starting last November, I worked with Lawrence's help and his team with Stuart and Sean, and then Rory Feeney and his crew on putting together a proactive approach to algae blooms should they start occurring this summer. And so we've been working all the dry season to try to come up with better ways to approach it that's more proactive and not reactive like we did last year. And so we have currently already deployed field reconnaissance programs and verification to help scout for algae blooms that could be impacting public health or be threatening public health, so that then we can respond to that and set up an internal notification and external notification system so that everyone knows what's happening all at once within the district, DEP, and local governments. We have a treatment response plan, and of course, associated with that, water quality monitoring and research so that we know what's happening with respect to algae blooms I want to recognize Adam Blaylock, who's here with the Department of Environmental Protection, who's been a great partner in trying to deal with the algae issues that we have in South Florida, both through funding and coordination with the algae response plan. So part of it is our, of course, incredible staff developed basically an app, an internal app that we could send to our field stations. We've trained our folks in our field stations that are out, eyes on the ground, to be able to spot and report algae in a very common sense and meaningful way to our operators and to our response teams. And that is through this Arcgis Survey 123 app that they put together, where if you're out in the field and you see no visible algae, you can report that. If you see a little bit, you can report it. If you see a mat, you can report it. And there's ways to report it to both our operators and our response teams. And so operators now, we have, if you are at the S5A pump station and it's time to turn on the pumps for flood control purposes, there is a pre-pump inspection to see if there's algae upstream of those pumps, right? And then that gets elevated to operators to make sure that, hey, do we have to pump or can we wait? Can we go treat it first? Make some decisions before we move algae from one place to another, because we want to try to protect public health. So now an inspection and algae system is baked into our operations so that we can try to better protect public health for algae. And then, of course, that's a way to talk to the response teams about whether algae treatment is necessary. And so we've got product. I think DEP is looking at making sure we have enough product for the summer. So if we see an algae mat or something that is somewhat of a threat to public health, we can respond and treat it within the day. So everyone is poised. So that's our kind of reconnaissance and reporting system. Very good work. The other thing we did is, you know, with the investment that this board and DEP made on getting monitoring systems out in Lake Okeechobee, we have good data, right? And we have real-time data. You may have seen the pictures of the buoys we have in the lake that have those probes, and every day they can tell you what's going on in the lake. And that's good information for people that were thinking about algae. And so we have put together a daily reporting system where we can send, we've started it internally this week and engaged some key external stakeholders also to send out this email with a link every day. And you can see that right now it's got all the monitoring stations, so you know where we're monitoring. It's a very scientific tool, but it's for a scientific audience. Keep going down, Rosie. And so here is all the parameters. You got on the left side, you've got all of our surface probes, and on the right side, all of our bottom probes. And it's got key algae type indicators, whether it's the unwrapped candy, nitrate, or ammonia, the fertilizer that can bloom, cause those blooms, or it's chlorophyll or phycocyanin. Phycocyanin is more of a measure of the blue-green algae, or turbidity. So those are the kind of indicators you can see where we're seeing what we're seeing so that you have knowledge, you know. And this is already going to West Palm Beach Utilities, who it is currently, because of the dry conditions, pulling water from the lake. And so that they know exactly what we're seeing at any given time. Keep going, Rosie. And then it's got other things like temperature. When the temperature's up, it's more suitable for microcystis. And so that's where we are right now. Keep going. And then you've got our latest data on chlorophyll and microcystis, or cystin. And then, of course, you've got the daily satellite reads. Keep going. Lake levels for whatever that's worth. Keep going. Rainfall, what's happening, the forecast. You know, heavy rain usually breaks up algae. How it's rained recently, and then the total rainfall. Then keep going. Just temperature related stuff, and then you have wind direction, like what was it yesterday and what was it over the last week. That takes some getting your head around, but you know algae gets blown around in the lake, and it can get blown towards structures and away from structures, so that's good to know. And then you've got just inflows, outflows. So that's that's all the lake's information. It goes out every day. You can get on the list if you're curious. Thank you, Rosie. But what we wanted to do was absolutely make sure we didn't want any delays, right? We're talking public health, right? Everyone needs to know what we need to know at any given time. And so this is an automatically generated, thanks to Dwayne and his team, putting together an IT system that goes out to everyone who needs it, whether it's local government health officials. West Palm's already getting it. We had to work through a lot of like IT security issues. But we wanted to make sure people had what we had so that they could make decisions to protect public health while we're trying to do the same thing. So that was our algae response plan. I wanted you guys to see what's going on that. And I'd like to pause there if you have questions, because I'm going to end this thing with a bang.
Real quick, Drew, and then we'll go to Mr. Steinley. I just want to say thank you.
Not to interrupt your bang. So what happens in terms of, you talked about product, we're sort of collecting enough product, but in terms of budget, I know last year we sort of shifted things around to hit and address outbreaks. Do we expect there to be a pool of more resources available, not just on the product side, but on the financial side to address these as they occur?
Fantastic question. Hence our incredible partnership with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. And so I have had those conversations with Secretary Hamilton, and they're poised and ready to support us. They set up the contracting mechanisms to make sure that they could just buy product just on the fly.
I just want to say thanks. This is incredible. Getting ahead of this, as you've done, is amazing. This is a surprise to me. I don't like surprises, but this is a great surprise. This is really exactly what government should be doing. I mean, this is a recognized health threat that we had put our head in the sand. We're not doing that anymore. We're recognizing it. We're dealing with it. And I can't thank Secretary Hamilton and Mr. Blaylock for being here and helping us out with this. This is great.
Thank you.
Yeah, Drew. I mean, this is a incredible tool, but it's also an incredible tool that was done in response to an issue we had last year, really in Pahokee, where we were scrambling on sort of Red Alert 5 to get up there and immediately do things to effectively recognize it as a public health crisis and not worry really about, at the time, where the money was coming from. It was more of a, we'll figure it out later. We need to rectify this now. But the thing that's most impressive about this to me, I mean, because this tool looks awesome, and it really looks like it's bringing a lot of people in. The iPhone and people's phones are amazing. You can be at a location. We can't be everywhere at once, but people see things. They take a picture. They send it to you. You've got it in the system. You're capable of having efficient reaction to things before we have a problem. The nice thing about this is so many times in government, I think you see people have problems and it's like, what have you learned from it? And the answer most of the time is nothing. They just do the same thing over again. Next time you're just reacting and you're in the same situation. You got an emergency that comes up and you just haven't done anything to improve, what you need to do. This is a tool that seems like it will greatly improve and hopefully, put us in a position where we're not caught like we were last year, scrambling in really a critical situation. So thanks for putting this together. This is incredibly impressive, and hopefully it will start to bear fruit for us. Thank you.
Thank you. And
So Drew, let me ask you a couple of questions. So how many acres of land do we own?
I want to say 1.2 million. Where's Stephen? 1.5 million.
And all of that land has to be cared for. So we have to manage invasives. We have to manage how many miles of canals do we have? I once was told that it stretches all the way to California if you were to pull it out.
That's
that true?
My favorite talking point. Yeah, 2,100 miles of canals, 2,100 miles of levee. It'd be a long boat ride.
How many staff members do we have?
We have probably about 1,350 right now, but that's because of vacancies, but we have 1,450.
So for people here in Monroe County that are new to this discussion, that's why I'm breaking that out for you. So we are a highly effective organization, and we're a highly effective board. Thank you, Chairman Goss, and our board. It's not like we have extra people just sitting around trying to figure out what to do. We have accomplished this. Our staff has accomplished this in 1 year and done everything else. I am so proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And really, it was a team effort. So just Lawrence Glenn was very much a leader in the effort to try to get this together, but he couldn't do it by himself because it took Rory and Rich Virgil and his crew and, liaisons. Libby was very active. I mean, it was very much a group effort, and they met constantly trying to pull this together. So but it was something we did not want to be in a position where we're just looking on social media to do responses, right? We need to be out there. So I appreciate it.
Congratulations.
All right. And the last thing I wanted to cover here is, so Mr. Bergeron represents South Florida Water Management District on the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force. And we were able to give Colonel Booth and I were able to give sort of a presentation up front on momentum and our progress at the South Florida Water Management District with the Corps. And I wanted to just hit on a couple of how I concluded my presentation because it really was a Southern area focus on the conclusion of my presentation. And so really sending water south to Everglades National Park and Florida Bay, uncorking Tamiami Trail. That has been at the forefront, amongst many other things, of what we've been trying to do at the South Florida Water Management District, from the seepage wall to the bridges to removing old Tamiami Trail to the new structure at 333 North to get more water into Everglades National Park and Florida Bay. And I'm a career environmentalist, right? I've been in the environmental business my entire career. And it's one thing to go and put shovels in the ground and try to take action and make activity, but it's another thing to see results. And when you do all the effort and then you see results, that's what's the exciting part as an environmental person. And we touched on this at the last board meeting, but I think this slide kind of brings it home. This is a snapshot on April 11th, 2022 on the right. But the average water depth for April 11th over the last 20 years before uncorking Tamiami Trail was the image on the left. And what you can see on the difference there is the green represents the river of grass, right? And so what you see is instead of it stacking up north of Tamiami Trail, you see it flowing into Everglades National Park and keeping Shark River Slough hydrated. And you can see that that translates into more water depth all the way over to Taylor Slough, and Taylor Slough being hydrated coming into Florida Bay. And so that is the start of the river of grass that we've been talking about in SERP all these decades. And that's under the new combined operating plan that has a different formula for how you move water, because we can do it now, because we have bridges, new structures, and a whole flood control system between Everglades National Park and the populated areas. Obviously, you can see we have more to do because you have red areas in the north. That's why we need an EAA reservoir and SEP North constructed. And of course, we need the Western Everglades project completed because you see the dry areas around Big Cypress and 10,000 Islands. So there's more to do, but you're seeing what can happen, right? With improvement and progress. And that doesn't end there in Everglades National Park. And also you can see it. Now this is 1 year, so I'm cheating a little bit because climate, is a factor here. But you can see the salinity in Florida Bay. And so what you're seeing here, Lawrence presents this every board meeting, but where we want to be salinity-wise at the various places in Florida Bay, and you want to be in that gray area, which is the optimal area. And so prior to us moving water into Everglades National Park under the combined operating plan, you can see the fluctuations in Florida Bay and how it gets out of the gray area frequently. But this dry season, which has been dry, you can see that that is is kind of sticking in that gray area down in Florida Bay, which is where it needs to be, moving water south and seeing the ecologic difference, you know. And so that is what it's all about, and it's very exciting. But we're not done. So I love the visualization here. So let's just visualize 2025, right? Here we are, 2022 and a half, right? I mean, for me, the year 2000 was just the other day. But 2022 and a half, and let's visualize 2.5 years from now, we will have both the east and the west reservoirs completed for the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee. We will have, because restoration strategies will be, implemented, we will have clean water entering the Everglades in 2025. We'll have a brand new stormwater treatment area associated with the EAA reservoir in 2025. Tamiami Trail, which is currently getting raised, will be completely raised and ready to even put more water into Everglades National Park and Florida Bay in 2025. The seepage wall to keep the water in the park will be completed around the 8.5 square mile area in 2025. Of course, we have the restored Kissimmee River, but we'll also have the 55,000 acres restored in Picayune Strand in 2025. And every Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands project will be completed for Biscayne Bay in 2025. 2.5 years from now, that's going to fly by. That's the exciting part. That's momentum, and that's leadership, and that's the governor funding, and we're getting funding from everywhere, and we're creating the success. So that's what we presented to the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force. I wanted to do the same thing for you guys because it's pretty cool. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's my executive report.
Thank you, Mr. Barley. That is incredibly exciting. It's nice to finish on good news. Does anyone have any comments or questions for Mr. Bartlett? All right, I'll be the only one. Sorry. And I should have told you about this before. I just wanted to look back maybe 2 months. We talked a lot about the C-43 and some of the float that was happening there and the days we were behind. And I'm sort of I'm following in the back of our books here, and I'm trying to. Those days really haven't moved around much. We're still at a minus 291. I'm just wondering, sort of, is there any update on that as we move forward?
Not really. I mean, John, you want to tell them what you know?
Not everything.
Yeah, since that board meeting that we had over there in Sanibel, we've had a lot of conversations and continued discussions with the contractor. They've made some adjustments on their side. I believe they just brought on another sub to complete some of the concrete work, which is one of those long poles in the tents that we've talked about before. So we are seeing some actions on their part. We're continuing to talk with them and, frankly, administer the contract and protect our interest and make sure the project is delivered in a safe manner.
Great. Thanks for that update. People ask.
Yeah, I think we've approved time to February of 2024, around February, but they haven't justified any additional extensions.
Okay.
But they are still behind schedule, and we are constantly talking about that. They just changed CEOs too.
I saw that.
Yeah. So the one that came to our meeting, we don't know why he's not there anymore, but they just hired a new one this week, I believe it was.
Have they become more receptive to some of our recommendations and assistance?
Yeah, that was part of when they brought on that other concrete sub to continue some of that work. That was one of our suggestions that we've talked about with them. They have been more transparent with us on their thoughts and how they're executing the project, and more open to our knowledge and experience.
Mr. Bergeron, do you have something to say?
No,
Do you have something to say? Your light's on. I'm not sure if you're. Okay. Gotcha. Thanks, Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you.
but I always have something to say.
I know that.
I'm reserving my time.
You can reserve your time as long
Yeah,
as.
get ready.
We're going to go to public comment, but before we do, I understand that Mr. Pinder is in the audience, and I don't know if you want to say anything.
I'll just say Thank you from the village of Alamrata for everything you guys are doing. I'm glad to see the unity from the north to the south, and I really like that the view Drew just showed the green coming down. It's moved further south, so I'm very encouraged. So thank you, and thank you for coming to Monroe County and having your meeting. All right.
Thank you for having us. So we'll move to our first public comment period. If you're here to comment on a specific agenda item, we ask that you hold your comment until we reach that item on our agenda. This comment period is for general comments not related to agenda items, and I appreciate everyone helping and running an efficient meeting that way. Public comment for consent agenda item is item 12 on the agenda, and public comment for the 3 discussion agenda items are heard after each presentation. Is there public comment, Rosie?
There is, Mr. Chairman. We're going to start with Jean Schultz, followed by Sue Miller, and then Nyla Pites.
Good morning. My name is Joan Scholes. I live in Islamorada. I've been a long-time resident, over 30 years, homeowner. I wanted to welcome you to the amazing Florida Keys. Thank you so much for all that you do. Everything that you do impacts us, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to speak in opposition of Senate Bill 2508. When this went in front of the legislative team, I reached out to our representative, Jim Mooney. I left messages for Ana Marie Rodriguez because this is a bad bill. I'd like to just read from WGCU, Tom Bayless, who wrote on February 13th at 3:15 p.m., the bill, Senate Bill 2508, effectively returns control of Lake Okeechobee water management to agricultural interests. It was filed by the Republican-led Senate Appropriations Committee on Wednesday and whisked onto the Senate calendar for debate February 17th, excuse me. In addition to ceding Lake O waters management to South Florida farming needs, critics of the bill say it would jeopardize water quality, lower water quantity in the Everglades, and threaten the viability for the Everglades Agricultural Area, EAA Reservoir. That complex is designed to store and clean nearly 65% of the water that would otherwise be sent into the Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie rivers. He continued, rather than advancing legislative seeking to effect a major change in policy, SB 2508 is being rammed through the budget process, short-circuiting public engagement and leaving affected agencies in the dark, Governor DeSantis wrote in a statement. I have been a champion for the Everglades restoration and oppose any measure that derails progress on reducing harmful discharges and sending more water to the Everglades. Moreover, I reject any attempt to deprioritize the EAA Reservoir project south of Lake Okeechobee. That's all that I'm going to read from Tom Bayless. He was pretty succinct in his comments. The amended, still bad SB 2508 is waiting for Governor DeSantis's decision. I would implore the governor to veto this bill and protect our extremely fragile ecosystem, environment, and water quality. I was the former board member and ran the Florida Keys Wild Bird Center for over 4 years and can tell you that this will be detrimental to the water quality, birds, fish, everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Our next public commenter is Sue Miller.
Sue Miller, Islamorada, Florida. Welcome to the Florida Keys.
It is so exciting to have the Board of Governors of South Florida Water Management here. And it's especially exciting to hear about all the progress you're making and how quickly you're addressing the issues that impact us. The decisions that were made generations ago and the decisions that you're making now will have a dramatic impact on all of us in the Florida Keys. The pipeline that comes from the aquifer further north is extremely critical to all of us. We couldn't survive in the Florida Keys like we do now without that pipeline and without the aquifer's water. In addition, the Florida Everglades restoration and the work that is helping the Florida Bay is, I can't tell you how important that is to all of us. Florida Bay is our backyard. It's important to our fishermen. It's important to every resident in the Florida Keys that cares about the preservation of our environment and our water quality. And I really appreciate the fact that you're addressing it and working with us to help preserve what we have that is so special to all of us and to all the visitors of the Florida Keys. And I can tell you that we're all united in our concern about the State Bill 2508. I can't tell you how disappointed we are that that passed, and we're hoping that the governor does something about it. But I appreciate all of your interest in protecting our environment, and I hope you come back soon, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good morning, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I was going to start out giving Drew a few lumps, but you know, he took care of most of that. So I did send you all a email this week. Apparently it went to the spam folder. So I did want to reiterate just a little bit about what I was talking about in the email. We have got to fix the fact that we cannot Zoom when you guys go on your remote meetings. With the cost of gas prices and inflation, it is just really unaffordable to come as far away to speak about northern issues north of the lake to come clear down to Key Largo. Please don't take that as a criticism as far as me having to come to the Keys, because I am not hurting, I promise you. We are really excited to be here. We love the Florida Keys. It's just that traditionally when your away meetings have been scheduled, they also have a coinciding agenda. It wouldn't be such a big thing if your Keys meeting had a Biscayne Bay, a Florida Bay focus, a Keys focus. It would be better for your Keys residents, bringing the government closer to them. And it would be better for those as far away as Osceola and Orange County who are affected by today's conversations on northern storage and the northern Everglades. You know, it would be better for them as well. So I just wanted to reiterate those things. Again, I appreciate Drew and the staff handling that discussion. And I just want to encourage us to find a solution for the lack of Zoom capability when we have away meetings. I understand away meetings are important. It's a 16 county wide ecosystem and everybody matters. So there's that. I love starting the day talking about the success in the Florida Keys, moving from septic to sewer. You guys spearheaded that and really have shown the rest of the state the way. And as you guys know, I talk about those issues day in and day out at practically every one of your meetings, and I've been doing it for about a decade now. So thank you very much. And I look forward to looking more at your treatment plant and things down here, because I think that that's really important. Toilet to tap, potable water. When we're talking water reuse, we have to move that direction as well. So I just wanted to tell you I'm in support of that. And I wanted to end on a really high note and tell you that your district staff and governing board members are doing amazing things between each and every meeting. Colonel Roman joined us for a Western Everglades restoration project field trip, because that project, it's really important to get it right for all of the stakeholders involved. And I appreciate the attention to detail so that we can continue to move that project forward. And the district, and of course, in conjunction with our federal partners, have been doing a really great job of that. So thank you. Florida Sportsmen's Conservation Association. They are friends and colleagues of ours, and we joined them on a really fantastic fence post removal day, cleanup day on the Kissimmee River, right there off 60, right across from River Ranch. We spent an entire day out there. Not a lot of trash because that area isn't heavily traveled. Sorry about that. Isn't heavily traveled. However, the fence post removal is really important for airboater safety and things of that nature. So thanks to staff for taking care of that. All right, talk to you later.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Captain Chris Whitman is our next public commenter.
Good morning, governing board members. I just wanted to real quickly say that it's great to be in the Keys. It's great to have you all here. Last night, there was many fishing guides, friends of mine, who were able to come to the Florida Bay Forever and Audubon reception. And every single one of them came up to me and was very, very encouraged and optimistic and grateful that there was a meeting being held down here, you know, on Florida Bay, on the place that ultimately, you know, it needs to be the end of the road for Everglades restoration. And in the short time that I've been involved in this, I've never seen a position of optimism from the stakeholders who live their life on the bay right here, like I have right now. And they just wanted to, they were very grateful, and they expressed their gratitude and their optimism. And I wanted to make sure that you all were aware of that, and glad to have you down here, and glad to be focusing on projects that get as much clean, fresh water south to Florida Bay as we can, and reduce those impacts to the coastal communities up the chain. So thank you.
Thank you, Captain Whitman. Mr. Chairman, that was our last commenter.
All right, I am smart enough to turn on the light. So before we begin board comment, I'm going to provide a brief history of the vaunted purple coat. Back in May 2009, governing board member Patrick Rooney wore it in recognition of Water Reuse Week. There it is, Rosie. Since its first appearance, the power of the purple coat has been passed to a different governing board member each May. Drew presented it to me 3 years ago, and I virtually presented it to Vice Chairman Wagner in 2020. Last year, Vice Chairman Wagner passed the purple coat to Mr. Bergeron. To continue the tradition, I'm going to recognize Mr. Bergeron at this time.
Okay, thank you. Well, it was a great honor to receive the coat last year, and I wore it with pride. And I want to transfer that to the next person, someone that I admire a lot, a role model for all of us. And when she speaks, it's like E.F. Hutton, the whole room shuts up. So it's a great honor for me to transfer this beautiful jacket to Jackie.
I hope you had it tailored. Not cleaned, tailored. That is not the same jacket. No. Oh, no, that actually fits. Beautiful. That is a lot of purple.
That's a lot of purple.
Oh, congratulations, Jackie. Well earned. Thank you, Mr. Bergeron, for making it better.
Yeah.
We'll go to public, or I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
to board member comment. Jackie, would you like to start? Sure.
Thank you so much for the purple jacket. I am just blown away. I really am. I every time I saw someone get it, I was like, oh gosh, I'll never get that. So thank you very, very much. I mean, really an honor. And water reuse is, I was talking to my husband about it, that in the notes that I was reading about this meeting, it said it has improved in the past 20 years by 82%. Water reuse is one of the great answers to our future. And I am honored to wear this jacket. And I know that one of the things we have to work on with water reuse sometimes is the high nitrogen content or nutrient content that is sometimes in it, so that it's not running right back in the water. But I will do all I can, Mr. Bergeron, to follow you with great educational honor. That's great. I wasn't thinking I'd be able to be at this meeting today because I was with my husband, who is starting to retire. And we were on our trawler going across the state. And I just have to say that it was an amazing experience. And the water looked so great. We spent our first night in Clewiston at Martin Roland Marina. And the water was beautiful. No algae blooms in Lake Okeechobee. Where I'm from on the East Coast, St. Lucie River, Indian River Lagoon, because we're kind of in a drought situation, the water looks fantastic, especially in the areas of Sewell's Point and the inlet. We stopped in Fort Myers and in Sanibel, and boy, I became very jealous of the chair and all the beauty that surrounds that area. The water looked fantastic. There were tarpon jumping around, and people were just enjoying the resource. And then we went to Marco Island, where ironically Colonel Roman lives. And I had never seen the inside of it, but just stunning. I mean, just stunning, this incredible resource that we're protecting. And what we're doing is, I think, the most important thing we can do for the future of the world in Florida. Absolutely. And Governor DeSantis deserves a lot of credit for how things look right now. And of course, we're based on Mother Nature as well. But I was explaining to my husband that when Governor DeSantis got into office, it was Executive Order 1912 that set a roadmap for us to achieve our goals. And we are doing that. So I don't think it's any mistake that the water looks like it looks right now. I did want to mention that I'm aware and I'm concerned about the dry areas and the fires in Water Conservation Area 2. I'm aware that many of the rookeries and the birds that would, are so outstanding may be suffering this year. And it's always a shame, and I was explaining this to my husband as well, that in this system, it almost always seems that when one is doing well, another is suffering. When one is doing well, another is suffering. We're in St. Lucie going, oh, the water looks great, and the birds don't have any water in Water Conservation Area 3. And I think Executive Director Drew, when you use those visuals, it speaks to us. Thank you for using those visuals. As Mr. Pinder said, when you can see that green, extending that green line, that's what that's our goal. Send the water south. That's what we have to do and bring that up. Very much appreciate the algae discussion. I purposely kind of kept my comments, no comments at that time. It is very exciting, but as we all know, and this is what we'll discuss with the NEEP today, that if we are not dealing with this nutrient pollution at the source, we aren't dealing with anything that's going to change what we have to change. So maybe one day we'll have an app that shows when people release too much nutrient pollution coming off their lands, not to be Big Brother, but just to be able to deal with the beginning problem that we're in not paying for it at the end only. That's it. Sorry, I'm so excited. I probably talked too long. I cannot tell you, Mr. Bergeron, this is the highlight of my life. I'm not kidding. This is, I'm serious. I am just so excited to wear this jacket, and I'm going to make something of it.
Well, you're my role model, Jackie. Okay?
Oh, you're mine too. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank Cheryl and Audubon's for that wonderful evening we had last night. What a beautiful place. And then I want to thank all our stakeholders. It's all about we. You hear me say that all the time, but your voices are so important for us to achieve the largest restoration in the history of the world. And we can be an example for the world. But I can't tell you how proud I am of all of these environmental groups and conservation groups. Your voice is being heard. Talk about 2508. Serious bill. We have to look into the future that there's 3 clients that we serve. Water supply for 9 million people. Water for the Everglades, one of the natural wonders of the world. Because the journey of water is the life of Florida. From sawgrass to seagrass. And agriculture. Important too. 3 clients. It's a balance. South Florida has 9 million people. For a quality of life for future generations, to have economical growth and jobs in the right areas, very important. But we have to do what's right for 3 clients as we continue to go forward in Everglades restoration. A lot of good things are happening. Last year, we had 44 ribbon cuttings. Projects starting, projects finishing. I have never seen so much momentum. Thank you, Governor DeSantis and our legislators that have recognized the vision of Florida, South Florida, is all about water, quality of water. You don't have to be a hiker, a biker, a wildlife photographer, a hunter, a fisherman, a conservationist, or environmentalist. But it's our drinking water, the most important resource on the planet. So I am so excited. I've been involved in Everglades restoration for several decades. And John can remember I call him at midnight. And Drew called him at 2 a.m. And I'm so honored and so proud to be a part of the movement for all of us. I think that want to spend a little bit of time here in regards to all these projects that are going on. The Northern Everglades, Lake Okeechobee, the Central Everglades, the Southern Everglades, Everglades National Park, Florida Bay. It's a global system. So if one area dies, it all dies. So South Florida Water Management is totally focused on the global system. And I want to talk a little bit about Monroe County and Florida Bay, and what are we doing for this part of the Everglades, the southern tip. And there's a lot of good things going on. As you're all aware, the Tamiami Trail is one of the largest dams in the world. When that road was put in 1928, it was finished. It cut off the natural sheet flow by gravity of the largest river in the world, the oozing river of grass. And as you've seen in 2016, 50,000 acres of seagrass died. So moving water south is a key issue under modified water delivery. I think the benefits of moving water south, then the quantity of water greater than natural going out our rivers, the Caloosahatchee, the St. Lucie, and the Indian River Lagoon, becomes natural quantities at some point in time, EAA being so important, that reservoir, to store water and feed it to the environment compatible with the wildlife, compatible with the plant communities. As we move more water south, less water goes east and west. And quantities of water greater than natural kills seagrass too. Lack of water raises salinity levels, kills seagrass in Florida Bay. We're at a crucial point in Everglades restoration. So due to our professional staff of 1,400 and our board, we have looked at missing links, barriers that is not allowing us to get the benefit of what we've already built. Everyone knows we got 3.6 miles of bridges on the Tamiami Trail. Why isn't water flowing south? Well, we're addressing all of that. We've addressed the seepage wall around the 8.5 square mile area that stops the flow through Shark River Slough on the eastern part. We removed the old Tamiami Trail, blocking the S12 structures. Our staff is modeling the L28 additional culverts, modeling the Tamiami Trail and Loop Road so water can flow southwest to the 10,000 islands by gravity, naturally. We're working together. I've been working with Drew in regards to the S12 structures that are closed 9 months out of the year. And it's a very sensitive, endangered species that we're dealing with that's extirpated and doesn't exist in that area. So when we connect modified water delivery, basically these gates need to be open. We're addressing all of these barriers. The Tamiami Trail is being raised, should be completed in 2.5 years. I would say within the next 6 months, first stage of modified water delivery could run year-round. Very important, and that's half the natural quantity of water that flowed south. Within 2.5 to 3 years, as the Tamiami Trail is completed, we should be able to go into the second stage of modified water delivery. This is moving water south, not having a cumulative backup in the central, equalizing water levels with shared adversity and shared impacts globally across the central, the southern, and Florida Bay, and less water greater than quantity going east and west. So we're at a stage. I'm so proud of our board here and our staff as we move forward, and as you will see in Monroe County, we're going to make a difference. So I apologize for being so long-winded, but we're down here in Monroe County, and I want you to know that we're working very hard, and you're going to see the natural quantity of water flow into Florida Bay.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Steinle?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry that I missed the event last night because it would have been terrific to meet the fishing guides and other folks down here. It's terrific to be down here, but this really is a cruel joke because you guys have a picture of a fly fisherman on the bay, and for people who don't know, it's tarpon season right now. So thank God it's a little breezy out there because otherwise I'd be seriously distracted. But actually, this is probably Mike Collins laughing from the grave because he was always trying to get me out on the bay, which I would have loved to have done, and I just couldn't. I couldn't put the time together. But it reminds me to take advantage of those opportunities when I have them. So a couple things in the interest or along the lines of being proactive and making huge progress in terms of getting ahead of the problems. I want to mention locally West Palm Beach. It was around this time last year that we had a cyanotoxin issue with our drinking water there. So Jen and Drew told me in the interest of also getting ahead of potential problems, I want to thank staff and West Palm Beach who have will be taking action. We just granted a temporary well field authorization to help address that. And this is something that we hope long-term will be included into their modeling plans and operating procedures. As it stands now, and if only a few other municipalities rely on surface water. And that, as we've talked about, is going to be subject more and more to challenges in terms of quantity and certainly in terms of quality. So this is a temporary stopgap. Luckily, getting in front, we hope, of potential issues there and maybe in other places. But longer term, we look forward to working with West Palm Beach and others who have these challenges to improve operations and avoid these problems in the future. I was really I had not known, although I remember, I guess we've been through this, that Monroe County had such a quick and effective transition from septic to sewer, and that is really impressive. And it gives me a lot of hope, given the number of units that needed to be converted, that other municipalities can make similar progress, not just on that, but on other challenges. So we are, and I think I speak for staff when I say we're here to help move those changes along. I might be a little late checking my emails, but I thought something was really interesting that I caught this week. There was a recent study by University of Florida that essentially confirms what I think everybody expected. Which was, I'll read you, recently confirmed the long assumed link between human activity at Florida's largest freshwater lake, Lake O, and red tide blooms that are responsible for the widespread death of marine animals. This is something that obviously on the West Coast, you guys are really subject to, and I've seen firsthand the effects on the marine life. While it's true that red tide, and they say does not occur naturally, does naturally occur, and it is not directly caused by the discharges can significantly worsen these blooms. So, and it concluded the nutrient-enriched lake discharges, and then I would add also basin runoff, intensifies red tide blooms. The red tide algae feeds on nutrients such as nitrogen and absorbs excess nutrients in the water to then multiply. So again, I think nothing earth-shattering, but a little bit of validity to the fact that the system's all connected, right?
Absolutely.
And what we are doing to manage nutrient levels and control flows and get ahead in terms of reporting. I see a direct advantage on the Caloosahatchee to this reporting system where we can sort of see in advance when there may be flow and do what we can to stop that linkage to Charlotte Harbor in this case or other cases. I'm looking forward, I won't talk about it now, but looking forward to hearing more about Florida Bay. I mean, obviously, super focused on the seagrass quality and the flow of water through the park, which I bring up all the time, and I see now that connection at Taylor Slough to the bay. But what you showed in terms of the quality trend is really exciting and spiriting. So thanks.
Thanks. Ms. Meads?
So when I was coming in today, I saw a lot of cowboy hats, and now they're all off of your heads. And I just wanted to welcome you down here, our cowboy friends. And I want you to know that you can leave your hat on if you want to, because we got a cowboy with a hat on. We've got fishing guides with their hats on. You're always welcome to leave your hat on. Thank you. And also our fishing guides, this is their high season. And I didn't realize that when we selected May instead of August. And so they are here with us in spirit. They are out working today, and they had to keep those commitments. And we understand that there are some representatives here. We're grateful for that. And finally, thank you for mentioning the fly fishermen. So when we go to other communities, we always talk about what our cornerstones are, what we are proud of, what makes us who we are. And I want to tell you who that is. Today in Monroe County is George Barley Day, and that is a photo of George Barley. And I have a friend of all of ours who knew George. I'm trying not to cry. Who knew George. I never got to meet George, but I've asked someone who knew George to come up and speak. And we all know who's about to come speak, but I want to tell you something that you may not know about the person who is coming forward. She is bright. She is a doer. She is incredible. And maybe she got some of that from her father, who was Dr. Edgar Mitchell, one of the astronauts who walked on the moon. He was an incredible man who has instilled incredible virtues in all of his children. So, Kimberly Mitchell, would you please come tell us about George?
That was lovely. Thank you. Good morning to the board and to the staff, amazing staff, incredible executive director. When Mrs. Meads asked me if I would come share some thoughts on George Barley, two things I was struck by. Well, of course, I love this man. And then I thought, yeah, but every time I talk about him, I cry. It's like I channel Cheryl Meads. And I think it's because I stand in awe. I stand in awe of amazing people, some who are famous, some who are not, that we will never really know their names. But that's what really inspires me, are these people that are their heroes. Now, George Barley is a hero. He was a hero for a lot of us who got to work around him, and he is a hero for the Everglades. So I said, okay, I'm going to try not to cry. First, I wanted to talk about heroes and why we need them. And I think intrinsically, like in our DNA, we need heroes. We're born to look for heroes. Research shows that infants respond to moral people. They can tell the difference, good versus not so good. And heroes are important to us throughout our lives. And, you know, I grew up around a lot of heroes. They were, and there still are. And we have police officers and firefighters that do things that above and beyond what the average American or citizen would do. So, you know, we look up to them. Some young people today, I think they're misguided in who they look to as heroes. And I think they confuse heroes with celebrity. So, you know, football players or movie stars or any of that. But heroes really are about excellence and inspiring excellence and solving problems. And George, so I met George in 1993. I was very young, very young. Up in Tallahassee, just starting out in the lobbying arena. And so he was putting a team of people to help with what was supposed to be the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act, that is today called the Everglades Forever Act. So I was a part of that team. I didn't really know much about the fight to save the Everglades. I mean, obviously, I grew up in Florida. I know the Everglades, but I didn't really understand. And I remember because I had known Robert Coker since I was like a kid. And he had said to me, you know, why are you doing this? Why are you? I said, and I couldn't believe that it was even a question. Just clean up your mess. I thought it just seemed so simple. And what I learned was it's just not. It's not. So what the Everglades actually needed was somebody like George, a very unusual human being, bigger than life, force of nature, didn't take no for an answer, and he taught others around him to do the same. See, he loved a lot of things. He loved life. He grabbed all of it. You know, he jumped in and he grabbed all of it, but he cherished a few things. One was Florida Bay, cherished it. And the other is sitting over there. Mary Barley, his wife.
You're going to make us all cry here in a minute.
So I get to know him in 1993. I'm just one of many people that were working around him and for him in his effort. But I watched him, and I got to spend personal time with him, wondering, why are you doing this? Why you? And he said, well, if not me, who? Who? We had environmentalists at the time who knew what the problems were. You know, anyone with common sense really knew what the problems were. But until George, there were no experts, there were no scientists who were coming to the rescue. They were kind of all on the other side, inside of Florida, inside of a system that had just existed this way forever, since 1948, right, Jackie? So he went out and found them. He hired them, the best and the brightest. He hired economists to let's look at this system. Let's solve the problem. And when George first started meeting with the governing board or the district, they told him, well, we're not going to really be able to do much about this. The best we can do to get water flowing on the other side of the Tamiami is to clean out the culverts. And and George is like, okay, that's no. And here we are, and you all are celebrating those bridges that are going over the Tamiami. They didn't just clean out the culverts. They're doing it right. So we didn't have a great success in 1994 during the legislative process, but we walked away with something. And that's the other part of that was so remarkable about George. A lot of times you fight for something and you want it all because you know how important it is. We got to get it all. But you don't always get it all. And you live to fight another day. So I felt defeated, like, oh, there's no way we'll ever win, George didn't see it that way. He saw the incremental value as being, you know, what you really focus on. Of course, he wants it all, but he recognized it's a marathon. It's definitely not a sprint. And that's what heroes do. They can see something and then inspire others to follow and act and push back against status quo for fairness and justice, not for his bottom line, but for, you know, the world and this community. So not in the traditional sense would you categorize George Barley as a hero, you know, in what we think of. But it turned out, and I didn't think of wealthy developers as environmentalists or heroes, but actually that's exactly what he was. I remember where I was the day his plane crashed, and that changed my life forever. And I thought, oh, I only got 2 years with him. It went by so fast, but it turned out I've known him, you know, ever since. He hasn't left. And the heroic part of him was that he could inspire two people, Mary and Paul Tudor Jones, to pick up the mantle. Because what's going to happen? There's no George, that force in nature. What happens to the effort? But he had inspired them enough that they said, we're going to pick it up and we're going to keep going. And that attitude is still alive inside the Everglades Foundation and inside the Everglades Trust to this day, that we're just going to keep on going. We do not say no. We don't give up. And we recognize we're not always going to get what we want. But so today is George Barley Day, but I kind of look at it as George Barley Thanks You Day, because I don't know if he could have imagined a governing board as remarkable as the one that I'm looking at, but I know he's grateful. I know he's grateful. Colonel Roman, I don't know, you probably don't remember this, but a few months after you all had been seated and we've got this rock star governing board, I was at a meeting and I had approached you because I wanted to meet you and I wanted to pick a time to come, you know, spend time with you and give you, you know, our perspective of the state of affairs. And you said, well, you know, I'm just trying to I'm trying to learn. So, you know, give me a little time, but why don't I see you? Why don't we see you at all the meetings? And I thought, wow, she pays attention. I said, well, I'm the political science of the Everglades. You won't see me unless something really, really bad is going on. And the good news is you didn't see me because there wasn't. It's been, I watch every meeting. I'm involved in all of it. And I stay very connected to staff. And once in a while I get to see you, but it's not banging down your door. You guys understand how to look at the problem. You don't need to be lobbied by any of us to understand what's broken and how to fix it. And I've never seen that before in any governance structure, a county commission or a city. I've never seen anything like I've seen with you all. In February, it couldn't have been more stark. Senate Bill 2508 on Wednesday morning, it was one of the most horrific things I ever watched, not just how bad the legislation was, but the treatment of the public in that process. But then the next day, rock stars showed up. I watched it the other day just to hear all of your board comments led by Drew. And it's what a juxtaposition of the worst of us and the best of us. You were the best of us. So I think, and I will end on this, that George inspired a lot for me personally, but he inspired the reason that you're sitting here, the right reason that you're sitting here today, and that Everglades, in the modern sense, Everglades restoration is actually happening. It's not because he invented and the first one to understand the system was broken, but he was the first person to, as he said, if not me, who? Who is going to have the tenacity to go at it, to go up against the big, industries that like keeping things broken? And that was George Barley. So it is a great day. Every day in the Everglades is George Barley Day, but today is George Barley Thanks You Day. And so do I. Tomorrow is, and this is really kind of fitting, tomorrow is my last day representing the Everglades Trust. It's not my last day in the battle. So thank you, Mrs. Meads, for asking me to say a few words. And me personally, I thank you for everything you all have done and are doing. Thank you.
Thank you for everything you've done. I think it's so important that we do recognize the role models of the past. And behind George is a great woman. So I think we as a board has a great responsibility and with our staff to make such a difference. And all of these role models, I think we should have an Everglades Day at South Florida like they have in Tallahassee. And we're going to make all of them proud to the to the day we join them. So, because it's all about we, and and we're on a mission, and we're going to make it. We're going to make it happen. And I could not be so proud of 1,400 people that supports the largest restoration in the history of the world. But it's all about all of us, because the more we learn, then you have a voice. If you don't know right from wrong, you really don't have a voice. So we're going to keep learning together, and we're going to achieve as an example to the world and have a quality of life in Florida. And thank you, Mary, for everything you do. Like I said, behind every great man is a great woman. And thank you.
We are so happy to have Mary as part of our community. She stays here. She doesn't ever draw attention to herself. She is selfless in everything she does. She's one of us, and she fights for people that she will never meet. With her own resources, her resource of time, which is more important than a resource of money. She stands up for the rest of us with both. Mary, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Meads. Ms. Mitchell, thank you very much. Mr. Wagner.
2 nights in a row, I've got to follow some serious conversations. I'll break it with a little levity. So there's some great things about the Sunshine Law. There's some terrible things about the Sunshine Law. I guess one thing that's great is that all of us on the board can't receive the 2 a.m. telephone calls from Ron Bergeron. I'll put that down as a positive. I grew up in Broward County. I live in Miami-Dade, but it is always fun to get down to the Keys. It's never, it's not that far away, but it feels like you're just totally on a different, planet once you start to get down here in so many ways. I mean, the culture, the atmosphere, the environment. I was ironing my shirt this morning and I said, you know what? I don't think there's a single person who has used this iron before. The thing was brand new. The ironing board was brand new. It's just, we're in the Keys, who's ironing stuff. It's just a great place to be. The people in the Keys, I said it last night, people in the Keys are just different. It's a unique group of people who have found their way down here. And when you talk to them, you realize, people down here are incredibly smart. They're very independent. They're independent thinkers, and they're passionate about what they believe in, and they're not afraid to raise their voice about it. And you have to absolutely respect that. For all the folks down here, when we got on the board, we were involved with a lot of issues that were kind of newsworthy that were coming out of Lake Okeechobee and Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie and whatnot. And I'll tell you what, the people down here say, well, hang on a second. Don't forget about us. We got issues down here. We got things that we're worried about. We have a way of life we're looking to preserve. We have water the way we remember it. We have water the way we see it now. We've been in these waters. We know these waters. We know they're not the same. They're in trouble, and we need your help. And it was refreshing, but it was also a reminder that everything's connected and things are not segmented. It is great to do these sort of road trips. We've been to Stewart and obviously we have our meetings in Palm Beach, but Miami, Keys a few times. We were Marco Island, Sanibel, Okeechobee. I mean, all these opportunities. I think Nyla's correct. It's certainly hard, I think, in some level for people to get to these meetings. It's just the nature of the beast. So you can't hold the meeting in more than one spot. So you're having it here. I do think we have to try to figure out how to provide some sort of access to people who are far away. That being said, it's, logistics are difficult, but I do love doing these road trips because it's clear to me there are people who are capable of getting to Palm Beach, and then there are just people that are just not, it's just never going to happen for them. And getting out to places like this, you see people who are passionate about what we're doing and how we're doing it. And I do think it's incredibly important for us to continue to try to continue down these roads. It's also great to hear, we get on these trips, we go to Sanibel, you hear Chauncey start talking about stuff that's, really relevant to them out there. It is nice to hear from the other board members who are so knowledgeable about the local issues that are relevant to those particular areas. They tend to go a little bit further. It was great to hear today about these sewer treatment and the aqueduct and whatnot. I think we're going to have to work on toilet to tap. I'm not terribly sure that's the marketing line you want to use. I may have to talk to some of these folks who do the farm to fork. That seems a little more, farm to fork. I think toilet to tap is one of those we may need to, leave on the cutting room, floor. But it is remarkable to see these things work and see how big they are, and to see them, all these projects, they're working. And you talk about a gentleman like George Barley and Mary and whatnot. And I never had an opportunity or pleasure to meet George, but I have had an opportunity to speak with Mary. And, you seem to, at least if you say to yourself, what do we have in common, kind of with these legends? Do you have anything in common with these folks? I think the answer for me is yes, because you hear about people who tell you time and time again, oh, you're never going to get that done. That's never going to happen for you. Don't get your hopes up. I heard all these things when I got on the board. Don't get your hopes up. You're never going to get this stuff done. You're expect to be disappointed. That kind of stuff. I mean, that I heard more defeatist lines in probably a 2-week span than I'd heard my entire life. But I think for people like George Barley, I have to imagine his answer was, "Oh, we'll just see about that." Yeah. And for me, that's kind of where I'm at. Oh, we'll just see about that. Okay, we'll see about that. And to see where we are now, and to see people like Ron Bergeron, I'm sure he was standing. If he could have, he probably was standing with a sledgehammer on Tamiami Trail trying to break that thing up to get water flowing. But when he keeps talking about these things, he's right. I mean, you look at the chart that you showed today, April 11th, April for 20 years, April 11th for 20 years. And then you look at April 11th, 2022. And what's the difference? Well, Tamiami Trail's gone. The water is flowing through. And guess what? It's working. It's not like, okay, well, what did it look like before? What did it look like now? Wah, it's no big deal. It didn't work. These things are working. The water is filling up the ground. The depths are incredible. You're starting to see that water flow down to Florida Bay. You look at those slides and you compare it to some of those slides. I mean, we see all those, historic river of grass, and people go, "Don't just forget about it. It's never going to happen for you." It's happening. You do these things and they work. And I think you talked about it before, which is, you've been in government, Drew, and you hear about these projects and you say to yourself, okay, you put all this time in, you put all this effort in, you put all this money in. And I think, frankly, the public thinks like these things are just never going to work. It's government. They don't know what they're doing. The money's going down the toilet. It's just, that people have these stereotypes about how government fails them. And the reality is that when these projects are coming online, they're working. They are absolutely positively working. And the better thing is the sum is greater than the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. These things start working, these projects start working together, and you start to see not just a benefit from one and a benefit from two. You get this amplified benefit because they're kind of syncing up with each other as this whole thing comes back online. So it's really encouraging to see that. The other thing that I think is encouraging is, and from my role or at least for me on the governing board, okay, life comes at you pretty fast and things happen. You're never going to throw a perfect game. Okay. I mean, these things happen. You get these mistakes. Pahokee last year caught us by surprise. Okay. It did. You have to admit it. You can't say like, oh, no, and dismiss these things. You have to embrace the fact that something caught you by surprise, and then you figure out how to deal with it so you don't get bit the next time around. The same thing, C-44. Guess what? It was our first huge reservoir project. Guess what? We got bit a little bit. We had a problem at C-44. You figure out how to use those lessons learned so you don't get bit on C-43. And I think that, we're smarter now than we were then. And if you can either pay attention to these lessons and tweak what you're doing, or you just repeat them over and over again and you get slaughtered. And if you do that and you don't make the tweaks and you don't get better and you don't learn your lessons, you are absolutely positively breaching your fiduciary duty to the public. It's their money. It's not our money. It's their money. And unless we're making, and it is encouraging and it is so nice to see us do things to get better, to figure out how not to get bit again. Okay, fine. We did it this way. We made a little bit of a mistake. We're not going to do that again. It's nice to see that happen because I think, quite frankly, most people in the public think they're never going to change. They're just going to do it over and over again. They're going to walk into that same pitfall over and over. And for us to get better and more efficient and leaner and smarter and spend the money with more value and figure out where these things are, that is what the public expects from people. And I'm excited to know that we're doing it. So thanks very much. Thanks for having us here in the Keys. Cheryl, thanks for hosting us. And last night was really wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Chair Wagner. Colonel Rowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's been a long time here with the board comment this morning, but I think that I always learn something when I listen to my fellow board members share their experiences or their thoughts on how we're approaching our mission with the district. And Ms. Mitchell, what a fitting tribute that you gave today. And I'm so happy that you're here at a meeting and it's positive, that things aren't really, really bad. So that's a high note, I think, in that regard for you. And it's great to see you here today. I first discovered the Keys soon after I retired from the military. I was moving to Florida to make my home. And I decided as a transition, I would come to the Keys for a 10-day kayak trip and to learn about the environment. So I went out with a couple of local naturalists for kayaking trips daily, and we kind of stretched the area from Marathon, Islamorada, Key Largo, wherever they decided to go. And I learned about this beautiful environment and the critters that lived here, and it was just absolutely breathtaking. And I always remember that as a great transition to my new retirement life that I made on the West Coast over on Marco Island. Coming back to today or yesterday and seeing the beautiful water and the seagrass really brought back some of those positive memories that I had when I first retired. So I want to thank the members of the Keys for hosting us. It's great to be here. And I want to thank Audubon again and Florida Bay Forever for that lovely reception last night. I think the orb weaver spiders were one of the high points for me. Took a great photo of the one spider that captured the dragonfly, which was really, really incredible. And certainly a high point, not to mention all the great human interactions last night as well, but probably everybody else was avoiding the spider as I was taking photos of it. And it's a bonus today to be able to see the cattlemen here. I think it's always great when diverse groups come together and you get a chance to have a conversation. And sometimes you have a lot of common ground that you find out from those conversations, and other times you have to find the common ground because you're at differing points of an issue. And I'd like to thank Mike Elfenbein for inviting me to go out to the Big Cypress and the tribal lands in the Big Cypress, the Western Everglades Restoration Program, to actually get to walk the land. And it was one of those opportunities where you have a lot of conversations because you're there all day and you're out in the middle of nowhere, right? So the Corps was on that trip. There were a lot of stakeholders, and we got a chance to talk to the Looneyville residents, and they were very, very generous in their hospitality. And it's when you're out there with people and you're having conversations that is the most beneficial for me, because then you really get to find out what's on people's minds, and it's more relaxed environment. So I want to thank Mike for inviting me to be on that trip with him. On a lighter note, for Earth Day, I was invited by the Community School of Naples to speak to their 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And it was all of the students in the school in those grades. And I did a couple of sessions with the students. And I want to thank our great communications team for putting together a short video for me with Freddie for that particular event. But what I wanted to share with the board is, you know, that big trencher that Drew showed a picture of, and most of us who attended the 8.5 square mile area groundbreaking remember that huge trencher. It looks like a chainsaw on wheels. I had a lot of questions from these students. They're very bright and they're very engaged, but this is the one I wanted to share with you. One of the young men in the audience raised his hand and he said, "How do I get to operate one of those machines?" And I thought to myself, how great. This is a future heavy equipment operator for the Corps or some construction team or future engineer. And I told him that, and he was so thrilled. But just how their imaginations come alive when you share something as routine or hard to understand as a project with a big trencher. And I mean, the kids get it. So we should be able to get it and move this forward and do what we need to do for Everglades restoration and the health of Florida Bay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel.
You know, I tend to back away when the spiders have shoulders. So Colonel Roman goes right in
I
on.
figured.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, like Jay, was tempted last night to not be here and instead be outside in that beautiful water and beautiful day. My cousin Xavier at the event last night said to me, he said, "Charlie, can you be a little late to your meeting tomorrow?" And I said, "Why?" And he goes, "The fish's going to be biting." And I said, "Satan, get away from me." No, I don't want to hear it. But what a beautiful venue. And thank you to everybody that's been involved in putting this together. Key Largo, Monroe County, Cheryl, and of course our staff, because they're the ones that take the brunt of it, and the amount of work that goes in being able to put this together is incredible. And also a special thanks to Mary Barley for being here with us. Mary, you probably don't know this, but you were a big influence on me sitting on this board today. Back a few years ago when I was told that I was being considered for this board, I went to have breakfast with my good friend Dave Lawrence, who is a mentor of mine. And I asked Dave, "What do you think? I'm not sure if I have the time to do this. Do you really think this is important?" And he said, "Yes, it's important. Think about all the people that do their fair share to make our state, our environment a better place. Think about Mary, think about Paul. They take timeless amount of their treasure, which is time, and put it into this. Young man, it's your turn." And I love the fact that he called me a young man. So I said, "Yes, of course, then I'll go ahead and do it." So thank you for being here. It really is an honor for all of us to have you here. And Drew, thank you so much for that graphic that everybody keeps talking about. Man, that is so cool. Just to see that green now, it's like literally, like you put it there, it's the uncorking of all these projects. You know, the trail now has been uncorked, and between the seepage wall and the raising of the trail and Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands, in 2.5 years, it's going to be completed. And so even Biscayne Bay, my beloved Biscayne Bay, is going to be benefited by all of this. And of course, then we'll have BBC here, which will even improve it even more. So thank you. It's a great ride. Audubon, thank you for last night's event. Two very important things actually happened last night, which are a little troubling. Number one, Cheryl, we were so disappointed when you spoke last night, because a few of us had an over-under how long it would take you to cry. You never cried last night. Never cried. Right, Julia? What was it, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, something? And by the way, I want a full-fledged investigation on the imposter that was walking around looking like Colonel Polk. We really want to find out who that guy is somehow or another. He made his way into our event. It's a great look, Colonel. Great look. So thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What great discussions today. I, like everybody else who's made a comment, I appreciate hearing from my fellow board members and hearing the unique perspectives that they take and different spins we take on issues that we see. To begin with, back to the purple jacket. Last night I got to have a good long conversation with Ed and Miss Jackie's husband, and he had indicated, y'all are in the middle of vacation, and he realized that you really wanted to be at this meeting, and I'll tell you, if he didn't break away and agree for y'all to come, and you missed that purple jacket, I feel for him. Boy, he is a smart man.
if I
He
had
is a smart
missed the
man. That
purple
just would have ruined the
jacket,
rest of the vacation.
I don't know if I could ever forgive him.
But thank you to the Keys. Thank you, staff, for putting this on. Thank you to Cheryl for being the host. The Keys, and I kind of mentioned it last night. Keys is a pretty much a second home to my family. We don't own any residences down here, but for over 30 years of my life, I at least spend a little time every year in the Keys. And this is and we talk about the cowboy hats in the room. There are times of the year where half of Okeechobee is in the Keys, whether it be lobster season or fishing or such as that. I mean, this is, you find it in the rural part of the Keys. We go from rural to rural down to Big Pine, Sugarloaf, Torch, those areas. But this is the second home. And over the years, we've seen the changes. I mentioned it last night. Out in the water fishing, and I remember as a youngster, remember more recently here in the 2010, I forget what years it was, but those years where you would just have the excess seagrass just floating everywhere, and you'd be motoring your boat across the bay, and then you just all of a sudden the engine would start overheating, you had to back off and throw it in reverse and kick the seagrass out. Or you'd be out snorkeling or diving and come up and just, you have seagrass all over your mask. And, and then next year it wasn't that way. And, of course, it wasn't until service on the board here that I realized the health of Florida Bay had, that was the reason we were seeing the excess seagrass die off, and that kind of thing. And so it has been, knowing that, having that background for me, it's been neat to be a part of Everglades restoration, be a part of this organization and what we're doing to help Florida Bay, to get the freshwater flows here that help the health of Florida Bay. Also, over the years, there on Big Pine Key, I think it was probably one of the last keys to finally get the septic sewer conversion done. And I know the local residents, as you're digging up the middle of the roads, putting in sewer pipe. And it caused a lot of inconveniences. But my mother absolutely loves this place. I mean, she would be a conch if she could be a conch. She reads the Conch Times every week. I mean, she practically lives down here. But so over the years, and when we're down here, she winds up, more recent years, she's gotten to the point that her and dad, they'll spend the entire month down here. We'll get them away from the farm for the entire month. My brother and I will take care of things. I'll run the books while she's gone. But she loves getting out and visiting with the locals and talking about the canals and seeing the difference in the local canals once these sewer projects, once we get the septic tanks offline and start putting septic into the sewer lines. They see the difference. See the difference of keeping those nutrients out of the water, and so I commend the Florida Keys for what they've been able to accomplish in helping to preserve the environment down here. A couple other things I want to recognize: the Florida Sportsmen Conservation Coalition, Lake Okeechobee Airboat Association, and our South Florida Water Management District staff. Together, they all organized a work day on the Kissimmee River Basin. Working up in the floodplain where we've got some old historic fence lines, and the lines can get blurry between what is public land and what is private land, and nobody wants to be a lawbreaker. But what that organization did was they helped to clean up to make the waters more safe to navigate, but also helped put signage out to help delineate where airboats can and cannot go, and it was a volunteer effort, and I want to be sure to recognize them and thank them for the work they've done there. Lastly, Dr. Carolina Moran, she put together a workshop public workshop that at the district, and brought in a lot of outside scientists, a collaborative type effort, and put together a panel discussion. But looking at extreme rainfall events, talking about nerding out here, I'll digress for a second. The blue-green algae email website that the district has put together, it's just another step in getting that information out. And in a user-friendly type format. I mean, I look at all those bar charts and graphs there and start getting excited. I was sitting here motioning to Jen and Jen that, hey, I want on that email. But it's something that I commend Drew, the staff, the district for continuing putting this information in a user-friendly format. I mean, you've got this. We've got DB Hydro Insights that is in a user-friendly format. I mean, we have water quality data at our fingertips. We have structured data. We have flow data. We have all that at our fingertips in a user-friendly format. So thank you for continuing to make that happen. But so then I go back to Carolina's deal on extreme rainfall events. Pretty deep science. I went ahead and I figured, we could have watched it on Zoom. I went on down to the district. I sat up in the media booth in the back and just listened. Every now and then a keen would come up and kind of interpret for me what I was hearing. But I had 3 takeaway points from that, and these are my interpretations. I haven't vetted this with anybody, so don't take this as rock science. But trying to interpret the modeling that was being done, trying to predict extreme rainfall events. And the reason that they were doing this, the reason Carolina was putting this together, was for the flood control purposes. I mean, eventually, we're talking trying to size our structures, knowing what our structures need to be to work in a changing environment 50, 100 years from now. We've got structures in the ground now that we are working and maintaining that have been in the ground for 80, I'm sure we've got something that's been in the ground for 100 years, maybe not that long, but at least 80 years. No, 70, okay, 70 years met in excess. But so 70 years. So we're planning, So the structures we're building today need to be sustainable for at least 70 or 100 years. Over the next 20 to 30 years, 10 to 20% increased chances of 24-hour, 25-year, and 72-hour, 100-year storm events. Essentially that's tropical events. That's hurricanes, that's tropical storms, that kind of thing. But designing, they're working on put these models together. So when they design, the engineers, the smart people, Mitnick, design these structures that they can withstand these large events and not topple. Interesting thing that over the next 40 to 50 years, our summertime rainfall total volume will begin to see decrease. It was kind of a parabolic type curve, but we'll see if the models hold on that. I mean, some of the models agreed, some didn't agree. But then I think the third point and these were points that stuck out to me. There's no change based on the carbon emission level in terms of these extreme rainfall events, and so that was something that stuck out to me. But I want to thank Dr. Rana for putting that together. She had some stakeholder panels. I think she had somebody there from the Chesapeake Bay, somebody there from New York City. They were talking about how they deal with extreme rainfall events and some unique practices they were doing, such as building a basketball court on top of a water reservoir at a low end of an area. So, nobody's going to play basketball in the middle of the storm. Makes sense. So it was a good collaborative type effort, and I want to thank Dr. Rand for putting that together, and Drew and staff. So, and with that, I think that was other than again thanking Audubon, Florida Bay Forever, putting the event together last night. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Well, the cool thing about being the last to speak when you've got 8 other people who are smart, passionate, and eloquent is there's not a whole lot left to say. I got a couple thank yous that I would like to get out of the way, though, particularly to our staff who puts these roadshows together. I know it's a ton of work, and I really appreciate it. I think the whole board does. You make it look seamless for us and effortless for us, and it is. And we really appreciate the work that goes into it. And I think it is important to keep moving around the state. And I understand that it's hard for some people, but honestly, West Palm Beach isn't that close to me. It's 6 hours. I get up early in the morning, have a governing board meeting, and drive home, and it's 6 hours, and it's just what we do. So if you want to be here and be part of government and be involved, that's what we do. I don't know of any other government agency that actually takes Zoom comments. I don't think I do know one when I think about it. So I'm glad we do that in West Palm Beach, and I hope we can continue to do it because I think it's important. Whether we do it on the road or not, that's up to the technical folks. The Florida Bay Forever Audubon event last night was excellent, and I appreciate the hospitality. I'd like to thank Juan Hernandez, who's the conservation officer for USDA NRSC. He put together a really nice presentation for anyone who wanted to learn more about their grant program, and I did that the other day, and I thought it was very interesting. And I know we've used them before for a couple. I think Alpata was one, and some others. So I think that's a good partnership where we can have it. And finally, I'd like to pick up a little bit on something that Jackie said in her cool trawler trip, which I wish someday I could be able to do, when she's talking about how nice the water was. And it's something that is not lost on me at all, because when I go out, whether I'm at the store, whether I'm at Home Depot, wherever I am, people come up to me all the time and they say, "Hey, thanks so much. The water has never been better." And I look at them and I said, "Look, you can thank me all you want, but start with God. Then you can go to Governor DeSantis, and then you can thank the Army Corps of Engineers, because what we're doing right now is we're being really smart in the way we're managing the lake, and we have been for the last 3 years. And we are absolutely seeing results. The results don't lie, and we need to keep doing that. And I encourage the Corps, as they're working through the LOSUM process, to pay attention to what's happening right now, to pay attention to what we have as a result of that. We're not sort of stubbornly adhering to some plan just because we have to. We're actually being smart about it and making sure that we stay in ecological envelope for the lake, which we're doing. The estuaries are in phenomenal shape. The Gulf, the Atlantic, the Bay, everything's in good shape. And that's not by accident. It's because we're managing it smart. So I just want to say thank you to our staff, our water managers, the Corps for making that happen, because people are paying attention and people are grateful. I look at this as the economic engine of South Florida. If we don't have good water, that economic engine gets snuffed out. So let's just keep being smart about it. And I would encourage the Corps, as they're dealing with LOSUM, to keep dealing with that and to look at the results, because I think they do speak for themselves. Okay, we're now moving on to, where are we? Consent. Are there any comments for consent? Or actually, does any governing board member want to move a consent to discussion? Seeing none, are there any comments for consent? I take that as a no.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion. I have a second. Is there further discussion on this? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Mr. Butler.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, thank you.
Yes.
I can't see around this table.
Yes.
Mr. Wagner.
Yes.
I vote yes. Mr. Olepich.
Yes.
Ms. Meads.
Yes.
Mr. Steinle.
Yes.
And Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Thanks. We will now go to technical reports with Mr. Mitnick and the water conditions report.
All right, morning, everyone. Going to walk through the water conditions report. Looking back at the month of April, you can see it just barely finished above average. But the prior 4 months were below average rainfall. So for the month of April, there we go. So as I said, for the month of April, just barely above average at that 106% above average, with just a little over 1/10 of an inch surplus. But overall, for the dry season, going back to October of last year, we're looking at a deficit district-wide for the last couple of months, about a 2.5 inch deficit district-wide, which puts us at about 85% of average. You can see on the graphic on the right-hand side of the screen there that the spatial distribution of that rainfall, the most rain fell in the upper Kissimmee Basin, up there around Orlando, up in the chain of lakes. And then at the southern portion of the system and the southwest portion of the system, it's really that middle part of the district that suffered some of the largest rainfall deficits, and in particular, conservation areas 1 and 2 had the least amount of rainfall so far this dry season. So looking at the upper chain of lakes, up in the upper right-hand side, East Lake Toho, you can see it's following its recession for this time of year, working its way down to that summer pool starting June 1st. Similar story in Lake Toho. You can see, even despite some of the rains that are at the top of those two graphics, those little blue bars, we've been able to maintain that recessions going down through the lakes. But in order to do that, we've had to increase some of those discharges and moving water from East Lake into Lake Toho, and then from Lake Toho on down in the system. So you'll see that end result in the graphic on the left-hand side of the screen there, Lake Kissimmee, where you see the large jump there in the month of April as a result of those rains, and the other water moving down from the upper chain of lakes resulted in that rapid rise in Lake Kissimmee, where we started increasing discharges out of Lake Kissimmee to the Kissimmee River. But now we've gotten it back below schedule and that recession is coming in. We've gradually started reducing some of those flows out of Lake Kissimmee going down the Kissimmee River. I think as of this morning, we're in the neighborhood of 1,300 to 1,400 cubic feet per second. And Lawrence will talk a little bit more about the ecology of the river and what that looks like as a result of those changes in operations over the last, I'll call it 6 weeks or so. Jumping down a little bit farther in the system, looking at Lake Okeechobee. Again, we tend to focus in on that purple shaded area. It's always been purple all year long, just for the record. But we tend to focus in on that purple shaded area and what you can reasonably expect for lake levels as we move forward in time. As of this morning, the lake was at 12.75 feet. You can see the month of April, it has been steadily reducing in stage, and we've progressed down through the Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule zones. And we're currently in that green shaded area on the graphic, otherwise known as the base flow. We're going to continue to keep an eye on that. For the last 2 weeks or so, the Corps of Engineers has been releasing 1,000 cubic feet per second to the west coast in the Clusatchee estuary. As the lake continues to fall, as evaporation kicks up and we get into the deeper part of the dry season here towards the middle and end of May, we'll continue to monitor those lake levels, and our recommendations will affect those declining lake levels and potential reductions as we move forward in time. But of course, we're all waiting for the rainy season to start. It has not started yet, but should be right around the corner. This is typically the month where you start to see that transition from the drier weather, and then you get the sea breeze action along the East Coast, and the meteorology starts kicking in gear. So we're still waiting for that to happen. Sure, hopefully next month when I'm standing before you, I'll be able to tell you that it has started. Again, just looking at the probability of discharges, these graphics are reminiscent of how the model predicts LOR's regulation schedule and what sort of decisions get made at the differing stages and differing zones. That's why you see the large drop off there in June from that gray shaded region. That's reflective as you're getting into that heart of the wet season. You have a different outlook as far as discharges and looking to build back up and stay within that ecological envelope as it starts rising up through the wet season. Similar story over there on the St. Lucie. You're down in the base flow subband, so that's why it's predicting that sort of blue, light blue shaded region is the majority of the discharges that you're likely to see over the coming weeks and months. Looking at the southern portion of the system, up in the upper right-hand side, Conservation Area 1 has made a nice recession coming down through its schedule. It's just barely below regulation schedule. It's in a good place for this time of year as we enter what will be the wet season in the coming weeks. Having enough storage capacity to be able to accept some of those direct rainfall and other inflows into Area 1. Area 2, you'll notice for this time of year, there on the middle right-hand side of the graphic, what you're going to want to pay attention to is the green trace or the green line. As the dry season has progressed and kicked up here the month of April, you see a rapid departure in those two lines between green and blue. This time of year, as I said, we follow that green trace, and what that means to us is as it's dropped down It's gotten towards the bottom of its floor elevation, and that's that sort of brownish tannish line that goes across that graphic. You can see some of the rains right there in the beginning of May, end of April, helped it and brought it back up a little bit, but it has once again started a recession going back down. And I think as of this morning, we're about 0.05 of a foot above its floor elevation. So what does that mean really? When the conservation area hits its floor elevation, the regulation requires us that any water that is taken out of the conservation area has got to be preceded by an equal volume of water into the water conservation area. So if you take out 200 CFS, you've got to bring in 200 CFS from the north. So that's sort of the operations that we're going to look towards as it crosses that line. We'll continue to monitor the canal levels on the lower East Coast and make adjustments accordingly. But right now, there's about 200 CFS coming into Water Conservation Area 2 from Stormwater Treatment Area 2. Jumping over on the left-hand side of the screen there, that's Conservation Area 3. You can see how it has also receded down through its schedule. It also has that departure between the green and the blue lines. Again, that tan line going horizontally across is the same thing. It is the floor elevation for Water Conservation Area 3A. A new thing with the advent of the combined operating plan, one of the changes that the combined operating plan made in its development centered around the Tamiami Trail flow formula is that we can continue to deliver the flow formula without having that preceded volume of water coming in from the north. The same rule still applies for any water supply deliveries that may get made out of 3A, either through S334 or through S31 down the Miami River. But for the environmental deliveries to Everglades National Park going underneath the trail, there's not that requirement to precede those volumes. Having said that, there still is water moving into the north of Conservation Area 3A. Lawrence will talk a little bit more about that ecology and some of the operations that we've tried to do to try to focus that water for a while there on the northeast corner of Area 3A, but more recently over towards the northwest corner of Area 3A and try to hydrate some of that vegetation over there. Just west of the Miami Canal. But right now, the flow formula, as you would expect, it has been decreasing with time, and as of this week, it calls for about 288 cubic feet per second, moving from Area 3A underneath Tamiami Trail towards Everglades National Park. So, this graphic looks a little bit different than what you've seen in the past couple months. So I'll kind of walk through some of the additional information that we've included for this month. So we just completed the water year. So water year 2022 just ended on April 30th. So typically in the month of May in the water conditions report, we present sort of the summary of the total flows that have moved around the system for water year that just ended. So water year 2022. And then we've also included in that large table in the right-hand side of the screen, the two previous water years to give you an idea of how much water was moved around the system in those 2 years in comparison to the past water year, 2022. What you'll want to pay attention to also on the graphic, sort of in the top center, that's the rainfall that has occurred just in the northern portions of the system. So figure Lake Okeechobee north, then east and west down Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie. Sort of that's the amount of rainfall that fell in those areas over the past 3 years. So looking at 2022, you can see we roughly had about slightly less than the amount of rainfall that fell in 2020, but significantly less than what fell in 2021 in the northern portion of the system. And you can kind of see that reflected in the numbers in the table as you go across. Again, that's a spatial average, so it just accounts for the northern portion of the system. Down at the bottom right-hand side of the screen, you'll see another table that is just district-wide rainfall. So all 16 counties that the district encompasses. So this past water year in 2022, we had about just shy of 48 inches of rainfall district-wide, which was slightly below average. Comparing that to 2021, where you had some of those tropical systems that moved across the conservation areas, in particular the southern portion of the system, we had just about 60 inches of rain the prior year, making that an above average rainfall year. But just looking at the numbers in the table.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am. Certainly.
So first of all, thank you for following the board's request about the water year comparisons. I'm just curious. So the chart, the water year rainfall north chart, can you, do you know how many, can you transfer that into acre feet?
That's kind of what the rainfall itself is a spatially average number. We probably can, but I do not have it off the top of my head. But to give you an idea of how much that rainfall resulted in inflows to Lake Okeechobee, that would be the 1.5 million acre feet that inflowed into Lake Okeechobee there in the table. But an overall volume of 43 inches over that area, I can get back to you on the exact number.
Okay,
of acre
so
feet that would translate
basically it's 1.5 million acre feet.
of inflows to Lake Okeechobee, correct?
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
So continuing right there, we had 1.5 million acre feet of inflows to Lake Okeechobee. And then when you look at the two estuaries in total, there was about 1.6 million acre feet of combined basin runoff and Lake Okeechobee water that was sent to the estuaries for the Caloosahatchee side. Of that 1.6 million acre feet, 1.5 was to the west in the Caloosahatchee, with only about 500,000 acre feet, 570,000 acre feet being originating in Lake Okeechobee. On the St. Lucie side, it was about close to 54,000 acre feet, primarily all basin runoff. There wasn't any Lake Okeechobee water that made it to the St. Lucie estuary. Coming out of the C-23-24 canals to the St. Lucie estuary, you had about 250,000 acre feet. And then up in the Fort Pierce area, about 100,000 acre feet of water was discharged from the C-25 canal.
Good question.
Yes, ma'am.
So would I be on the right path if I said basically 1.5 million acre feet came into the lake from rainfall, and then we dumped 1.6 acre feet out both estuaries? Million?
No.
No?
1.5 into the lake, yes. The 1.6 is a combination of lake water and basin runoff.
Okay.
So if you were to make that comparison, you would take the 570,000 acre feet, then blue shaded arrow on the Caloosahatchee side was water that originated in Lake Okeechobee that was discharged to the Caloosahatchee estuary.
So what's it added together? The Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie without the basin?
570, because there was
570?
0 to the St. Lucie.
Okay. I see it. Yeah, thank you.
And if you don't mind, and I believe in water year 2021, those were all beneficial deliveries to the Caloosahatchee. Is that fair to say? I can't remember dumping to the Caloosahatchee.
Definitely in water
That's
year
right.
2022, the vast majority of it is beneficial.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a good point. Okay, I'm just, because I'm very simplified thinking and I'm not a mathematician, I'm just looking at the chart and the visual that Mr. Bartlett put out with the green and the red. And so absolutely, it's the elephant in the room. It's just that we have this disconnection kind of with Lake Okeechobee because we shoot the water out the estuaries for the most part instead of all of it running south. And so I was just trying to figure out what would have happened if that water went south. Thank you.
Whoops, too far. So looking at the southern portion of the system, again, similar arrangement. You have the two rainfall graphics on the bottom. The one on the right-hand side for rainfall water year rainfall south You can see the southern portion of the system had a little bit more than the north. Again, you cannot add the two numbers together to get the total because it's a spatial average over just the southern portion of the system. That's why the number will look a little bit different. But spatially across the southern portion of the water management district, that area received about 46, just shy of 46 inches of rain in the last water year, which would be a little bit more than it was in 2020 and a lot less than what it was in 2021. The total rainfall table there on the left-hand side, that should be the same. Pretty sure that's the same. Yes, that's the same as, because it's just district-wide rainfall. It was just reproduced so you could compare with the southern portion of the system. But looking at inflows into the water conservation areas, as you go across the larger table, you can see in the past water year, there was about 1.3 million acre feet of inflows into the Central Everglades, comparing that back to the previous year, which was about 2.2 million acre feet flowed into the Central Everglades. And that was predominantly driven by some of those tropical systems in, I think it was the August-September time frame of that water year that really led to the emergency deviation that the Corps of Engineers implemented for Area 3 to be able to bring down some of those levels. So that's the predominant difference between water year 21 and 22, was just those tropical systems that came across the southern portion of the system that have allowed those sustained flows going underneath Tamiami Trail and into the Everglades National Park. And that's why in the very next row down in green, you see the disparity between water year 22 and 2021, how much inflow came into Everglades National Park. This past water year is about 1.4 million, which, if you're comparing apples to apples, or as close to apples as you can get, water year 2022 and water year 2020, roughly the same amount of rainfall in the southern portion of the system, but there was more flow that moved into Everglades National Park in 2022 versus 2020. That's an artifact of the changing in operations that we've already talked about on a number of different occasions, the combined operating plan, and the infrastructure improvements that have been made in that southern portion of the system. Looking at the lower East Coast, this past water year, there was about 1.7 million acre feet of water that was moved from the lower East Coast to the Intercoastal Waterway and to tide. And I don't see Mr. Martinez up there, but here's his little factoid for when he returns. About 1.2 million acre feet of that 1.7 was to Biscayne Bay.
John, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to see if there's a relationship between the amount of water flowing into Everglades National Park and the flows to the intercoastal. Or would the flows to the intercoastal be the same as discharging it to tide? And if so, why are we not capturing all of the water in Everglades National Park? Why are we still sending it to tide?
So yes, those flows to the intercoastal are flows to tide. That is from the urbanized areas of Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties that get moved off to tide to provide flood protection and drainage. There are a couple projects in the Everglades Restoration Plan, SERP, C9 impoundment, C11 impoundment, that are designed to capture some of that water and then meter it back out into the canal system. That's not so much to return that water to the Everglades, but rather reduce the reliance on the Everglades for delivery and maintenance of groundwater levels to prevent saltwater intrusion. So it's the idea that you capture some of it into those two impoundments in Broward County, hold it, store it. That way you don't have to take water out of the Everglades to then maintain those groundwater levels and prevent saltwater intrusion. The other limiting factor of capturing a lot of that water, and this is something that as we work through the district's resiliency plan and our flood protection level of service plan, it's a very urbanized environment. And finding places to store and capture that water is challenging.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure. So, Colonel Roman, thank you for that question. And it always fascinates me, and I'd asked during my briefing. I mean, for people who are listening, sometimes this stuff, if you're like me, it's hard to kind of put it together. So I just want to say that, so when it's 1.7 million, that's 1.7 million acres, right? Am I right?
Acre feet.
Right, 1.7 million acres with a foot of water on it. Okay, 1.7 million acres. If you go back in the chart, this is the bottom one under flows to intercoastal for water year 2021. It was 3.8 million acres, 3 million acre feet. That's like a lot of water. So like what's even 3 million acres is 3 million acres is, Mr. Bergeron, wasn't the Everglades 4 million acres when it cut it in half, or what? Tell me.
Well, the Everglades was 7.5, close to 8
7.5
million acres at one time before our forefathers drew a line and drained half of it where we live today. And one of the problems we're having to deal with is the half we chose to drain, we're pumping most of it on the half we chose to save with half the area.
Right.
That creates awful lot of damage to the environment from quantity of water greater than natural, compatible with the wildlife and the plant communities. That's why it's so important that we have the Tamiami Trail raised, 8.5 square mile area protected, the old Tamiami Trails removed, the additional water flowing southwest that our staff is modeling now, so we don't have that cumulative backup in the central Everglades, water levels that are extremely damaging high water and lack of water in Everglades National Park and Florida Bay.
Right.
So under modified water delivery, and unplugging the bottom end of the system, the Tamiami Trail, you're going to see a huge difference as more water flows south, less water east and west. And that's one question I have is how are we doing on the seepage wall so we don't have to shut off the 333s coming into this rainy season that creates that cumulative backup in the central. Where are we at on that, John?
So physically where the construction is at right now, it is right around that corner where that one gauge that you and I have talked about a lot of times, the LPG 2 gauge is located. So they're just a little bit south of that. They're going through and working with the Corps of Engineers on some of the repair plans for the levee that you and I have talked about. As we move forward in time, they have experienced some delays as a result of supply issues centering around cement. 2 of the cement plants in Miami-Dade went through one of their annual maintenance cycles this past month. So we're looking forward to that production to start increasing and be able to increase the availability of cement. But we're continuing to work. We had hoped to have the project completed this month, but it looks like it may not get completed for another 45 days or so.
Well, it's important that we keep the pedal on the metal so we can continue to have that flow through the eastern part of Shark River Slough without having to shut off that flow and have all the cumulative backup and the damages it's created on the Central and Florida Bay. So I hope we get that completed, and we have to make sure that we're on the same page with the Corps that the mitigation for the 8.5 square mile area, which was part of the agreement back in the 1980s, that we've done our mitigation, but we didn't guarantee flood protection, but mitigation, stopping seepage through hydrostatic pressure coming out of Shark River Slough onto the 8.5 square mile area. So we need to make sure we're on the same page, that we're not going to shut off Shark River Slough because of flood conditions that may occur with direct rainfall on the 8.5 square mile area. So you think we'll have this wall done by July, or what's your?
Yeah, that's what we're driving towards very aggressively. So you talked about the level of flood mitigation. I just backed up a couple slides here. I'll draw your attention to the left-hand side of the screen, Conservation Area 3A. You see those very small blue bars up there at the top of that graphic in the beginning of May. So they had a storm event. Everybody that lives in Miami-Dade County knows that it rained just recently down there. Some locations, very intense rains. One of the things that I will tell you, that the response that we saw in the 8.5 square mile area from the portions of the seepage wall that we already have completed was much more immediate than what we've seen in the past. So the wall has been very effective, even though it's not fully completed as of right now. But what has been completed has been very effective in seeing a much faster response time and the reduction of those groundwater levels commensurate with direct rainfall over that area.
Well, that's good, because that's, we don't want to have to shut off the 333s and get more water moving south. How are we coming with the modeling of the culverts for the L28 and the modeling of the Tamiami Trail and Loop Road? How are we coming on that? That's more water moving south. And
Jennifer, would you be able to address that?
Sure. So we're not waiting for the modeling. We've already started design of those culverts. So we are working on that. The design will take us a little while, but we are not working in a linear fashion on those efforts. We are conducting the modeling at the same time that we're working on the design. So we are moving forward as quickly as we can in order to be able to deliver those benefits as early as possible.
okay, well, that's really important. And I think we ought to try to meet with DOT in regards to whatever we're going to do under the Tamiami Trail. And we may be able to get 2 for 1 in the aspects of putting in possibly box culverts, sort of like bridges, really, but they're precast. They're very economical, and you can have panther crossings tied to the water flow. So we get 2 for 1. So I'd like to see if we can set up something with District 6 with the secretary and talk about whatever we put under the Tamiami Trail to let that water continue to go to the 10,000 islands, that we can have a combination of panther crossings, wildlife crossings, along with sheet flow and natural flow through ridge and sloughs. So if we could set that up, I have a great relationship with the secretary, and I think we can help one of the most endangered species on the planet at the same time with no more cost.
We'll
I'd
set
like to
those
work with y'all on
conversations
that.
up.
That's great.
John, just quickly, I think it's an important qualification. The flow staying into coastal, which we would typically sort of term as lost flows.
Mhm.
So you're saying 2/3 plus of that went essentially for beneficial flow to Biscayne?
No, I would not
Okay.
characterize that as
You
beneficial.
wouldn't characterize it
No,
as
sir.
beneficial. So why not? Because it is helping with salinity conditions.
So maybe, Lawrence, you can
You wanna
talk
wait
about
for
how
that? That's fine.
No,
how the
answer the
Biscayne Bay is a
question.
little bit
Answer
different
that
than the other
question.
estuaries, and it's their need for what we call beneficial flows to Caloosahatchee. It's a different environment, a different system. And maybe Lawrence, can you touch on whether or not the bay actually needs beneficial type flows, and if there is sort of a minimum for that?
I think it's on, Lawrence.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
No, no.
No.
Now can you hear me?
No.
When we get to my part of the presentation, you'll see that Biscayne Bay salinities are rising right now, and then they're getting pretty high. So it's for the Biscayne Bay, like any other estuary, it's going to be the timing of when water is coming out and how much volume is coming out as to when it's beneficial. It's generally in the dry season that most estuaries need water to keep them in that haline condition that's not fresh, it's not salt, it's the right Goldilocks point. So this all depends on the timing and the distribution along that whole length of Biscayne Bay as to whether it would be considered beneficial or not.
And can I build on that? Because so there's bays and there's riverine driven estuaries, right? And Biscayne Bay has some small historic rivers like Little River, but mostly it's not a river driven bay, right? It's a bay that interacts with a freshwater marsh historically. And so generally speaking, particularly down there, a canal interacting with the bay is not beneficial, right? You may get a blending and a right salinity condition. And so the whole Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands project is retrofitting canals with marshes, right? So that you have more of a marsh interaction with the bay versus a canal interaction. So it's hard to getting the salinity right's important, but it's hard to characterize a delivery from a canal in that environment as beneficial.
Thanks, that's helpful. Now, along those lines, Drew, so when we think of BBCW, so BBCW is going to take existing flows, right? And we're going to change them from the single point discharge into creating the sheet flow and letting it get cleaned and all that kind of stuff. Now, BBCer is actually going to bring new water down, correct? Is that the way I understand?
Or keep water in and use it beneficially.
Yeah, and redirect flows that are
And
point discharges in the wrong place in the bay and direct those flows to be more beneficial. So all of those things, yeah.
We have one other thing down that we've been working on, Drew and myself, in regards to the S12 A and B, which is certainly a hot topic. But the Zone A of the Cape Sable Sparrow has been excavated. Now, we've been shutting those gates since, I think, 1993. And there was a population there, but there is no population. And we're working on a blueprint of the global Everglades, multi-species management, and 70 endangered species. And to cut off the natural sheet flow, natural by rigid slough, or alter the environment for 1 out of 70, what are you doing to the other 69? I mean, we're at the point where feeding manatees for the first time ever, 200,000 pounds of produce. And these, to alter the natural environment, alter the natural sheet flow. And there's no birds there today anyway, isn't natural. So we're working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, a total global multi-species endangered global blueprint. And to reestablish that natural flow, because what we're doing, we're going against our own science. We have 60 to 70% of the water flow through the eastern part of Shark River Slough, and we have 30 to 40 on the western, which allows water to go southwest to the 10,000 Islands. To shift 9 months out of the year, all the water to the eastern side is unnatural. And actually, the Cape Sable Sparrow is doing very well on the east side. So it's an issue we have to all address in regards to modified water delivery and letting the natural sheet flow across 80 miles of the Tamiami Trail by gravity. So we're working on that issue, and the blueprint should be finished here very shortly. That takes into consideration all 70 endangered species in a global multi-management program. And Drew, I guess, do we have another meeting coming up?
Yep, looks like in June. Yep, in June.
What?
It's in June, late June.
Okay. So that's something we're working on, to move more water south naturally by gravity, and looking forward to that.
So the last thing that I'll touch on this particular slide, we had some conversation earlier, and you saw it in the graphics that Drew presented, and the green shading areas for the month of April, in particular around Taylor Slough. On this slide, that's that 540,000 acre feet of the green arrow there on the graphic. It's the combination of not only the improvements that were done up at Tamiami Trail, but also the district's Florida Bay project that we started in 2015 to add some more connectivity there at the headwaters of Taylor Slough to promote some of that water down the slough itself. And now you've seen the end result in the graphics that Drew presented. So looking at the inflows to the stormwater treatment areas, so far at the end of water year 2022, the STAs have had inflows of about just over 1 million acre feet of water. Again, comparing that to 2020, you can see it's a little bit more than what it was in 2020, about the same amount of rainfall in the southern portion of the system as was in 2020. But you've got a little bit more flows. It's much less than 2021, where there was a second highest amount of inflows into the stormwater treatment areas of 1.6 million acre feet. But as we've talked about a number of different times, with all the ongoing construction and then the excessive flows that occurred in the prior year, we're continuing to monitor the stormwater treatment areas, and Lawrence will be providing their ecological status and conditions update when we get to his presentation.
John, I'm actually sort of surprised it's that high, given the number we have offline.
I'm sorry?
I'm surprised it's that high, given the number we have offline.
Yeah, we've been able to manage in a fashion where we've taken individual flowways offline, but not having to take down a whole stormwater treatment area, and we've been able to adjust flows and route them accordingly. Having that attenuation facility in the A1 FEB as well as the L8 FEB also helps in that overall water management approach. So looking at status of groundwater
Mr.
conditions.
Mitnick, I'm so sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Since we're in a new place we're not usually at, and I think this is such an important slide. Do you mind, just in case some people have never seen it before, explaining what it's really showing, what it is, instead of just kind of rushing through it? I think it's such an important slide. And if I lived down here, I'd be paying a lot of attention to this.
Okay, certainly. So what this graphic represents is the total inflows to all of the stormwater treatment areas. So it's STA 1 East, 1 West, STA 2, STA 3, 4, and STA 5, 6 on the western side. So the combined inflows, whether they originated in Lake Okeechobee or they were for basin runoff, in the contributing basins to the stormwater treatment areas. And it's just a progression over time from 1995 with the original Everglades nutrient removal project that is now known as STA 1 West, and how inflows have increased with the expansions and bringing new facilities and new acreage online for treatment areas. The blue, dark blue bar is meant to represent basin runoff that was delivered to the stormwater treatment areas throughout the entire water year. And then the gold or tannish, brownish sort of color at the top of those bars is how much water from Lake Okeechobee was delivered to the STAs in any given water year. The little hash bars towards the bottom of the graphic are just to segregate out that overall number into what was delivered both from the basin as well as from the Lake Okeechobee, just during the dry season. So the months of November, December, January, February, March, and into April and May. So that's sort of what this graphic intends. And you can see how the differing inflows have changed throughout the years, primarily driven a lot by climate. You can see the differences in lake water that has been delivered, and that's a reflection of how much it has either rained in the southern portion of the system or not rained. A lot of folks like to go to 2015, where there was a lot of lake water delivered through the stormwater treatment areas, but you can see the overall volume was still in that 1.3 million acre feet. And that was a reflection of not having as much rainfall in the southern portion of the system. Whereas you look at 2018 or 2021, where there was a lot of rainfall in the southern portion of the system and generated a lot of runoff, but there was a lesser amount of Lake Okeechobee water delivered through the stormwater treatment areas. On average, you can see some of the numbers over on the left-hand side of the screen for average dry season, average water year of lake releases to the stormwater treatment areas. But seeing how we're down here in the Keys, I think what is more representative of the flows that Florida Bay would see comes really on this graphic in this slide, and looking at those flows that entered into Everglades National Park, going across there, the table in green, from the 880,000 acre feet in water year 2020 to the 2.7 million in 21, and this year that we just finished at the end of April, the 1.4 million acre feet. You can see that even though in some years that there's not that flow coming from the north, depending on climatology and rainfall, you can still generate a lot of water moving into Everglades National Park and down towards Florida Bay through Taylor Slough and Shark River Slough, just from that direct rainfall over the conservation areas. So down here in the Keys and Florida Bay, that's also something to pay attention to, and how those operations around Tamiami Trail and all the infrastructure that you've heard Mr. Bergeron talk about, and how it affects those flows and gives the flexibility to increase those flows despite not bringing as much as prior years coming in from the north. We've been able to manage what we've got and deliver it longer and deeper into the dry season to be able to sustain those flows that results in the graphic that Drew showed at the beginning of the meeting in those green shaded areas.
So 80% of the water moving south is from the EAA, direct rainfall, and the S9, C11.
No, sir. Over the last 10 years, average basin runoff, which is more than just the EA, because keep in mind that you have STA 1 East and 1 West that have those municipal areas of Wellington, Royal Palm, and some of those communities on the western Palm Beach County. Overall, those inflows represent about 64% over the last 10 years on average.
It's coming into Area 1 and then down through the system.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So looking at groundwater conditions across.
Excuse me, can I ask a quick
Yes, ma'am.
question? So just remind me, because it's hard for me to remember some of these things. Bringing water from the lake during the dry season, which is what I would like to see. Why was there so much in 2015 from the lake sent to the STAs? Because I don't remember. And why isn't there more coming during the dry season now?
So I do not have it in this presentation, but I do have another presentation that goes back for the last 10 years and sort of breaks down. So if I go to this graphic, down there on the bottom, you see the rainfall just in the southern portion. This past year is just less than 46 inches. I'd have to go back and look at what 2015 was, but my memory tells me that in 2015 there was not as much rain in the southern portion of the system, so therefore you didn't have a lot of that basin runoff that was generated through the stormwater treatment areas, and you were able to bring in a lot more of that lake water in 2015 and use some of the capacity that were in the stormwater treatment areas. And overall, you can see in that water year is 1.3 million acre feet went through. It was just less basin runoff because there wasn't a lot generated from direct rainfall, as it rained less in the southern portion of the system. And then as you go through some of the years since then, as we talked about in 2021, why there isn't as much, but there's still a lot of volume that went through. That also gets into what the stages in the conservation area were in 2020, that you couldn't bring that water from the north down. This past year in 2022, it's a combination of the things that we've talked about every month, both between my report and Mr. Glenn's report, about all the work that's being done in the stormwater treatment areas, allowing them to recover in their ecological and the health of the STAs from that 1.6 million acre feet that went through the stormwater treatment areas last year. They need some time to recover and rehabilitate themselves. So we've got a lot of different compounding issues that all get put into that pot that decides how much and when water can move from the lake. And that's why, just to put in the plug for the EA reservoir, that's why everybody needs to stay focused on that feature, because it adds a lot more flexibility to the system to be able to deal with those changing conditions and changing climate.
And also unplugging the Tamiami Trail, so you don't have the cumulative backup in the central Everglades. Because then you have to stop moving water south. So all that has to tie together, and unplugging the trail so the water can continue to go on to Florida Bay.
So groundwater conditions across the district, for the most part, groundwater conditions have improved throughout the district, with the exception of those red dots over there on the lower East Coast. We have seen some improvements in groundwater levels, but we would like to still see an increasing trend and rising within those aquifers. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. And hopefully when that wet season rains start coming, we can start seeing those aquifer levels start increasing. Overall, what's the outlook? The outlook sort of changed a little bit, I think, from last month when this slide was presented. And the change being in the May through July timeframe, the Climate Prediction Center is predicting an above average rains for that period of time. However, I'll note that when you get down to the June through August timeframe, they're calling for equal chances. So you drop off the month of May and it switches from above to equal chances. Right now, for the month of May, at least the next 7 days, we're not predicting a whole lot of rain, and we'd be halfway through the month. So still waiting and seeing on how the rest of the month plays out, and getting those wet season rains generated and start that sea breeze process.
Has this been a typical La Nina year? I mean, I know that we sort of factor those in from time to time. Is it what we
Correct.
expect to kind of see in a La Nina year?
Yeah, this is what you would typically see during La Nina. So last year was a La Nina year. This year is a La Nina year. Right now, it's a little early to call it. But if you look at some of those indicator regions out in the Pacific Ocean, there's a stronger possibility we may have a third consecutive La Nina year. So for people that aren't familiar with what the effect of La Nina is, on our weather patterns here in South Florida, it results in below average rainfall during the dry season, but during the wet season, it also promotes increased tropical activity. So more storms, more frequent storms, more intensive storms. I've asked our meteorologists to dig into that a little bit more. While we know it reflects those more intensive tropical activity, it doesn't seem to have a real effect on the normal wet season rains like it does on normal dry season rains. So you're still it's great information, things to be aware of, but you're not going to bet the farm on it.
Mr. Mitnick, are the farmers getting all the water they need? Are their lands dry? What's it like for that part right now with where things are? I'm sorry, I'm thinking of farmers north of the lake mostly, and also, south of the lake. Are permitted people getting their water? I'm not usually thinking about that. Okay, I'm thinking about how does the water look in the estuary? How are the fish doing? How are the birds doing? But it's important for me too to know how people are feeling because I would think for them it's kind of a dry year.
Yeah, it has been a dry year. Whether or not they're getting all the water they need, that's not something. I'm not a farmer. I can't speak to whether or not they are getting what they need. In the northern portions of the system, north of Lake Okeechobee, they're not so much pulling that surface water. They're pulling some of the groundwater, and they're using their consumptive use permits to do that. Up in the Indian Prairie Basin, we're continuing to supply that basin from Lake Istapoga to the north and maintain those canal levels so they can pull off of the canals. But I can get back to you with a little bit more information. I don't know, put him on the spot, but Mr. Butler, I know he's up there north of the lake, and I'm sure he's got an opinion on whether or not it's wet or dry.
It's dry. My place, I keep pretty good rain records. We're at 2.3 inches for this year of rainfall since January 1st. And no, that's all we've had. And thank goodness Bahia grass has the ability to live through drought. Otherwise, it'd be, hopefully once we start getting the rain, it's going to reemerge. But, if you've got irrigation wells in the northern part of the system right now, and can afford to spend the money on diesel fuel to pump that water, you're, and you need it. Yeah, you're pumping it right now because it's dry.
Thanks. Any other questions for Mr. Mitnick? Thanks very much, John. I think we'll go ahead and break for lunch now and plan on coming back around 1. Thanks. me go ahead and call the business meeting of the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District back to order, and we'll pick up where we left off with the ecological conditions report by Mr. Glenn.
So I don't know if people remember how hard it was to get out of Sanibel to get home. I just want you to know that it's much harder to get out of here to get home. So we can visit as long as you want because I don't mind. You just stay as long as you want because it doesn't impact me. But just so you know, it'll take twice as long as you think. But enjoy yourself.
Exactly, exactly. So thank you very much for having me. I'm always happy to give the ecological conditions update, and it starts with a really great picture of Big Pine Shoal here in the Keys. So starting up at the top, if you remember from John's report, he said that Lake Kissimmee had filled Lakes Kissimmee, Cypress, and Hatchinaha because of all the inflow from the upper basin lakes. Because of that and us trying to get back down to schedule in that lake, we've had some pretty large releases to the Kissimmee. And you see last month, the floodplain wasn't inundated, but with that flow that we've had over the last 6 weeks, we've inundated the floodplain. This wouldn't be a time that we would typically have the floodplain inundated during this dry season, but because of how the system is plumbed currently, we do have the floodplain that has been reflooded, and it actually is a good time of year for it to be reflooded because it is wading bird season, so there's another opportunity for wading birds to use the landscape. Looking at Lake Okeechobee, you see on the left the inflows and outflows in ET. So ET was 2,681 CFS, which is almost the same as what's going out. But you do see increased inflows coming in from the Kissimmee. Looking at where we are in the ecological envelope, we've had a really good year, and we are splitting the middle of it. We had a good little, in the past couple of weeks, we slowed down that recession rate, which actually was a beneficial thing for nesting, especially for snail kites. They like a little slower recession. We don't want to take water out from the underneath of nests, whether it's wading bird or a snail kite. So if you've nested higher up slope in the marsh, you want that water to be there as long as possible. So this recession that we're on now is very good. And the water depth maps you see on the right-hand side, you see today we're actually at 12.81. And I'll talk about the benefit of these, where we are and where our trajectory is to SAV, potentially in the summer in an upcoming slide. So looking at wading bird foraging, as long as you are in that blue interquartile range, we're doing well. We see we have an uptick this month, or this last sampling by almost double. We have about 5,000 wading birds using the marsh and about 17 flocks. The really neat thing to take home from this is you don't see a lot of little yellow bubbles on there, but you see big ones. So you have big foraging flocks, meaning that there's areas out there that are able to provide food for large numbers of birds. So the marsh is doing its job in providing forage for a lot of wading birds currently. Now we're talking about SAV. We have had a decline in SAV over the past couple of years, primarily due to higher water levels. And if you look at the monitoring transects on the left-hand side, you see green are the ones that still have SAV present, and red is where we have lost SAV. One of the take-home messages that the lake scientists wanted me to say is the ones that we still have are pretty dense. I mean, look at the picture there of that SAV there. It's really nice and dense. But the trend that we're seeing, and then that group of figures on the right-hand side, going on the left-hand side is where it's deeper. So that's the lakeward side of the transect. And the very right side is where it's shallower. And what we've seen is that if you follow the position of those boxes as we're coming down, they're kind of moving over towards the shallower. And the boxes themselves are starting to decrease in size towards the shallower. So what that means is deeper water hasn't allowed for the SAV to stay there. So when the water gets too deep, you don't have the ability for photosynthesis to reach, to sunlight to get down there for photosynthesis. So that's one of the things on how high you keep the lake and for how long you keep the lake can have a sort of an impact on SAV. But where we are currently in the ecological envelope, if I back up to it, we get to 13. And if we're at 13 or below, from June moving forward for 30 days, that's one of the metrics that they're using. 13 or below, 30 days from June moving forward, that is a really good opportunity for SAV to start to regrow and to do its thing. But one of the things that we would need, Fish Eating Bay is a much deeper area and we would need a lot lower stage there, like what we had several years ago, and the lake got really low. So we don't expect to see a remarkable response in Fish Eating Bay, but in the places that we do see SAV, we expect an increase, and in those shallower areas, we expect to see a good increase. Snail kite nesting, there's been 44 nests on the lake to date with 25 failures. There's 24 nests that have been recorded on Lake Hicpochee and 9 in the C44 STA impoundment. So as a comparison, last year we had about 161 nests total on the marsh of the lake. So we're definitely not up to that number as we were before, but we do have active snail kite nesting on the lake. Oops. I hit a wrong button, Rosie.
That's the power button.
Yes.
All right, I'm going right. I'm going to right click only now. Looking at the cyanobacteria bloom potential, isn't that this time last year we had the lake in full bloom. This year we do not. It says a lot for how the lake's been managed and what's coming in. So we look at that potential is pretty much along the northern edge of the lake and then over into Fish Eating Bay. And I want to go through some of the data that shows it's going to compare 2021 to 2022. So we have up on the top, we have the dissolved inorganic nitrogen. That's the favored food source of microcystis. And then soluble reactive phosphorus, which is what all the green algae like. So if you look last year, the top, the yellow trace is the pelagic zone and the blue trace is the nearshore zone. And if you look over, even in the picture for last year, the nearshore zone is really, really hot. I mean, it's moving, and it's that high dissolved inorganic nitrogen in the nearshore that was so much higher. So if you follow the blue trace in the top one from where it was in the blue bar last year to where it is in the blue bar this year, it's much lower. So that's where we're thinking that's part of the reason why we're not seeing that cyanobacterial bloom, especially blue-greens, this time of year. And then looking last year to this year on where we are. So we have dominant taxa on the left-hand side, and you have the very first one is May of last year and then May of this year. At this time last year, that pie chart at the bottom shows it was 84% of the community was dominated by microcystis. This year, you see that big blue chunk that says it's a mixed community. And that's good. You don't have microcystis out dominating, out competing all the other species right now. And so you go over to the toxins, then last year you see the blue, the red, and the pink are all above detection level at this time last year for toxins. This year, 93% of the samples that we've taken are below detection. So that's just, we're poised in a good place right now. We are moving into water temperatures are increasing, day length photo period is increasing, but we're hoping that with where we are in nutrient levels, that this year won't be as bad as last. Looking at the water quality samples that we do take, so we've started our bi-monthly sampling as we move, or twice a month. We sample now going through the summer, and we look and you see where are there levels that are higher than 40 milligrams per liter, which is our indicator of a bloom. And there are a couple, they're in orange, and they're pretty much along the western side of the lake. And there's only 3 areas where we have anything above detection. One is Kissimmee, and then in front of 308 and in front of S77. but they're all mixed communities. None of these communities are dominated by microcystis that produces microcystin. So we are hopeful, and we think we're staged pretty well right now. Going into, it flows to the estuary, starting with the the St. Lucie. You notice in the top trace there is no blue, so we've had no lake releases over to the St. Lucie estuary. You come down, you look at the salinity gradient maps. It looks almost similar to last month. It's a really great setup. I'm not showing the oyster data today. I'll show them next month because I wanted to focus on Florida Bay. But the amount of spat that has happened in last month in this side is just incredible. And I'll bring that data to you next month. Looking at the Caloosahatchee side, we see a wonderful salinity setup. John was talking about, beneficial releases to the estuary. We have had an entire dry season where we have provided beneficial flows to the Caloosahatchee estuary, and the conditions are just fantastic. And I'll bring that oyster data as well in the next one. But you see the salinity gradient, and it's just set up as almost about as perfect as you could be. Getting into the stormwater treatment areas, we're looking at, and John already mentioned this, that we had over a million acre feet for last water year. 100,000 of that was from the lake. Currently, all of the STAs are at their target levels except for 5.6. And 5.6 is looking for either a connection to the lake or the C-139 FEB. And I'll go through now and talk about what's happening in each one of the STAs. And John had answered Mrs. Mead's question on why isn't a lot of water going south right now through the STAs. And there's a lot of work that we've been doing in the STAs as part of restoration strategies or refurbishment projects, as well as letting these rest from the amount of water, that 1.6 million acre feet we put through last year. So if you look at the very right-hand side in the eastern flowway, that flowway is currently still offline due to repairs that we were doing from Tropical Storm Eta. Those plantings have been done. We're just getting out there hopefully next week to take a look to see where they are, and we think we can start sending about 100 CFS through that flowway. The central flowway has a lot of rehab going on as well. And the western flowway is still, remember, there's a lot of work that was done in the green and the blue cell. That's still undergoing planting right now and regrowth before we can put water through it. Going into STA 1 West, here's the first place where you see avian nesting in the northern and both the eastern. So this is the blackneck stilt, and as part of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, we have an avian protection plan that we follow in the STAs. When these birds get in there and nest, they're ground nesters. So we have to keep water levels. We try our best not to flood those nests out. So we have to keep water levels compatible with their need until they hatch and fledge their young. So we have those restrictions going on in both the northern and the eastern flowway. But we do have cell 7 in this flowway online. Looking at STA 2, so when we talk about moving water south, it's really STA 2 and STA 3-4 that has the potential to take lake water, to move water south. And where we are currently, STA 2 is where there's a lot of earthwork going on. That's the filling of the lake. As the flowway 1 that level was brought down because of seepage that was going into the other cell, trying to keep that out so they could work in the dry. That has been slowly refilling. It's vegetated, but during that fill, that's when you have some release of phosphorus. So we're waiting for phosphorus levels to come down before we can release water there. So then 2 is offline. 3 currently is online with restrictions. We're doing some FAV or floating aquatic vegetation work in that cell. Flowway 4 currently has a 200 CFS capacity that we're taking water through it, and we're letting flowway 5 rest because it took the brunt of the water through the last season. And coming into STA 3.4, the eastern flowway is still offline. That'll be offline until at least September. That's the one where all the floating tussocks, 3,000 acres, had to be drained and reworked, replanted, and then re-inundated. The central flowway currently has about 150 CFS of capacity starting next week. We're waiting to do some, get some vegetation work done in there as well. And then the western flowway, we're waiting to do some FAV, more floating aquatic vegetation work. But as soon as that work is completed, we'll be able to flow water through that flowway as well. We get to 5.6. 5.6 is doing its annual dry down because we just don't have the water and we don't have the rain. Looking at Biscayne Bay, you see the trace on the bottom, the gray trace, and that's rain and inflows, total daily inflows. And with that trace going down, there's the relationship, the inverse relationship of salinity increasing. So this is increasing to a point where it's about to be the same as seawater. That's something we don't want to see. This is an estuary that would like a lot more brackish water. So we're pretty much dependent on rainfall at this point to start to get both direct rainfall and inflows to bring those salinity levels down. Now getting to the Everglades, we look at the series going across the top, and you see, as Drew showed, we still have that green connectivity in Everglades National Park. And that goes to where John showed the volumes of water that we were able to put down across the Tamiami Trail this year, which has been just fantastic. You will notice that to the south, that Taylor Slough, that connectivity is starting to diminish. So we're in the point where now we need rainfall. We've done the operations that we can. Now we need the rain to replenish our source of water to be able to keep that going strong. And I don't have a bird number slide for you this week, but what I will show you is that green area in Water Conservation Area 3, where the L77, the two diagonal lines come, where that is green. That area is just going big gangbusters with bird use right now, and it's not an area that's used quite typically because normally it's wetter higher up in the system. So this is where birds are taking advantage of how the system is drying down and where it's drying down. One of the things that Mark Cook, our avian ecologist, did say is that because of the amount of prey that is in this area, all these birds are there, and some of the birds, especially the wood storks, are starting to try to initiate nesting again. They failed at the beginning of the season, but they're trying to initiate nesting now, and there's probably not enough time left in the breeding season for them to complete that. But he said, but for all of the smaller wading birds, the white ibis, the egrets, and the herons, the ones that have nested, this is like groceries abundant that will just help all of those nests that have been constructed, that those will fledge and be very successful. I'm looking at the fires in 2A and 2B. The map shows the sequence. The yellow is what started on 5.5. It was a Thursday, going through 5.6, 5.7, and 5.8. So they were out by Sunday. But in the top, and these numbers are changing as we're getting better intel. I just got an update before I came up that the northern fires burned about 17,000 acres, and the southern fires burned about 12,000 acres. And what prevents peat fires in conditions like this? We talk about peat fires as being very devastating because once peat burns, it's gone. So then you lose elevation in the marsh, and you use that really important soil that holds moisture. So just having some sort of surface water will prevent muck fires from occurring, and that's what we saw here from the deliveries from STA2. So because we didn't go into the peat, the group is looking at these fires as being ecologically beneficial, opening up part of the landscape that has been very, very dense cattail and sawgrass. And here is a video flying over these fires and what they look like. You can see the shine of the sun that lets you know that the area was still wet. And that's the reason why these fires didn't go down into the peat. Last night, Audubon hosted us, and this is some of the research that actually y'all approved today and consent, was how we're moving forward with evaluating and monitoring roseate spoonbills. And on the left-hand chart, you see in the 30s and 40s, spoonbills were almost completely devastated by the plume trade. Then we had a resurgence up into the 80s. Then we saw this kind of steady decline until about 2011 when the C111 spreader project came online and offered some relief. And then in the past, since like 2016, we've seen sea level rise coming into the mangrove zone of Florida Bay in a way that has displaced and moved around their prey. So they're not eating in the same places, and they're not nesting in the same places. And this irregular time, they used to always nest at the same time of the year. Now they nest depending on where's the prey and when is the prey available. So because of that, the type of monitoring that they did before, which was tromping out there and looking at the nest, ended up being expanded across the bay, because now they're not just nesting in the same places. And so they have started to use satellite tagging to identify where these birds are going, and then going and visiting those rookeries to see how successful they are. So that's a really neat backpack tag on that roseate spoonbill. The really cool thing about these tags is they have to be a very minute % of their body weight, so it's not going to alter their ability to get around. It's held by a elastic strap that goes around their wings that after a number of years it decays and it falls off. These tags aren't satellite tags anymore. Now they're cell tower tags, so they have a longer battery life. So you can get about 2 years of data off of one of these tags following this bird. And what they do, what this contract that y'all approved today is, they're doing this type of satellite tagging to see where they are. And then when they see where they are, they can go in and install those game cameras to monitor the nest and to get additional information on what is it that causes nest success and nest failure. So we're getting some really neat data off of this species, which is such a iconic species for Everglades, but also a really important species in telling us, are we getting the water right down here for their enhanced survival? Looking at salinity across the bay, you have those blue traces, which are the interquartile range, and the interquartile range is where 50% of the data falls out over that period of record. And we want to stay inside that. Drew showed this morning, and you'll see, he had the highlighted section on 2022, that even though John showed you we had less rainfall than in 2 years ago, that we've been able to put more water down south through COP operations. And we see that in the salinity that we have set up now, which is really good. Oops, I did it again. Hit it again. Hey, there we go. Sorry. Yeah, it's Britney Spears. So coming over here, I want to set this up first. This is a really cool project that we have a flow-through system. We take a boat and we kind of zigzag through the bay to get this interpolated map of salinity across the entire bay. So what we look at is we look at the scale on the bottom. The yellows that you would see are exactly freshwater, going up into hypersalinity once you hit 45 and above. So this setup that we see the coastal lakes are pretty fresh, and then we see this gradient of salinity going across the bay. This is a good setup, especially for where we are in the dry season. What I'm going to take you through next is going to be this animation where on the left pane is going to be the seagrass die-off year. And it's going to start at the beginning of the dry season, and it's going to take you through the dry season and then into the wet season. So it's a very dry year. Juxtaposed to that, on the right-hand side is going to be a wet year. So what we're going to see is both of them are going to start at the beginning of the dry season, almost looking like where we are today. And then you'll see that because in 2014-15, we didn't get the onset of rains until July, that's when the bay went hypersaline. So I just want to take you through this. It's a really cool animation. So here we are. You have your wet season. I mean, your beginning of the dry season, a very, very dry year, a very, very wet year. As we start to move forward, now we're into February, March, we're about the middle of the dry season. We get into the summer, and the rains haven't started in July of 2015, but the rains did start in June of 2012. And you see just the impact of having prolonged no water deliveries via operations or rainfall in the 2015 year, and that's where we hit hypersaline conditions. So you can start off at a good place like where we are today, and this is where we tend to say this is the rainfall driven portion of this system without our ability to operate with the EAA reservoir or whatever's coming down the pike. So even late into the summer, you still had some very high salinities in that one year. So this is where we are this year. This is the start of both of those other years. And this is where rain coming is a really good thing. I'm going to show some work now from Dr. Rehaj. She's at FIU. She's doing some really interesting work with game fish. And so you know how important game fish are to the Florida Keys, and tarpon is a very prized game fish down here. They're very important because they're a long-lived species, 80 years. They can get up to 250 pounds. And it's a $500 million a year fishery down here in Florida Bay. So what she is doing is putting trackers on these lakes and looking, or on these fish, the juveniles, and seeing where they need to go. So the juveniles, of course, they are going to recruit into the adult population. And for this species, they don't hit maturity until they're 7 years old. So they need to survive. And they want to have conditions that allow them to do that. And this is a really neat animation where she's going to show the significance of the coastal lakes. And so if the coastal lakes are, the juveniles like a fresher system than the adults do. And so we watch this one fish that she has tagged through time and where it moves and spends its time. And it was only in Florida Bay, for a portion of the time, but it really likes going back and forth in between these lakes, depending on what salinity conditions are like. So when we are getting the conditions that are appropriate, that keep those lakes fresher, that's a great thing for the juvenile population, especially since they like to overwinter in these areas. Then moving on to spotted sea trout, which is another popular game fish down here. Sea trout are, instead of living up and moving around between rivers and the lakes, they like to spend their entire life in seagrass. They prefer habitat that is more variable. You see the green check mark rather than the really dense monotypic seagrasses. So they're an ambush predator. They like, if you've ever fished for spotted sea trout, if you find the sand potholes, you cast through the pothole because the sea trout's waiting on the side for something to swim through, and it comes out and gets it. So that's where it likes that more variable type of habitat than just all dense habitat. So here's another look. This Rankin Basin over here is an area where the seagrass die-off occurred. And as the grow back is happening, we're finding that some of those variable places where you have some sparse seagrass, some lush seagrass, and some open areas is actually preferable by sea trout. And if you watch that black dot, you'll see how it moves around and it tries to avoid the red areas, which is non-variable, and it tries to stay more in the greens and the browns. So as this one pops around, you're kind of seeing what the preference is for fish relative to the habitat that is available. So that's some really neat research that's coming out of FIU. And with that, here's some bottlenose dolphin that are in Lossman's River. And I'll happily take any questions you might have.
No, that's really interesting. Thanks. very much. Comments? Mr. Olovich?
Mr. Glenn, just a couple of things with Water Conservation Area 2 where the fires were. And you said that it's beneficial fires. I mean, that's almost 30,000 acres, right? So why is it beneficial?
Okay. One of the things about any ecosystem in South Florida, a lot of them are fire-driven systems. They want to have a fire frequency come back about every 3 to 5 years. And that is to keep the area from growing into a dense monoculture, just one species, very, very dense. Area 2 probably looks the least like the historic Everglades in that just the hydrology that it is received, it is very dense. So this fire coming in and opening that area up and restarting succession and letting different plants come in and grow in a mosaic fashion rather than just a single dense monotypic stand is really good. So our scientists have spent time in Water Conservation Area 2 with what's called the CHIP project, where they would go and open up these large football field size areas to try to allow it to open up and to regrow in a more natural way that provides better habitat for that area.
So could the district take that 30,000 acres and make sure it doesn't go back the way it was before?
That's a great question. John had that same question for me and the scientist, and we say yes. And in CHIP, they found that when they opened it up with fire alone, that it would pretty much grow back with just cattail. But if we use fire and if we use management practices, herbicides, different things like that, that we can actually keep it open in a better way. So we are looking at putting together a plan on how we might best keep these open areas as appropriate as they can be with allowing them to grow back through our management.
That would be great. And then with the Florida Bay, which I think was slide 25, I feel like sometimes there's contradicting information or that like we're talking about, or you as scientists are talking about it being a rain-driven system and all that, and we've talked about this for a long time, but we're trying to send more water south. And like when I asked Mr. Mitnick about the chart and kind of showing how much water is coming from Lake Okeechobee, he kind of headed me off, which was okay, and was showing me how he would be looking at a different chart that was showing how you could still be getting enough water south without going to the north or whatever. So, I don't, that's not why I'm here. I think I'm here to try to kind of connect the two systems. And can you just tell me, is that realistic, or are we really talking about two different systems, like north of the lake or whatever, and then south of the lake? And what have we done in our 3 years to really put more water in Florida Bay, or haven't we?
You have. The work that's been done on Tamiami Trail and the implementation of COP and changing how we are delivering water that is available from the lake down. I mean, all water is going to go into the lake. So, but how we deliver water through the STAs, then into the water conservation areas, what you're doing in order to, all the work that's been done to keep seepage coming back in, not leaving Everglades National Park, but coming back into Everglades National Park to have that water available. So as I talk to our scientists, and we have had that conversation, is it, when I first took the podium, I was always, it's a rain-driven system, and it's not. It is a system that under the current, or at the time, our ability to impact it with operations was not where we are now. We have definitely taken a big step to where our operations this year in a dry year delivered far more water than it did 2 years ago in a similar dry year. So those operations have been fantastic. But there's going to get a point right now without EA reservoir, without all the other storage that we have, that you're going to get to a point of the year where operations can no longer take you forward because you have to get the rainfall back to replenish the source of water that you're going to have to deliver. So yes, we have made great strides since y'all started. Absolutely. Operations this last year were fantastic in keeping water flowing south as long as it possibly could. We're starting to get to that point now where we can't do it. We need rainfall.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love hearing that it's just not all rainfall driven, that we have some flexibility, because I think I asked that question for 2 years straight. I'm still looking for that phantom study, which is still in development, right? In terms of
It's not in development. It is being implemented, but it got phased in time. So where we were when you
are we
started,
talking about the same thing? We have a study that's tracking water flow through.
we're looking
the park
at
to the bay.
groundwater influence on the bay. As
Okay.
the gem said, yes.
And that is at what stage?
It has kicked off, and
Okay.
it's where we are looking at current data that we have already available to get a good idea of what's going on there. And then from there, they will try to see, do we need to install other groundwater wells? Do we have the answer now or do we not have the answer now is where we are right now.
Okay.
And trying to figure out where we go forward.
But bottom line is we have shown that operations can positively affect bay conditions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's terrific. Obviously, I think a big part of land management by the Native Americans was burning. What if these, and I've been in water conservation area too and seen those areas, which are small but useful areas that we've cleared as really a study to
Correct.
see what happens. But to the extent that this is the most effective, that natural fire is an effective way of clearing land, how much do we have any flexibility to use prescribed fire to clear larger portions? Is that us or is that another agency?
No,
that might-
we do prescribed fire within the district. We also work with FWC to conduct controlled burns. So it's really between the two of our agencies that we do the most type of land management with fire.
It doesn't seem like I remember a couple times when we've done it, but we're not too active on it.
We do a lot of fire prescription in the Kissimmee Basin and in the Lake Okeechobee Marsh. We haven't done as much in the Everglades.
So in WCA2, it might be something that we could look into more now that we have this sort of recent burn as something to watch to see whether it's helps us.
Sure. And if I can back up to, did I pass it? I did, sorry. Okay, see all of those blue dots? That's the hydrologic network that we have out, that we have been looking at for the past year or so, trying to better understand the hydrology of Water Conservation Area 2A, and an attempt to put together a management plan that would allow exactly what you're saying. So we haven't completed that study yet. Fire would be a component that could be part of that study. So this, and unfortunately, where you see the blue dots and you see fire, we've lost those. But this is something that we are doing in order to get a better understanding of Water Conservation Area 2. Does it have the appropriate water management control plan currently? And is there a change that we can make in that? And then once you make that change in hydrology, are there projects that can accompany that hydrologic change to wrap in the pace of response? So certainly fire could be one of those.
I have, when the hydrology of the soil is moist and you have surface water and these fires are beneficial, do you let them continue to burn? Do you try to put them out?
They let them continue to burn in this instance, yes.
Because it was positive.
Correct. had this same fire occurred in the top of 3A North, I'm sure there would have been a lot of consternation and people wanting to try to figure out a way.
Yeah.
Is there any way we can affect those burns and stop them?
Yeah, because you could have your peat soil
Correct.
burn as well. No, fire is great. It's a very positive to the environment if it's not too dry.
Yes.
Thanks. Any other questions for Mr. Glenn? Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move to the discussion agenda now. And you've got alternative water supply funding program. Ms. Adams.
Well, while we're waiting on Rosie to get my presentation up, Mark Elsner could not be here today, but on his behalf, we would like to say congratulations, Ms. Throy Lippage, on being the recipient of the Purple Jacket.
Thank you. I'm so excited. I'm going to wear it every day.
We're very happy for you. So good afternoon. My name is Stacy Adams. I'm lead project manager with the Water Supply Bureau. Today, I'm going to be giving you an update on the FY23 DEP Alternative Water Supply Program. I have two board resolutions for the board to consider approval. So, as you may recall from my presentation in November, AWS includes brackish, reclaimed, and capturing excess surface water for later use in reservoirs or ASR. Why is alternative water supply important? We use 3 billion gallons a day in Central and South Florida for over 9 million residents and millions of visitors. Water demands are increasing every day. As part of our water supply plans, we have stated that traditional groundwater is not sufficient to meet our water needs. So the development of alternative water supply and water conservation projects is vital. So Governor DeSantis signed an executive order where he requested recurring annual alternative water supply funds. The governor and the legislature have continued to recognize the importance of these projects in protecting Florida's natural resources, and they've allocated $40 million during the past 3 legislative sessions. As part of FY23, there's tentatively $50 million for alternative water supply statewide. So we'll be asking the governing board to consider approval of the project list later in the presentation. But as an update, the district has received since 2020, we've received over $26 million for 63 water supply and water conservation projects. So as part of the DEP AWS guidance document, they have asked the districts to provide a prioritized list of projects for funding consideration. And they've asked us to include some of the following: that the project should be regional, if it supports an MFL water body, if it has all other uses such as water quality and water supply benefits. It should be shovel ready and have undergone a cost benefit analysis. So in addition to the DEP considerations, the district has AWS considerations that it should support the objectives and goals of a regional water supply plan, reducing dependence on traditional sources, supporting ocean outfall legislation, and be contributing to AWS development in those resource limited areas. For water conservation, we look at the water source that's being conserved, the cost for those projects, and the water source. So historically, the governing board priorities have considered that applicants must be within the district boundaries or have projects that benefits our district. It has to be an AWS or water conservation project. It must be construction or implementation only, meaning we do not fund operations and maintenance, permitting, engineering, or pilot projects. It should support the mission of the district and or a regional water supply plan. The district does prioritize our projects based on resource considerations such as a restricted allocation area. So as we discussed during the November presentation, the governing board approved the program to consider as an eligibility requirement that all local governments have a year-round irrigation ordinance that comports with the district's year-round irrigation ordinance. All the applicants that we received this year did comport with our irrigation ordinance. And as a reminder, it didn't apply to private entities, only local governments. So we released our application last December, and it closed on March 1st. In January, we hosted 2 Zoom informational webinars. We received 27 applications. The figure on the screen shows the approximate location of those projects. So those projects that we're presenting today totaled over $323 million in total construction and implementation cost. They're going to create 13.5 million gallons per day of new capacity and over 16 million gallons per day of brackish or reclaimed water capacity. So for transparency, we're including the project list in the presentation. We're not going to go over all of these. Each one of you are briefed on the list, and it's in your package. But I'll be happy to answer any questions.
If there's any public comment, now's a good time on this one.
There is not, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thanks.
All right, so for our first resolution, staff is seeking authorization to enter into agreements. Staff is seeking the approval of the project list in Exhibit A and then ultimate submittal to DEP. So, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve resolution 2022-511.
Second.
Thanks. I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion by the board on these? Okay, hearing none. We're going to go ahead and take that vote. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Ms. Orlovich?
Yes.
Ms. Needs?
Yes.
Mr. Steinley?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Thanks. That passes unanimously, and we can go to resolution B.
Okay. Staff is seeking authorization to enter into agreements with cooperating entities that receive state appropriations.
Make a motion
Second.
to approve the resolution.
Thanks. I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion by the board? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Mr. Orlovich?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Mr. Steinley?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Thanks.
Thank you.
Number 26, a letter of support for the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project in Northern Everglades Watersheds. I'm not going to keep reading the whole thing because 25 or 26. Get a different one. Anyway, Ms. Reynolds.
Good afternoon. So Rich Virgil always tells me that at about 2 o'clock is the food coma moment. So I have like 5 minutes before everybody goes comatose to try and get everybody excited again about what we're doing. And so I'm going to try and do this with this agenda item because the next agenda item is a lengthy one. But this one is a non-voting item. The reason that we're bringing this to the board today is to remind you where we are in this process and to celebrate a little bit about another milestone with another SERP project. And so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project. And the reason that we're bringing this to you today is because we have a project implementation report in its final stages that the Corps will be bringing to the Chief of Engineers for signature. As part of that process, we provide a financial certification letter and a letter of support to put in that final package. And that's where we are in the process of this exciting project. And so just to remind you a little bit about this project. This project improves water levels in Lake Okeechobee. It helps with system-wide operational flexibility. It improves the quantity and timing of undesirable discharges to the estuaries. It restores degraded habitat. And it increases the spatial extent and functionality of wetlands. So this is an important CERT project that has a lot of components to it. And so how do we do that with this project? This project includes 55 aquifer storage and recovery wells and the restoration of nearly 6,000 acres of wetland. So where are we in the process? In this microscopic writing that nobody can read, but you can see that we are here in the red letters. What that means is we are at the final project implementation report and environmental impact statement stage. The blue bubble at the top where it says May 2022, that's where we are. We're asking for any input that you have as we provide the letter of support to the Corps. And so that's where we are today. You'll see that there is a 30-day public and agency review, but in that purple box in the upper right, where it says approval by DEP, DEP has actually already provided the 1501 letter in draft. And so as long as there aren't any major changes to the final implementation report that the Corps has under final review, that step is actually already complete. And so you'll see the July 2022 Chief of Engineers report. That's the final signature for the Corps. And then on the bottom there, that's where it goes to Congress for their consideration in the Water Resources Development Act this fall. And that's where we get final authorization to move forward with a project that is fully authorized and then can be implemented as a CERT project by the Corps and the district as part of our partnership. But we're not waiting for the Corps. Because as you know, the legislature and the governor worked together to help us move forward on this project ahead of the Corps' authorization. And so we've been working hard to implement in an incremental phased approach these aquifer storage and recovery wells, as well as discussions with landowners about the wetland features and the land acquisition required in order to implement that portion of the project. And so we've received state appropriations to move forward, and we have moved forward with the aquifer storage and recovery wells in accordance with the science plan that we developed in conjunction with a team of experts and with the Corps. So I'm going to tell you a little bit more about our progress on those items. So ASR clusters had some concerns, right? People had some concerns about this. This is a technology, although it has been used across Florida and across the US for many decades. This application and the volume of water that we're considering with this application is a little bit different. So it's been used by utilities for water supply. And in this application, we're using it in conjunction with hydrologic restoration. And so there were some questions that we needed to answer. And so that's why we developed the science plan. And so the ASR program is being implemented in this stepwise scientific approach, incorporating the National Research Council's recommendations based on the review of the ASR pilot program, as well as the ASR regional study conducted prior to the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project. And so this graphic, again, with the itty bitty tiny writing that you can't read, is the graphic that we have been using to describe the phases of the ASR well implementation. And so the blue boxes are kind of the steps And in the light colored boxes with the microscopic writing are the questions that the science plan is helping us to answer and consider as we move into subsequent phases and through the process. So the first step in building out these clusters is the continuous core. These tasks were initiated in 2021 and will be complete with them in 2023. So what is a continuous core? It's a 6-inch hole in the ground, drilled down to about 2,000 feet. We pull out that material from the ground and take a look at it. At the same time, water samples are collected while that coring is going on. You can see in the pictures on the top right, the cores are put into boxes and then analyzed by scientists for a variety of information. They're recovered in 10-foot sections, then cut into smaller sections. And some of that characterization of that core material is done by Florida Gulf Coast University. They're under contract to do analysis. And so you might remember I showed you a photograph a few months back of the pizza boxes stacked in the warehouse at Florida Gulf Coast University, where they were receiving our samples and conducting their analysis. And so they're taking a look at a variety of geologic as well as geochemical data. And you can see on the bottom right, that's a graph of the water quality information that we're receiving during the coring process as well. So it's no joke. There's a lot of science going on with this. It's a very deliberate process that we have partners with us looking at this information. USGS is also one of our partners as we do this analysis, and they are providing critical data for this process as well. After continuous coring, we drilled test or exploratory wells. Here are photos of the wells that are ongoing at the C38 North and C38 South sites. So these are ones along the Kissimmee River. At both of these cluster sites, we're currently drilling in both the Upper Floridan and the Avon Park zone. So that's both of the zones where we're putting aquifer storage and recovery wells and anticipate being able to operate in both of those zones. These wells are anticipated to be completed in July, and then we will do the aquifer pumping test in August in order to determine the capacity for the aquifer that will help us understand the spacing between the wells. And so you'll recall that the clusters aren't just 2 wells. We're looking at up to 10 wells, maybe even 12 wells in some of the sites, but maybe only 6 at others. And then we'll have to make decisions about the most cost-effective way to site the wells at the different locations in accordance with the treatment that I'll talk about in just a minute, and make sure that we're developing something that is cost-effective and functional for us to operate into the future. So the treatment technology. Prior to injection into the aquifer, we have to treat the water to drinking water standards. And so we took a look at a variety of different treatment trains in order to understand what's needed, what are different options that are available to us, and then do analysis on the most cost-effective way to be effective in meeting those requirements. For this project, we have a series of consultants that are helping us with this as we work through the analysis. We had 5 different vendors come out, and some of you participated in our open house that took a look at these proof of concept as we looked at the treatment trains available. And That was conducted last fall, October through December. And then we obtained that data, did the analysis, and the final report for that will be available later this month. And at that time, we'll work with the Corps to take a look at that final report. And that is one of our decision points for the science plan before we move forward into procuring an actual treatment technology, is to look at that information and then choose the best treatment that will be available for this project moving forward. In November, and in conjunction with this program and with the funding that we've received from the legislature, we provided a report to the legislature and included this schedule in that report back in November. It outlines our anticipated schedule for delivering the clusters, assuming that we can continue to move forward in accordance with the science plan. So our schedule assumes that there are no showstoppers as we move through the science plan, but it does not mean that we don't have those decision points where we can take an off-ramp or we can change direction and modify the program as we move forward through those very deliberate steps to make sure that we're answering the questions and the uncertainties that we identified in our science plan. And you can see on the right-hand side of this slide some of the near-term next steps. And so there's a lot of moving pieces. You saw on the map that we had work ongoing at a lot of those different 10 red circles. The continuous coring, is complete at all those places where you had the yellow stars. We have drilling ongoing in some places for the test wells, coring ongoing at other places, and we're making sure that we are moving forward with the steps that we can without committing too many resources too early, but still keeping this program moving forward so that we're not waiting in one location to know all the answers before we move to another location. And so we're being very deliberate about the application of those resources to best posture us to be able to deliver this project in the most expeditious fashion while still answering the uncertainties. Do I not have a final slide, or is there comment first? Okay. And so we'll take public comment, I think, on this item, but then we'll also go to board input. And again, it's not a voting item, but we're just prepared to move forward with sending the letter of support to accompany the project implementation report for the Corps. And I'll turn it back over to you, Chair.
Great, thanks, Ms. Reynolds. Is there any public comment?
Chairman Nyla Pipes.
Good afternoon, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation, coming before you in support of the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project. I want to make sure that I remind everybody we are following the science, and I'm so glad that the science is being implemented in a slow and steady way with a lot of eyes on it as we go, because I think that that is the key to making sure that this project moves forward and keeps all of Everglades restoration moving forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Next, we have Ernie Barnett.
Mr. Chairman, member of the board, Ernie Barnett with the Florida Land Council. We've long been supportive of the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Plan, and we compliment the agencies, the Water Management District and the Corps, for their good work in bringing this project implementation report forward. And I'm very hopeful that it'll be done in time for a chief's report. And just, it always is good to pause and reflect on progress that's being made. And one of the things that's often overshadowed is the interdependency of all the projects. And as we, I'm also here as a resident of the South Fork of the St. Lucie, so I share Jackie's strong hope of someday eliminating the harmful discharges to the estuary. one of the things that maybe wasn't highlighted as well, just because there's so much to cover, is that this gives you an additional 21% reduction on the volume of harmful discharges to the estuary. That may not sound like much, but that is the 21% in addition to the 50% reduction that we get with the Central Everglades plan and the C43 and C44. So we have to finish all of the authorized projects. So fully support all of the projects, including the projects, SEP in particular, including the EA reservoir. But when you add this to that, you go from about a 50% reduction to over 70% in the volume of discharges, and the frequency of discharges will be reduced even greater than that. So one last little thing that is a bit of minutia, but it's really important as a reformed bureaucrat who worked in this arena for 3 decades, is that the relationship that you have with the Corps requires you to match projects 50-50. The good news is it's programmatic. So as you move forward your priority of the EA reservoir, believe it or not, this isn't an either or, this is we have to do both. And this project actually gives you the mechanism to stay ahead under the anti-deficiency law of the cost share crediting that you need to build the EA reservoir to the south. So for every dollar the Corps spends, you're going to have to spend $1 plus 1 cent to stay ahead of them. And once this gets authorized and a project partnership agreement is signed, the $150 million that has been put on the ledger because of your good work and your staff's good work, you've done a pre-partnership credit agreement. Those credits will go to your side of the ledger that could then be applied to the Corps building the EA reservoir. The even better news is there's a $350 million appropriation in addition to the funding that you got for Everglades for the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Plan in this year's General Appropriations Act. So you have a bank of about $500 million in credits that will accrue to the state side of the ledger that the Corps could then spend to build the reservoir on their side. So not only do I urge the district's letter of support, but whatever you can do to move forward, getting this done in time to be included into WRDA 2022 would be of most importance, not just to this project, but to other SERP projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Mr. Chairman, I do not have any additional cards.
All right, thanks, Rosine. Thank you both for your comments. Let's go to board discussion on this.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Butler?
I had a question to begin with. On the timeline deal, I didn't catch it in my briefing. You had the timeline, the steps of the Lake Okeechobee, the project plan. Yellow boxes, you had congressional authorization and then congressional appropriation before a partnership agreement is signed. There's really no congressional appropriation tied to this, right? Or is there? Or is that done at the same time?
So the only appropriations that the Corps would need would be some small money in order to be able to evaluate and just partner with us as we go through the construction phases of this project. And so that is usually done programmatically through reallocations, and they only have to have authority to spend money on the project, which usually comes with a recognition of the authorization.
Okay. Okay. So it's kind of.
But it's mostly being funded as that was one of the talking points that I was going to let you know about when we got to this phase. And luckily, Mr. Barnett covered it for me, so I don't have to do it again. And that's why the project partnership agreement is so important to us. Once Congress, assuming that they pick it up in the Water Resources Development Act and authorize it this fall in 2022, we're looking to sign a project partnership agreement with the Corps in 2023.
Carl Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question for clarification. As I look at our priorities, it looks like from the chart that L63 North is first up, followed by C38 North and C38 South as we come down the planning chart. There seems to be 2 circles up there with L63 North. Is the Taylor Creek cluster a part of the L63 North?
The Taylor Creek cluster is considered as a separate cluster, But one of the things that we're looking at in this project is whether those two clusters are more effective if they're combined. And we use one treatment facility to be able to handle a larger amount of co-located wells. So that's one of the things that we are working on. And also those three sites that you just mentioned, 38 South, 38 North, and 63 North, we are working them sort of simultaneously because the drill rigs, what will happen is you'll drill a well pair, then you have to go through the pump testing and then design of the next set of wells in terms of how much spacing there is. Then those drill rigs will sort of leapfrog between those three sites. That's the concept. So as to be most efficient with the construction endeavors, right? So the drill rigs don't sit idle while you're doing the pump testing and the design work. Instead, they're drilling well pairs at other sites. So that's kind of the concept, is those three sites would work somewhat together.
Okay, I think that explains it. We're working from the north. Thank you.
Mr. Stanley?
Jennifer, can you go back to the slide where it had the study and the O&M and the other actions items?
The chart?
The chart, yeah.
This one?
Yeah. Okay, so the science plan ranges anywhere from 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 years to, there's 2 years to 7 years. I see a range of science plans, right, in terms of length?
Yeah, so the science plan, there are items on the science plan that are important at every stage. And so really the science plan arguably should just be in all the boxes. We were trying to demonstrate that there are science plan uncertainties that need to be answered at every phase of the project. And so wherever there's a phase, there are science plan items that may need to be considered. They may be answered at a different location and then don't need to be repeated at all locations.
So I guess what I'm concerned about, and tell me if I'm thinking about this the right way, when all the science plans are done, we will have deployed from a cost perspective on the project, all but call it 15 million of about 500 million. So if I'm thinking, I think I'm not thinking about this the right way. The science plan is what? Is it a validation of ASR that we've been working on? Or is it a science plan specific to these sites and optimizing the sites? Because if it's the former, then my concern is we've deployed our entire budget before we fully validated the process or the project.
We developed the science plan to have check-ins at each of the areas where there are uncertainties. And there are uncertainties associated with the various phases or stages of construction. So there are some uncertainties about are these the right locations for ASR? So we have to do some science to make sure that the aquifer at these locations can accept water. Those uncertainties we'll be able to answer in this first step of the coring and then the test wells. There's a later uncertainty that has to do with, do we liberate arsenic out of the aquifer using this process? We're not going to be able to answer that question until we actually construct ASR wells and operate them. And so we need to answer that question later on in the process, but that's still part of the science plan. And so we won't be able to answer all of the science plan questions, or we are electing not to try and answer all of the science plan questions before starting to build one well because we physically can't do that. So we have to go through some of the steps and invest some of the capital in order to answer some of the harder questions later on in the process. However, we don't intend to build out 10 clusters before we answer that question.
Okay. That makes sense. And I guess the total dollar amount, which is close to 500 million, that is, and we have not factored in any, whether the right, right description would be a change order, because I would assume that the science studies, elements of us, it will add to what the cost of what was expected, improvements or changes, or maybe even site adjustments, right?
Potentially, it could add to it. Arguably, it could help us find some efficiencies.
Okay.
But construction never costs less money, so don't get too hopeful that we'll save a bunch of money somewhere down the road. But yes, that's arguably it could increase costs, but also it could help us just find efficiencies with that funding. For example, the Taylor Creek site, rather than doing two sites nearby each other, is there a way to pull that all into one cluster site and make that work?
Okay. No, I mean, and don't get me wrong, I'm supportive of this. I just want it to be realistic in terms of the expenditures. And I think there's it sounds like there's a lot of unknowns for each of these projects and sites, which could eventually increase, likely not decrease, but increase the cost of the project.
I think the greatest, along those lines, the biggest uncertainty that we're working through right now is the treatment technology. What treatment technology is going to work best? How much does it cost? And then how do we build it in a way that allows us to not spend more money than we're going to need, but also give us capacity to right size it, whether you have 4 wells or 10 wells. And so figuring that out is an important stage in the cost effectiveness of the project. And we're moving into that phase soon.
Jackie's next up. Ms. Olepich, Vice Chair.
Ms. Reynolds, would you go back to page 2, please? I may have missed something here. But so this image, this is the most up-to-date image, the Paradise Run, the wetlands. This is all right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you have a question.
I must be thinking of something else. I thought there were some issues.
So you might remember that this project originally had a shallow reservoir or a wetland attenuation feature that was part of the recommended plan. That's why we're back. We actually brought this to you a little over a year ago, where we supported a project that had a wetland attenuation feature. That feature has since been removed. And the extent of the wetland restoration in this alternative is a little bit larger than the original recommended plan, because that wetland attenuation feature was located between the Brighton Reservation and the Paradise Run wetlands. And so the original wetland footprint, I wrote it down because I knew I wouldn't remember off the top of my head. The original wetland plan had 4,800 acres of wetlands. And so this new plan has almost 6,000, 5,900. And that's because that bottom portion of the Paradise Run wetland, the green polygon there, part of that was the wetland attenuation feature in the original plan.
Okay, and just to make sure I'm not thinking of a different water body, So those, I know everything's been altered and changed, but tell me about Paradise Run. I mean, so yeah, what was it, part of the river or?
It was, and portions of the Paradise Run wetland restoration will improve parts of the original river. Parts of the original
Right.
Kissimmee River are going to be restored in this Paradise Run wetland aspect, as well as part of the wetland inundation from the river.
Okay, so is this one in the area of Old River Cattle Company? The leased land? I'm just curious if I've been there. I think it's,
I believe it is.
it's not? Okay. So what is next to it? Just
What is next to
like,
the Paradise Run?
yeah. Likes is up there?
There's a series of different landowners. Stephen, I might need your help because I know you've been working so far with the landowners in this area.
Mainly you find the Pierce family in that area.
There are, I think, three members of that
Mr.
family.
Brother's correct. It's essentially the Pierce family that owns.
We
Okay.
can't hear you, Stephen.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's important to me to not just be looking at a cartoon, but to be looking at something that's real. And so that this area should work out this time, and we don't expect there to be any more considerations or difficulties.
I'm not sure that we would say there's not going to be any difficulties, but we have started discussions with the landowners in this area, and they are talking with us, and we're working through their individual needs and requirements as we negotiate through that process.
That's great.
But
Well-
there's definitely a lot of discussions that still need to happen.
Well, I hope it works because, the ASR wells, it's been a long journey, and you might remember that started out kind of contentiously. I feel like we've all worked through that. We're supporting that. The legislature has made sure we're supporting that. Mr. Simpson is making sure we're supporting that. We're supporting that, but it must function in unison with some wetlands. That was the original idea, and I'm just so happy to see it look this good again. I thought it kind of went away, but I'll check my notes, and that's wonderful. And I hope we can do everything we can to work with those landowners to make sure that they feel okay about it, because I think together the whole project will be much more successful. Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Reynolds, for this presentation. I remember initially talking about ASR wells and there being some sort of pushback generally on sort of unknowns out there. And then having meetings and asking for meetings inside the district with the staff to get comfortable on the science. And it seems the science is, as far as I'm concerned, settled on the ASR wells in a good way. I don't have fear. I think there's a danger of creating fear when it's not really based in science, in fact. And to me, you can get paralyzed by fear of the unknown out there unless you get comfortable with these things. To me, I'm at least for my part, I'm very comfortable with them. I mean, we have the capability of doing big time reservoir storage to the east in C44 and big time reservoir storage to the west in C43 and with EA reservoir to the south. We just have the capability of doing that. North of the lake, my understanding is we just do not have really the capability of doing that. And this is the next best alternative. We need storage. I mean, we don't have a rain problem. We have a capture problem. We need to grab it when we get it, so we can use it for everybody. And this is just one of those opportunities to do that. I think Mr. Steinley raises a good point that I just wanted to maybe piggyback on in getting some clarification. We do these site assessments to ensure that we can do the well in a particular location and that the aqueduct will accept the water that we're putting down there. And that's step one. And I think that's great because you either know, yes, you can, or no, you can't, and then you find another location or whatever it may be. After you say yes, or somebody, whatever the data tells us, okay, you can do this in this location. The water will go in, it'll be accepted by the aqueduct, all good. And then we dig the well. Now you mentioned some other things that I think maybe I wasn't that in tune with, but this whole idea, okay, you put the water down there and then all of a sudden you've got this sort of release of arsenic or something into the, once we build the well, all those little science plan points that you're analyzing on the way forward, we have confidence that we'll be able to sort of pivot. For instance, okay, we had an arsenic problem. Do you have to then scrap the well, or can you pivot to do something to add on to the project that will mitigate that issue? For instance, do we build the well and then go, oh my God, we got arsenic? Sorry, that well's there, and now we're picking up our camp and moving on to another area. How does that work?
Yeah, that's a great question. So no, we don't think we have to abandon the project wholesale. What that might mean is that there's some post-recovery treatment that would be necessary in order to deal with arsenic or any other geochemical reaction that would need then a different treatment technology to make that water acceptable to return to the natural environment. Because, for example, if you were taking that water and putting it into a drinking water plant, it would take care of that. And so that's why ASR, in conjunction with drinking water plants, that's not an issue. It's when we want to take the water and put it back into the natural environment. We have lots of creatures and critters out there that need water to be not completely sanitized. It needs to be what our scientists refer to as marsh ready. And so is there something else that we'll have to do to that water before we return it to the natural environment so that it's marsh ready?
I just, and I don't ever mean to put any more work on anybody's plate, because I know you guys are running, full speed all the time. I get concerned about these. I think we have to be playing chess and not checkers. And I think we have to be anticipating moves and not reacting to the last move. And so to me, and you may be doing this already, but it makes me feel better to say it out loud. We have to be constantly thinking as we move forward on these ASR wells of what can come up out of the next science milestone. What could possibly come out of that? And then depending on what comes out of that, because it could be good, it could be, in the middle, it could be bad, or we don't really know. I think we have to be contemplating what is our next move based on that result. And do we have everything in place that we can, efficiently, I don't mean wastefully, but efficiently, we have everything in place to respond to whatever comes out of that next science plan data point, so that we're not, okay, this result came out. Okay, now we got to start doing all these things. Boy, I wish we would have done all these things in advance, because if this data point came out, we could have been ready to act on that. And so I think we just have to be, because it sounds to me like you're not just in a posture where it's linear and you're going from A to B and you're just going to start building. You are building and adapting on the fly based on what's coming out of some of those data points. And we may be able to go A to B, no issues in some of the areas, but I suspect like everything else in life, we're going to get a few curveballs. And I think we just need to be prepared as to how to react to that efficiently, so we're on top of that in advance.
Completely agree.
Okay.
I will let you know that the team is definitely thinking that way. I think we're already playing chess. We're a little bit worried that the game is actually mahjong.
Great.
And I say that a little tongue in cheek, but the team is exactly where you are. They know that we have to be prepared. And so we're doing some things, and I'll use a really simplistic example. Some of the sites, we realized, if there's a problem, we don't have a lot of land to work with. And so we've started thinking on some of these sites, do we need more land, or do we need to adjust the alignment to give ourselves some land so that if we need some post-treatment, that we put the wells in the right place to allow for a post-treatment footprint that will allow us to take care of any curveballs that are headed our way.
And that's what we heard today with the sewer treatment situation, right? It's next to the aqueduct in case they were appropriately situated strategically ahead of the game. Now, maybe that was coincidental, but it sounds genius now, right? I mean, maybe it wasn't. Either way, I do think you need to think about those things. That's some more. No, I only have one more comment, but in terms of once that water is stored in these ASR wells, right? Or we've got these clusters around. Have we decided? I mean, I don't want to open a can of worms, but who are the benefactors of that water? Is that to be held? I mean, it's not going in the lake, right? We have a bunch of interest north of the. It's not going in the lake right away. It's falling and it's being captured. Where does it go from there?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When we recover the water out of the ASR wells once they're built, who gets it?
It's returned to the place from which it was drawn.
Okay.
And so whichever canal that ASR well cluster is adjacent to, so it'll draw from, say, the C-38 or the Kissimmee River, and it will return to the Kissimmee River. If it's on Taylor Creek, it draws from Taylor Creek, returns to Taylor Creek.
Okay. How about existing legal users that are in the northern basin area?
Correct. So that's
will
to lessen that impact, right?
Okay.
It will return it to the same location, just with better timing, creating more operational flexibility across the system.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I've got one question, and maybe Scott could be thinking along the line, and you said something which I hadn't really considered. We have to treat this, right, to drinking water standards when we're taking it out of the river to put it down into the aquifer.
Correct.
I had not thought that we would then have to treat it again, pulling it back out. Are we definitely going to have to do that, or is that only if there's an issue?
We are not definitely going to have to do it. It will depend on the parameters of the water that is recovered.
And can that be treated in the same plant, or does that take another plant?
We don't know yet.
That is a consideration, is depending on the treatment technology, we could just run it right back through the same plant.
Correct.
Right.
So the cost on this thing, I mean, people sort of say, oh, ASR is really cheap compared to everything else.
Not so much.
I don't think so. Okay. And thank you. Is the Corps splitting this one 50-50 with us?
This is a programmatic, so once it's authorized, it will be eligible for the 50-50 cost share of the entire CERT program. So,
Okay, and
but
the ongoing.
how Mr. Barnett explained it is, right now the state's funding.
No, I get that, but I'm saying once
Yeah.
this thing's built, it's up and running. Is the Corps going to help us out if all of a sudden that we've got an arsenic problem and we have to maintain it?
Yeah, so the O&M is cost shareable. There's some specifics that we're working through in terms of language and how that's described. That has to do with water quality of the water body from which the water is drawn. So as long as the water meets water quality standards, then the Corps will cost share all of the operations and maintenance. If that water doesn't meet state water quality standards, then they won't cost share on the portion to meet state water quality standards but they will cost share on everything after that.
I'm sort of confused. So they will not
Sort
cost
of.
share to get us back to state water quality standards?
They will cost share on everything, anything that happens inside the aquifer. So once it's pumped down, if something happens inside the aquifer
Okay.
as a result of this project, they will cost share on any treatment needed upon recovery.
Okay, will they cost share to put it down in the ground? You said no.
Can I answer?
Yes, please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry. Sorry.
So, yes, they will. So it gets complicated because you're talking about surface water standards versus drinking water standards, and it's a different set of standards.
Okay.
And the biggest bugaboo drinking water standard, which drives it, is bacteria. You do not have to, in this state, achieve bacteria standards of 0 in all your surface water bodies. That would be terrible for the surface water body because it's the base of the food chain. But to drink it out of the tap, it needs to have 0 bacteria, right? Just for protection of public health. So the delta of getting a bacteria from whatever is healthy in the natural system to 0 is a specific treatment technology. And that will have to be bolted onto it before it goes down.
Okay.
All the other, like phosphorus is not a drinking water standard, right? So that's not a pollutant that you're concerned about sending down an ASR well, right? So it gets quite complicated, and I'm sure it's going to take a lot of conversations between me and Colonel Booth. But I feel pretty good that at the end of the day, there's going to be a technology that we have to choose because of bacteria, and that is just going to drive the conversation.
Okay.
I have a quick question.
Yep, sure. And then,
I just want to ask some arsenic questions. So for the public, I'm sure you all know that arsenic used to be a common pesticide worldwide. And just like other things we didn't know, we didn't know. And the only reason I'm familiar is because my family farmed and my uncle got arsenic poisoning from farming without gloves or exposure or whatever. So when you say the question about releasing, we have to find out if it's releasing arsenic. Have we tested, are we testing from different sources now about this potential of arsenic? What do we know about that? What part of the science plan? Why did you say that about the releasing arsenic? Because I don't think it releases anything as it goes down. I think
Right.
it is from residual. Okay.
So arsenic is an element on the periodic table, right? So and the depth at which these ASRs are interacting, it's a natural component of the aquifer and the geology down there, right? And so I just know this because I used to run this program. And so all the ASR wells in Florida have a risk of when the water goes down, it interacts in the chemical reaction with the geology, liberates some arsenic, and it comes back up. And there are ways you can adjust your pH and adjust your chemistry of the water you put down to not have it liberate that arsenic. That's always step one. And then another step in that process is when you push it down and pull it up, push it down. If it has arsenic coming up, you treat it so it's safe. But over time, it stops liberating, right? And so it's something that in the 100 or so ASR wells in the state, they've had to deal with it because of the geology of this state over that time. And so we do have the peer review panel that's had to deal with this over and over again that is really going to be able to help us adapt to potential liberation of arsenic out of that geology.
That's really helpful. Thank you, Drew.
Yep, you bet.
Mr. Bergeron?
So through all this exploring, we're going to be able to come to a decision that we can put clean water in the ground and be able to store it and have it as a resource for agriculture, water supply, and the environment. And it's going to come to a point where we look at the economics of, underground storage versus above ground storage, and what's the cost? And obviously, if we can put clean water in and be safe and be able to reuse it, there's less waste of this water going out our rivers and destroying the environment, and it becomes a water supply. But I think we're going to come to a point where we have to see what the economics are. We know we have to clean it to go in, and do we have to clean it to come out? And what volume we're putting in, how much volume do we get back out? And I've heard certain percentages, 70% of what we put in, we should be able to achieve to reuse. So at some point in time, obviously taking land out of production above ground, if we can minimize that and be more cost effective underground safely, when will we get to a point with all the exploring here that we can make an intelligent decision?
On the cost effective of ASR versus above ground storage.
Right.
That is one of the uncertainties. That is part of our science plan, is the cost effectiveness more ASR clusters. Should we complete more ASR clusters and explore this as one of our many opportunities to restore the Everglades, is going to be a question that we won't fully be able to answer until we build out one whole cluster and start to operate it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Just before we get away, I want to say that science plan, these ASR wells have got to, they got to stand on their own when it comes to science plan. I've said that out, and I've said that before. And again, one of the exciting things about this is another tool in our toolbox. Mitnick, correct me when I start throwing out numbers here, or Ms. Reynolds. Again, as designed here, these ASR wells will allow us to take 0.7 of a foot off the top of Lake Okeechobee, of what could be the highs on Lake Okeechobee. It allows us to take 0.7 of a foot off in an annual year. And what's really exciting to me when it comes to lake ecology is, we saw today in Lawrence's presentation, it's not the first time we've heard it many times, about the need to get Lake Okeechobee down to get that SAV to come back. This is an insurance that we have. This is 0.4 of a foot of insurance on Lake Okeechobee that we have to be able to get that lake lower to allow that SAV to come back. And that is, to me, that is one of the exciting things, as long as these things stand up to the science plan. And it is, to me, this project is critical to the health of Lake Okeechobee. And for that very reason, it takes the highs off, and it gives us the insurance on the bottom end that so we can get that lake down, we can get that SAV to come back, and of course that SAV has other water quality benefits that go along with it, along with all the natural fisheries and natural ecosystem and all that. So it,
Thanks. Any other discussion? You don't need anything from us other than a discussion,
Correct.
which I think we had. Thanks. Thank you. That was helpful. So you have to stand there longer, right?
Okay, so Gina was wonderful. Rosie was wonderful and brought us this cushy mat, but I'm going to take just a second
Yeah, do you
and
wanna
move it
take-
a little closer to the podium as I'm standing.
Take a second. While you do that, I want to rectify a mistake I made this morning. We were recognizing elected officials, and I failed to recognize Henry Dean, who's the chair of the St. Johns County Board of County Commissioners. And I know you're not here in that capacity, but welcome. And a former executive director.
Okay.
Now you're ready to go.
All right, now I'm ready to go. So we have one final discussion agenda item on the agenda. So we have talked many times over the last several months about the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program, and I'm happy to bring this item again to you today. Megan is going to provide the second part of this presentation and go through the projects, but I wanted to set the stage and remind you of why we did this request for proposal and what is this big problem that we have and that we're trying to solve. So the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program is all about the three northern watersheds, the Lake Okeechobee watershed, the Caloosahatchee watershed, and the St. Lucie watershed. And we have two goals in these watersheds. One is to manage storage quantity of water, and the other is to improve the water quality, manage the nutrients in these watersheds. And this is not a problem that we have to solve on our own. We have talked a lot about the triangle, the interagency agreement, the process that DEP, DAX, and the district have to enter into in order to address these challenges. Because I'm going to talk a little bit about numbers in a few minutes, and we're going to look at some problems, but I want to start with, this is a big problem. We know it. Everything we talk about, all the newspaper articles and all the things that keep us all up at night are all about the storage and the quality of our water. And a lot of it is, these northern watersheds, the things going into Lake Okeechobee and our northern estuaries, right? Really big problems that we have to solve together. And so how do we solve it? Often we're focused on the projects, but it's a little bit more than that. And in a lot of ways, it's a lot more than that. And so we created this visual because this is kind of how I think about it. So, those March of Dimes thermometer, right? And as people donate money, you start to fill up that thermometer toward a goal. Well, in our northern watersheds, we have targets. We have storage targets and we have nutrient reduction targets. And we have a multitude of ways to attack those targets. And those are through source controls. Primarily, those are owned by DAX and DEP. Local projects, those are primarily owned by others, municipalities, individual landowners, counties, things like that. And then we have regional projects, which are primarily the things that we do. And in conjunction with that, we do monitoring and testing to provide information so that people can implement their projects and programs in the best way possible to achieve the goals along the way to reach those targets. But it takes all of us, and we don't do it just one. Like, we don't start with source control and try to get that right before we do anything else, right? We do a little bit at a time, and as our information clarifies opportunities in any of these areas, we do a little bit more, and we do a little bit more, and people keep putting their dimes into that thermometer until you reach your goal. And so that's how I like to think about this program. And we're doing a lot. We are doing a lot already. And yet, it's not enough. So let's talk about those targets. These are some big numbers. And these are some challenges, but we're not waiting to work on these challenges. we have things that we're doing that are making a big difference. And when the problems, because I'm going to show you some numbers in a minute that aren't going to look good, but when we see these challenges and we think they're unattainable, we have to think about things like septic to sewer conversion in Monroe County that everybody said was impossible to happen, and yet it's done. We have to look at things like some of the targets in St. Lucie. You'll see the numbers for storage in the St. Lucie River watershed. That number's being achieved with the projects that we have that are under construction. So these things are attainable, but they're not easy. But it takes all of us working together and figuring out what we can all do in order to achieve these things. And so let me talk about this chart. So storage is in the first column. This is the storage targets as identified in our technical plans. It doesn't mean that these numbers are always going to be right, because we have to continually evaluate whether these storage numbers under the current way we operate the system, which, as we've seen from Mr. Mitnick's presentations, is different today than it was 20 years ago. And it'll be different in 10 years. And so those storage targets might change a little bit because we've learned ways to operate the system better. And so one of the things that we sometimes talk about, for example, with the Upper Kissimmee, right? As we look at the Upper Kissimmee operations plan, is there more storage there? I would argue that that wouldn't count as a change in storage. We wouldn't add that as a storage project in our storage column that I'll show you in a minute, but rather that would change the target of the storage needed because of the storage in the natural system inherent in the operations that we're using. And so that's what I mean by there's a couple ways that you can talk about this and whether it changes this first column for the targets or whether we count it as a project or maybe a little of both. Some of those are the specifics that the staff, in conjunction with the staffs of the other agencies, work through as we evaluate these through our watershed protection plans and through the basin management action plans. And so that's just some of the sausage making that I want you to understand, that the staff is looking through all of those things. And so it's not always simple answers or simple descriptions as we move through some of these numbers. In the load column, so this is a tons per year target. How this is developed is what can the ecosystem handle? If there's this much nutrients in the system, the ecosystem can still be healthy. More than this, and the ecosystem starts to get less and less healthy. That's kind of how I think about what does this load target mean. And same with nitrogen. So phosphorus in the middle, nitrogen on the far right. The reason that there's an NA in the nitrogen column for the Lake Okeechobee and an NA in the Caloosahatchee for the phosphorus column is because DEP has not found those nutrients to be the limiting factor for success in those ecosystems.
May I please ask a question, Ms. Reynolds? So, does the district with our monitoring, do we have those numbers anyway? I mean, even though it says NA in there,
We do.
we have the numbers.
We do. And I'll show you in some of the other charts, and I'll explain I'll explain now.
Okay.
DEP is also looking at, I don't want to say adding, but considering those nutrients in some of the tributaries to these watersheds.
Okay.
So although in the Caloosahatchee, for example, the Caloosahatchee doesn't have a TMDL or a target for phosphorus in the BMAP that is scheduled to be published in the next year. They are considering including TMDLs for tributaries to the Caloosahatchee. We already are monitoring for that, and we are already providing that information. And it's one of the things that is why why DEP is considering adding those TMDLs, is because of the information that we're providing.
Okay, and just for clarity's sake, can you please explain why the St. Lucie River watershed, I guess that's what that stands for, has both and the other two don't? Why does it have TP and TN, but the other two don't?
Because that's what DEP decided were requirements for that water body to be healthy.
So basically, the St. Lucie River, if it requires a certain amount of phosphorus and a certain amount of nitrogen to throw it off, to make it sick. But Lake Okeechobee only requires, according to this chart, phosphorus to be made sick. I'm being very simple here. And the Caloosahatchee only requires nitrogen to be sick, a certain amount. It's just kind of interesting for me because in this whole thing, I mean, I think the beauty of this whole thing is that it's a microcosm that we're all connected. Okay, so when you're looking at one, in the St. Lucie, for instance, requires the two, but the other are just one, it looks less connected to me. For me, I'm just saying, sorry, you brought it. It would be for good or for bad, whatever they're doing. I'd like to see all the numbers. You know, we're paying for all the numbers. Let's get all the numbers on there. And if the numbers don't count because they've decided they don't count, maybe have them in a different color or something. But I think maybe one day we'll see how these numbers or levels are somehow affecting the system. Thank you so much.
Do you mind if I jump in? You know, it's in nutrient world, you know,
Is your mic on, Drew?
I don't know. Is it on?
Yeah, it's on. Thanks. Now I
Okay.
can hear you.
All right. So these numbers that are on this slide, those are the targets that were set regulatorily, right? At the time they were set. Trust me, there was probably a ton of debate into what the other number should be, like for Lake Okeechobee, what a TN number should be, but the modeling didn't produce something that they could put in a rule. I think what we're learning now is that a form of nitrogen, nitrate, is very important for Lake Okeechobee, but there's just not a number set and rule yet. And so on this slide, while it just says targets, it's not in a rule. But I know that controlling phosphorus for the Caloosahatchee is also important, right? So it's just that it hasn't been adopted yet.
So it's not in the law. And so
Right.
we're just going to pay attention to what's in the law.
Well, that's what the BMAP is required to achieve a TMDL, and a TMDL is in law. But,
Okay.
you know, as scientists, we're like, well, can we also get nitrogen? You know, while we're trying to get phosphorus with this project, can we also get nitrogen? Because that's probably going to get put on us someday, you know? So there's the practical side, and then there's trying to navigate the legal side at the same time. But
And you'll
Yep.
see
Thank
in
you.
all my subsequent slides, I filled in all the numbers. So we don't look at only the targets that are published in the TMDL. We look at phosphorus and nitrogen in all of the watersheds, in all of the basins, and in all of the subbasins with all of our data. And so we created this graphic to show you that all hope is not lost. Okay? You'll see on the left side of the graphic, there was a time when there wasn't a whole lot of storage going on. But on the right side of the graphic, although that's still 10 years from now, the far right side of the graphic is 2032, and the anticipated projects coming online, you'll see that in 2022, we're starting to make some real progress. Is it anywhere close to those targets that you saw on the earlier chart? Well, in a couple of the watersheds, we're getting close. Lake Okeechobee is still lacking quite a bit. And although you see a great benefit from the ASR in the Lake Okeechobee watershed, one of the things that you noticed in my last presentation is that that additional reservoir that was in the original Lake Okeechobee watershed plan isn't in the current plan. That's component A in the yellow book. It's a reservoir that we still haven't built, that according to SERP and according to those storage targets you saw on the earlier chart, we probably still need some more storage. And to Mr. Bergeron's point, is that storage more cost effective in above ground reservoirs or more cost effective in ASRs? That's a question that we'll have to continue to answer. But component A was envisioned as an above ground reservoir. Is that, a feature that needs to be considered in a future planning project and maybe look across the entire Lake Okeechobee watershed for additional storage? It's something that we continue to think about, that we'll have to continue to think about, and that we'll have to continue to address as we look for solutions to meet these targets going forward. And so here's the summary of sort of where we are and where we're headed and what we still need to figure out. So these are the same targets that you saw earlier. The current storage of the in construction or in operations projects. The planned project storage are projects that we've identified and designed, but they're not yet being constructed. And so, for example, the C23, C24, and the C25 reservoirs are in that planned project storage component. And then additional storage needed, those are projects we haven't identified yet.
Are the projects we're looking at today identified under planned storage or additional storage needed, or neither?
For
the ones that store?
For the ASR?
No, the projects that Megan's about to
The
explain.
projects that Megan's presenting are they would fall into the additional storage needed category.
Got it.
I might have to look at Megan every once in a while to remember which things are in which columns.
Sorry, may I please ask a question? So there's 0. Thank you. There's 0 under St. Lucie here. Can you show me from another chart why it's at 0?
Sure. So the target for the St. Lucie, the identified target of how much storage is needed, is around 200,000 acre feet. Under the current storage, that's projects that are currently operating or currently under construction, you're almost at 200,000 acre feet. Some of those projects are interim storage provided by dispersed water management projects like Calkins, like Bluefield, like Scott. That's included in that 199.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I'm a little bit tired. So if I'm saying something that doesn't make sense, forgive me. So your target number, how was that determined? Is that the DEP number?
So that was calculated in the technical reports for the watershed protection plans.
Okay.
And so that's based on the volume of rainfall and the places that it goes, and looking at those numbers that are presented in Mr. Mitnick's reports, how much water needs to be put someplace to make it available.
Number. It's a NEEP number.
It's a NEEP number.
It's a NEEP number.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about nutrients. I know this is an area that the board wants to dive into. I know that you want to help us solve these problems, but what I really want you to get out of these next couple of slides is this is really challenging. This is challenging for staff. This is challenging for the public. This is challenging across the agencies. And I'm going to give you a few examples of why it's challenging, what we're doing to make it more understandable, and what you can anticipate to see in the future. You'll notice under the target, and look at the St. Lucie number there. Well, that doesn't look like the other numbers. What's going on with that? That's a micrograms per liter number. Why is that there? So as we look at nutrients, it's difficult to even have the conversation because of how we measure and calculate these numbers and then how we compare them to the targets. And so when you calculate load numbers, how we do that is we measure the concentration and the flow at certain points across the landscape. Some of those points are designated as the point at which we measure the rule that we have to meet. This is the location at the Roosevelt Bridge for the St. Lucie. So I'm using this one as an example to help you understand why this is complicated. So we measure concentration, we measure flow, and then over a time series, we calculate the annual load. Okay? But in order to then take a look at where do we have problems, how do you compare, is this basin worse than that basin, and where should we focus our efforts, we use another calculation called a flow-weighted mean concentration. So you take that load and you take the overall flow and then you create an average. Correct. So you back calculate it, right? Because you're taking a concentration and a flow. Let's say you're doing that on a weekly basis or a daily basis. It's going to be different, right? Now you add them all together and then that's how you calculate your load at the end of the year. So you add all those time series together. Follow me basically with the math. I'm trying to not hurt anybody's brains. I know it's already late in the afternoon and I know it's hard for me to understand even though I've had staff explain it to me 1,000 times. So you add all that together and now you have that time series, an annual load. But in order to compare the annual load here to the annual load there and understand, even though they're both too big and we need to do something about both of them, do we have a concentration problem? Do we have a flow problem? Do we have an isolated event? Whatever. We back calculate an average concentration compared to the amount of water. So what's that concentration in that water, not on any given sample time, but across the time series? And then that's what we compare. And I'm going to show you that, how we did that across basins, because that's how we decided where is it most important for us to focus. Where are we looking for projects because those sub-basins have a bigger problem than other sub-basins, okay? But the reason this is hard and why we have difficulty explaining this across the agencies and to the public is because all of our rules use different numbers and different calculations and 5-year rolling averages. Well, what does that mean? You take the last 5 years, but next year you drop the first year and then you add the next year. And so then you have situations where you have the year of Hurricane Irma So water year 2018, when you had sky high numbers, numbers in the 7,500 range, whereas your average number is more around 4,000. How do you deal with that? And do you build projects to meet the 7,500 target or the 4,000 target, or do you use the average, and then are you really building what you need, right? These are like hard questions, and it's complicated, but we've got to simplify it. We've got to simplify it so that we can have a meaningful conversation with the public and across the agencies, so that when we want to bring you projects and when we want to talk about source control and when we want to identify how much of this is whose problem, we can have a meaningful conversation that everybody can follow. We're not there yet, but the interagency agreement commits the agencies to doing just that. And in our interagency agreement, we have agreed to come together at least once a year and present to the public this discussion, where we take out our March of Dimes thermometer chart and we say, here's what we're doing, and here's how we're going to work together to add more nutrient reduction through improving our source controls, through helping with local projects, through grant programs, through cost share programs, through regional projects, and help us to understand how are we getting at these targets in a meaningful way so that the additional projects plus the ongoing and completed projects actually get us to the reduction that we need over time. We're not anywhere close right now in most places.
Ms. Reynolds, just to make sure I'm understanding. So are you saying simply that Lake Okeechobee, the St. Lucie River, and the Caloosahatchee are measured differently to achieve their TMDL targets?
No.
Okay, they're all measured the exact same, the same way?
The measurements are taken obviously at different locations, but the methodology is similar.
Is the same. Okay.
And so the same is true for nitrogen, right? We have the same problems in understanding nitrogen and being able to talk about it in a meaningful way. If you look at these numbers, they're crazy, right? This is like, yikes. We need to do more. And we need to figure it out. And we need to talk about these hard conversations in a meaningful way. And we need to be public about it, because people want to be part of the solution. People want to have clean water. That's been demonstrated all across our district area. But they either don't know how to do it, they think that it's unachievable, or they don't know how to do it without breaking the bank. We've got to be able to do all three of those things. We've got to help people understand what needs to be done, how they can be part of it, and how funding is available to make it possible for them to be part of the solution. And so these maps show our different sub-watersheds. These are the basins within each of our watersheds. And on each of these charts, these are part of our South Florida environmental report that we publish every year. And we show the load and the flow weighted mean concentration. That was that calculation I was telling you about, that takes into account the flow, the amount of water, and the concentration, right? So that you can see up at the top of each of these boxes where it has flow and load, it tells you the percentage of the flow and the load. And so I wanted to show you these because these are kind of my go-to documents that I take a look at when I want to make sure that as we're thinking about projects, are we looking at the right places, or are we looking at the places that are already on their way to a solution set? Because sometimes, and what are the types of projects that we're looking at, and making sure that we're looking at the projects that will have the benefits that we're looking for. And in some areas, it's just total load. We have a total load problem, and it's because there's a lot of water flowing through those areas. And so we need to figure that out. In some areas, it's not a lot of flow, but it's high concentration. Different types of projects, right? And so our teams are thinking about this, and we are working through this sub-basin by sub-basin, and they actually look 2 levels down from this map, but I wasn't gonna try and show you that. That would have way too many numbers on it. And we're looking at it in terms of phosphorus and nitrogen in every area, regardless of what the rulemaking says is the thing that we're having to follow the law about. Because we know that these nutrients have effects in all of our areas. And so it's important to address them everywhere. And so we have these numbers for each of the watersheds, both for total phosphorus and total nitrogen. And so I'm just going to run through them. This one's a little easier to see. And so you can see up at the top there where it has the percentages. So if you have a total amount of flow, the amount of water runoff coming out total out of this whole watershed, in each of those call-out boxes, that's the percentage of the flow. That's the percent water. And then, so let's look at C24. So C24 is 13% of the water, but 19% of the load. So there's a higher concentration there than just the amount of flow.
Can you repeat that?
So in the C24, you have 13% of the water, but 19% of the load. So there's a problem there that it's not just a standard concentration. You actually have a higher concentration than is commensurate for the amount of flow that you have.
Got it. Now, can I just ask the most simplistic, ignorant question of all? I just want to go back to.
Now I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to answer it.
I want to go back to the storage per acre foot per year of the target. That's the target, right? That first column on page 6.
Yes.
Why? I just want to get down to the Caloosahatchee. So everything that we've seen today, all of the reports of how every area is doing, the Caloosahatchee been doing great, right? They seem to me like of all the stakeholders that need storage because they suffer so, and it's such a wide area. Why the disparity in amount of storage here in this project? Why is it like that? Does it even make sense what I'm saying?
I was following you until you said the disparity in this project.
Okay, I used the wrong words. When you look at each area and you've set a target for storage, why is the target north of the lake for storage so much more than the Caloosahatchee?
Because the Lake Okeechobee watershed is 3.5 million acres, and the Caloosahatchee watershed is only 1 point something.
Got it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, this has really piqued my interest here. I have no idea why when I look at these things, my general view of things, and maybe I'm completely missing something, is that the more water you have, the lower your load is going to be, because the water will dilute.
If the concentrations were the same off of every piece of land, that would be true, yes.
Okay, so like for instance, when I look at 10 Mile Creek compared to C23, right? It's about the same amount of water. I mean, when you say 13% of the water, 11% of the water, 12% of the water, that's all those colored areas will add up to 100. I think I did that. And then same for the load, right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you look at, for instance, 10 Mile Creek and C23, I see effectively the same amount of water, 11% and 12%. But then C23 has a much higher load than 10 Mile Creek does. When you look at that, do you say to yourself, okay, C23's got a bigger problem than 10 Mile Creek does?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to, okay. And like,
And so then if I have to prioritize, where am I going to look first?
so
I
when
might look at C23 first.
So basically 12% of water, 13%, 11% of water is C23, C24, 10 Mile Creek. It looks like C23 and C24 are basically similar in their performance, whereas 10 Mile Creek is doing better a little bit. I mean,
yes.
Now, do you, why, for instance, when I look at the tidal basin estimated one, I see a whole bunch more water than I do in the other areas, yet, for instance, 10 Mile Creek is doing far better than the tidal basin, right? Because you're seeing far more water in the tidal basin, but same TP load, so it's not really diluting.
So the tidal basins are mostly built up areas. And so you're seeing a lot of runoff from concrete. So that's your water flow.
Mm-hmm.
Concrete, built areas, right? Impervious surfaces. And so you're getting all the rainfall that's fallen on those areas is flowing off. But you're not seeing the same comparable load to some of the other basins that have a much higher agricultural land use.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Lake Okeechobee, right? It's similar.
Jennifer.
Same amount of water doing a lot worse than the tidal basin.
Yes.
Okay.
And so it helps us look at, so where do we need to go
This helps
to
you
to start solving the problem?
This helps you rank
Whose
them.
problem is it?
Okay. Okay, that makes sense to me. Okay.
And so these are the conversations that your team is having across the interagency as we start, this is like step 0.1, right? Is looking at these and then diving in and looking at, okay, so now what are we talking about land use? What are we talking about permitting? What are we talking about source control? And each of the agencies brings to the table their analysis of what's going on in each of these areas. And then we keep drilling down until we find places where there's potential solution sets. What more can we do? Is anything working in that basin? What projects are working? Are we monitoring those projects? What are the numbers coming out of those projects? Do we have any upstream monitoring stations that help us understand and isolate the concentrations, the load? And the closer in we can drill and isolate where the nutrients are coming from, then we can target projects in those areas. I wish I could tell you, so here's my game plan, and I know exactly what we need to solve where. We're not there yet. But we are getting there in isolated areas. Like we are identifying problem areas, and we're solving some of those. And some of those are simple, and some of them are much harder. But I wanted to give you a glimpse of how that process works and what you can count on that your staff is doing and how we're going to make this more digestible so that these conversations can happen in the public and be meaningful and bring everybody to the table. So we have all of these, but I want to get to Megan's portion of the project because that's why we're here today. Because looking at all of this, we knew that we need to do more projects. And we don't know exactly how many projects we need where, but it's pretty evident we need more projects in just about every area of our district in order to get after those numbers. And so we wanted to cast a wide net and see who's willing to come to the table to be part of the solution. And so back in November, we issued a request for proposal that asked for people to come to us with proposals for projects. We then had a technical team evaluate those proposals and rank them based on a series of criteria. And Megan, you're going to go through those criteria, right? With a series of criteria, and then they ranked them. We are bringing those to you for your consideration, and Megan's going to tell you a little bit about each of the proposals that we've gotten so that we can then start to tackle this. It is only one of many, many, many tools in our toolbox. You know, going back to that slide with the colors of how we're putting the dimes into the March of Dimes thermometer. None of these projects are a silver bullet. None of these projects are going to be a big addition to that chart, right? But what we've learned is that we can't sit and do nothing while we figure out the best solutions. We need to start creating some solutions, some projects, and some improvement along the way because our ecosystems can't wait. Our economy can't wait. And so Megan's going to tell you about these projects, and then we look forward to the discussion about how to move forward with some next steps.
Thanks, Jennifer. Great job.
I have one question.
Ron, let's let Megan go because
Okay.
there'll be plenty of time, I think.
Okay.
That's my guess.
How we doing? That was a deep conversation. How's everybody? Okay.
We're with you.
All right. So sorry, I lost this. So Jen has just told you about some of the concerns that we have going on in the Northern Everglades. She's talked to you about the program itself, and what we're going to focus on here today is projects that we have on the private lands with private landowners in the Northern Everglades that will help us solve some of those problems that we have with storage and nutrients. So you've all heard about the dispersed water management program in the past, but what it does is it helps us create opportunities to capture runoff and discharges and store water in the regional system. It helps us treat water, and it helps us avoid some of those higher land purchase costs. If we were to purchase the land to do something on it, the cost would be significantly higher. It also leaves the land on the tax roll, which is really important in a lot of these areas. So today, focusing on private land ownership, you can see the program that we have going on now. We've got 24 projects on private lands at about 78,000 acres with about 200,000 acre feet of storage. We also attain approximately 33 metric tons of phosphorus reduction with these projects.
So let's see if we can add more to that program. That's what this solicitation is all about. The solicitation is going to help us select and implement stormwater management areas that have the potential to assist us getting to those targets and goals. It's helped us find cost-effective ways to implement projects. And it's also offering us the opportunity to work with new service providers, which is always great. Part of the process, part of the RFP process, is choosing or ranking the projects. And then once they're actually selected to move forward, we will negotiate with the individual service providers, and we can negotiate on costs, operational changes. It gives us a way to facilitate making little tweaks, maybe operationally, to the projects that have already been proposed to perhaps get more benefits. So we selected a committee to look at all the individual proposals, and their job is to make your job easier, which is always good, right? So they went and looked at the individual proposals. They reviewed all of the details. They scored all of the projects and ranked them per watershed. So what I'm going to show you is each watershed and how the projects ranked out in that watershed. We've provided to you previously the ranking sheets for all the watersheds, and those are your primary source of information in any decision making that you might do today. I will go through how the evaluations were ranked. But before I do that, I want to talk about just a couple terms that you're probably going to hear me use, and I will try not to use the acronyms for them, but I sometimes fall into it, so forgive me. But you'll hear me talk about focus areas. And these are basins that have been identified to help pinpoint the sources of problems. They have high nutrient values. There are 7 of these focus areas in the Lake Okeechobee watershed, 2 in the St. Lucie River watershed, and 1 in the Caloosahatchee. So that's one of the terms that hang on to in your brain. The other one is a targeted restoration area, or a TRA. These were developed by DEP to better help us prioritize and focus restoration efforts. And how those were determined was they took actual measurements, actual data, and they compared them to benchmarks. And then they prioritized the areas from 1 to 3, with 1 being the highest priority and 3 being the lowest. Doesn't mean it's low priority, but it's the lowest of the areas. So keep those 2 terms in mind as I'm going through these projects. What the committee looked at as they were looking at all these proposals is they looked at project locations, and they applied points to each project based on the location. If it was in a focus area, it got the highest amount of points. If it were in a targeted restoration area, 1, so that's the highest of them, it got a certain number of points. It ranks medium. If it were, and so on. So if it's a targeted restoration area 2, it would rank lower. If it weren't in a focus area or a targeted restoration area, then it would get the lowest amount of points. They also looked at cost effectiveness, both for nutrient reduction and for storage. So there were a certain amount of points awarded for the cost per pound, let's say, for nutrient reduction. So the better your cost per pound, the more points you're going to get. The more storage you have, the more points you're going to get. They also looked at assurances. What that means is they looked at what was proposed to see if those estimates were valid based on what we know. They looked at the timeline to construct and operate the project to see if that was reasonable based on what the proposal was. They also looked to see if the assumptions were valid considering the regional water availability and rainfall, because a lot of these projects are very passive in nature, so they're just collecting rainfall. And they were awarded points based on those assurances. The last category was ease of implementation. So the faster the project were able to go into operations, the more points you get. So a project that can go into operations in 3 months gets the highest amount of points. If it were 2 years or more, lowest. Does that make sense? Okay. So then let's get on to the good stuff. You can see here the results of the solicitation. We actually got 16 proposals in this solicitation, but one of those projects was determined to not be responsive or responsible. So it was not included here for you. 8 of the projects we received were in the Lake Okeechobee watershed, 4 were in the St. Lucie, and then 3 were in the Caloosahatchee. In total, we're looking at approximately $145 million for the 15 projects. But I want to remind you, these are all estimates. Things can change during negotiations. We haven't had a chance to talk to the service provider.
Those are 10-year numbers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, I meant to say that. We haven't been able to talk to the service providers yet and make some of those little tweaks I was talking about earlier. We haven't been able to talk about costs with them yet. So again, just estimates. And that's actually one of the reasons you won't hear me talk too much about specific costs during this presentation, is because they are just estimates at this time. Something to keep in mind as we're going through these projects, the projects that are already existing will have little to no capital costs and will just have service payments associated with them. So you can see here on this map, we have an underlay of the current 24 projects that we have, and all those blue stars are the new projects that were proposals for the solicitation. All the projects have monitoring plans and operational plans associated with them. I didn't go into too much detail here for you, but we have to have a way to check and make sure that as projects are operating, we can look at their benefits, their performance, and make sure that they're performing well. And if they're not, then as with all of our current projects, we would talk to the service providers, figure out what's going on, and see if we can make some changes to make it function better. The Lake Okeechobee watershed had 8 proposals that we're going to go through. 4 of them are existing and 4 of them are new. And so you can see here the average annual benefits that were estimated for these projects. That is the total. Since we have 4 existing projects that we got, I thought I'd break down the numbers a little bit for you. So of the approximately 16,000 acre feet of storage, 11,000 of that can be attributed to the existing projects. So we're looking at, if all 15 were approved to move forward, we're looking at an additional 5,000 acre feet of storage in the watershed per year. And same goes with the treatment. The nutrient reduction here, a majority of that does belong to the existing projects. About 80% of that belongs to the existing. But don't get too stuck on that, because it wouldn't be the first time that projects exceed expectations, as you'll hear a little later on. So I'm going to go through the 8 projects with you. Now I'm going to go ranked in order of highest to lowest. And what I'll talk to you about is what the projects do, where they are, what they do, their timeline, and how they were rated by the evaluation committee. First up is Archbold Expeditions. This is an existing project you may have heard of as Buck Island Ranch. It's actually 3 different projects, which you can see the bigger area to the north and then the 2 smaller areas to the south. This project focuses on both storage and treatment. 2 of those components focus on the storage and 1 focuses on treatment. So of those 3 components, the 2 that focus on stormwater retention are approximately 4,800 acres. They store water passively. It's stormwater runoff and rainfall that they hold, using a series of ditches and culverts to provide storage in the area. And these components are estimated to provide about 6,700 acre feet of storage that, as you saw from Jen's presentation, we need in Lake Okeechobee watershed. And then I'll also say that while these 2 components are focused on storage, we know that even if it's focused on storage, we're also getting that secondary nutrient benefit that goes along with a storage component. So those estimates are also included here. The third component is on about 180 acres of pasture land, and will remove nutrients by wetland forage removal system. What that means is water is pumped from the C41 canal onto the pasture land where those grasses take up the nutrients. Then the grasses are harvested and fed to cattle. So in total, we're looking for these 3 components at about 6,700 acre feet of storage per year and about 6 metric tons of TP removal and 27 metric tons of nitrogen. And I am a rounder, so fair warning. Since this is an existing project, I wanted to let you know that going all the way back to 2007 as a Florida Ranchlands Environmental Services Project, or a FRESP project that you might have heard of, this project has performed very well, often above expectations. Since the project is already existing, operations could begin very quickly upon executing a contract. As far as evaluation goes, the project scored highly across all of those evaluation criteria that we just talked about. In fact, it was the highest rated proposal. Project number 2 is the Eagle Haven Ranch. This is also an existing project, which you may know as Lost Oak Ranch. It's located on the southern shore of Lake Kissimmee. It's composed of 5 water management areas on 730 acres. It also captures stormwater runoff and rainfall using a system of ditches and culverts to hold the water on site. It's estimated to provide just over 1,000 acre feet of storage, just under 1 metric ton of phosphorus, and almost 4 metric tons of nitrogen. Again, since it's an existing project, it could start quickly. And this project has also done very well in the past, exceeding its previous estimates from its proposal. The evaluation of the project.
Mr. Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Megan. I'm just wondering how much detail you need on each of these projects, or how much homework you've already done looking at them.
That's a good question. I think most of us have seen these, and we could probably run through them a little quicker, I guess, or even skip to, depending on what the board wants to do, the next section of this.
I certainly understand it, and I'm actually ready to, I may have one question, but I don't need a whole lot of detail. I don't know about the rest of you.
Anyone else have any thoughts?
I just, for the purposes of what we're doing here, I think Megan should at least run through the titles of each one. And we should just have a chance as she runs through the titles to ask questions.
Fair enough.
If necessary.
That's good.
I can do that.
Thanks.
Okay, Family Tree Enterprises, also known as Dixie Ranch. And you can see here the estimated benefits per year. Excel Ranch was number 4. First,
Do you mind, were the past two passive also?
yes,
Okay, do you mind saying if they're passive or non-passive?
yes, I can do that. So Doc Parton Ranch, this is the first of the new projects in this watershed. So this one is also passive. You'll see 2 MacArthur Farms. They were ranked 6 and 7. These are an expansion of their current stormwater treatment ponds. And then the last one in Lake Okeechobee is aquaculture. This is sort of a innovative treatment project that harvests vegetation and removes it from site.
Okay, the acreage is not storage, correct? This is not a storage project, right?
This is just
Okay.
purely nutrient removal.
Sorry, I know it's an expansion, but 29 fall under passive or that?
They are more stormwater. They're expanding their stormwater retention so that they can hold more storage on site. There is some pumping involved in that.
Okay.
So
Just in the interest of what we're going to be either voting on or giving direction towards, are we going to be choosing individual projects? Are we going to be telling you making a choice on the package? And then if we say move forward, does that mean that we're also approving whatever the final bid might be?
So what I'm going to ask is per watershed, I've given you the list just now, like for Lake Okeechobee. I'll give you the total amount for that watershed based on all of those projects. If you were to choose to say, don't do one project or the other, that is your direction. We can keep all the projects.
Yeah, so let me jump in. So normally when we do an RFP, you're familiar with them from doing things like the engineering design list, right? And we might get 25 respondents, and based on the amount of work that we have, the technical team recommends that we need, say, 17 respondents. And then you take a look at the list, and the technical team may have drawn the line at number 17 based on the amount of work that we think we have. And so we think we need 17 respondents. And then you've, in the past, taken a look at that ranking and said, well, there seems to be a natural break point between 18 and 19 rather than at 17, include 18 firms, right? That's how you've done it in the past. This is a little bit different because the projects are all different and they're in different areas and different basins. But you have the opportunity to do a similar thing. Take a look at the ranking. If you see any outliers, any projects that are ranked too low, or you have questions about them, then that's what we want to answer for you. But otherwise, we're asking you for the authority to enter into negotiations with each of these respondents and then to sign a contract based on those negotiations. We expect the prices and the benefits to be what is on the slides that we've provided. That is what their estimates are. And the technical team has evaluated those and found no fatal flaws in the project, in the project proposals. So we think that their calculations are about right, but we do have some technical questions about some of the projects and some of the firms. So based on their answers to those technical questions, we might not recommend actually entering into a contract if we're not satisfied with some of those technical answers.
Okay, so using your analogy of professional services, this is a list that we as the board say, okay, we're fine with your ranking criteria. Now you guys, it's up to you. If you have enough money, go ahead and do it. If you don't have enough money, or if you're not satisfied with your negotiation, don't. So, okay.
Correct.
Is that everyone on board with that? JD, you good with that?
Sorry, this is a little confusing to me in terms of what we're being asked and where the details are. Is there a breakdown of cost per project versus watershed?
Versus watershed.
Okay, so we have the three watersheds. Obviously, Caloosahatchee has the biggest estimated budget of 107 million. And then we have the projects broken down. Is there a cost per project? So for instance, if you go back one slide, is there an estimate for aquaculture? Not to pick on them, but that was the last slide.
Right. For aquaculture, unfortunately, they gave us a cost of $149 per pound, and that's all we have. So I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly what the total project cost will be.
Okay, what about the
For other ones,
dispersed
yes.
projects? And is there a reason, I mean, am I thinking about it the wrong way? Is there a reason it's not itemized?
We didn't put the actual costs in most of these materials because they are estimates. We still have to negotiate them.
And the costs are subject to negotiations.
Is 10 years typical? Is that a typical span?
Yes,
Thank
it
you.
is.
Who's paying for the infrastructure? The pumps, levees, dikes, the infrastructure to store water and be able to get certain reductions on nutrients?
In most cases, that's going to be covered by any contract that we have, but there are some of these cases that have already had that infrastructure and the capital cost paid by either FDAX or DEP. So there's a couple that we wouldn't have any capital costs for.
Two of these projects?
I think there's three.
Three of them, the infrastructure's already in place. We've
Right.
had,
And also any of the existing projects, the infrastructure is already in place as well.
so is there any infrastructure cost to the district for what we're doing here that has to be amortized over 10 years or?
Most of the infrastructure is smaller items like pumps. And then there will be some ditching and berming, but for the most part, it's relatively small.
And those costs are included in the total cost spreadsheet that we provided to you.
Is staff suggesting that all of these projects be approved and are these all, did you call the list already? Yes?
Yes.
Sorry, how many responses did you get?
We had 16 total. One was not responsive. So we're bringing to you 15 to approve.
So you got 16 responses, you're bringing us 15.
Correct.
Well, they're each different projects, but it doesn't seem, essentially,
If
whatever was qualified is coming to us.
Correct.
Let's hear from our general counsel real quick.
Yes, just to be clear, so these projects are all brought to you because they've made it through the ranking
Right.
committee, so you have a rank. It is up to you to decide which of these projects go forward in ranked order. So if you're looking at this list and you say, you know what, I think only these top 3 projects are worthy this go around, we're going to draw the line after the top 3 projects, and anything below that, we're not going to contract at this time. Or you can go even further, but it's up to you all to draw the line where you believe that line needs to be drawn. So we're not asking you to approve them all carte blanche. You can if you deem it necessary, but that's not what's in front of you.
How will we know, for instance, let's just take the first section A, okay? There appear to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 projects in that. Is that correct?
That's correct. Those are the Lake Okeechobee watershed projects.
Okay. And so there's $19 million of the $154 million allocated to the Lake Okeechobee projects, those 8 projects, correct?
That is the estimate of their proposals.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. The aggregate of those 8 projects comes out to 19 million, correct?
If the negotiated price were consistent with their proposal,
Right.
that's what their proposals suggest, yes.
Right. It's just you've added up what the 8 proposals are, and they come out to 19 million.
Yes.
Okay. My question is, let's assume Jay decides, I don't know why he would, but I don't know why he wouldn't. I mean, my question is, let's say he says, oh, you know what? We're only going to do, I think we should stop at 3, draw the line at 3, and the bottom 5 go away. Does the price stay at 19? Or how do we know? How do we know how do I know when to say, like, for instance, I'll give the better one really is the middle one. It's $107 million. The other ones are less significantly. If somebody on the board were to say, wow, $100 and something million seems like a lot, I'd like to cap it at, can we say cap it at 50 as opposed to 107, and then you decide which projects fall in the 50? Or do we have to say we draw the line at number 2 and nothing beyond number 2? How does that work?
So if I understand your question, you're asking if you can draw the line at a total cost rather than at a project.
Yes. Or how do we, yes, that is a part of the question. And I think it was multi because I guess the question is, can we cap it at a number as opposed to a project? Do we have to simply choose where the projects stop in the ranking? And then the last piece is, how would we know or consider where to draw the line if we don't know what each project is proposed to have to cost?
So you can cap it at a cost, and we would go down ranked order and negotiate until we reached that cap. But it would be in ranked order. And we would know based on the negotiation. So it would be, if you're at 50,000 and the first 2 projects take up that 50,000, then we're done. We wouldn't move on to the third project.
Okay. I understand. I mean, I don't.
So
I understand. I understand what we can do. We can draw the line at projects. We can draw the line at dollars, or we can just approve it all or not approve any of it. And then I'm assuming that these ladies and gentlemen from north of the lake did not come down to the Keys for fun. They seem to be here on business. And so I'm assuming that there's going to be some public comment on
Right.
some of this stuff.
Mr. Barley. So in your blue folder, you have the committee's rankings. So you shouldn't necessarily need to look at the agenda. And so that has the committee's rankings, and you can see in each one sort of the final scores in the next to the right column. So you can see where it kind of drops off. We're printing, what this doesn't have is how much they proposed to cost. They proposed, not the negotiated price, but they proposed
I get that.
for the
But that's
10-year.
what makes up the 154
Nope, I'm getting
million,
there.
right?
Yeah. So they're printing right now this sheet of paper that is not in your blue folder, but it was on your briefing. That does have their total proposal cost, the total proposed cost. So they're gonna get that to you. And
All right. Let's
so
assume
you'll
we
have
got
that information.
Okay. I don't have that paper in front of me. I'm assuming I'm going to get it in a moment. But my question is, on that particular paper, is that ranking projects in order of what what the staff has identified as most important, or is that ranking contractor proposals?
It's it's what Megan went over, bang for the buck, ready to proceed, that kind of thing.
The criteria that the technical committee used to
Okay.
evaluate
So
the
you've gone
projects
through
for a
not only the
total
importance
point
of the
value.
projects, but bang for your buck in terms of the proposal, and you
Yep.
sort of do a calculation and ranking what she went through earlier on how the process is ranked, and that's what's on that spreadsheet there.
Yep, the
Okay.
committee ranking is in your folders. It's 3 pages.
Does that
This one has the costs, it's like additional
Ah.
See
information.
that in my folder. Has to be the blue folder.
Yeah, sure.
Another budget
quick-
question.
quick-
Should-
Quick
Sorry.
question.
Go ahead, Charlie.
The technical committee, 2, 3, 4, I guess 5. Who are they? Are they members of our staff?
Yes.
They are. And were they able to have communication with the people that sent the proposals? Did they have?
With the respondents,
Yeah.
No.
we did not do orals with the respondents. They
No.
evaluated their written proposals and then evaluated them based on the written proposals.
Is the budget, if you had gotten 25 instead of 16 responses, would the budget have gone from 150 to 250? In other words, I'm just trying to, at this point, it seems arbitrary based on number of respondents. So what is the funding mechanism and constraints?
Good question. So we have appropriations that we've gotten from the state. Right now, we have approximately 76 million for this program in appropriations. It's something that we will continue to ask for money for so we can continue expanding the program.
Is the presentation? Are we done with the presentation component?
No.
I can make it really quick for you.
Just for Lake
No,
Okeechobee.
we really need to.
Do you want to take
So
these?
can I-
Do you want to take
hold
these resolutions by watershed? All right, let's just do Lake Okeechobee first then.
Okay.
So
Can I just have to say something. So we all process differently. That's our personalities. I love abstract concepts. And I'm a right? I mean, we don't know each other, but we know each other, right? I can feel the ones of you that are all pinched up. But I love abstract concepts and I don't mind risk. And I know that the governor has hold on, everybody. I know that the governor has charged us to do more now. I trust you, my staff, to have brought this to us because you are spectacular. You haven't done anything to disappoint me personally so far, and I trust you. So I personally am going to vote yes on all of it because I believe in what the governor has told us to do. I'm always going to vote for more now. because our window is small and we never know when it's going to close. And I think all of these things are important. And if we couldn't afford it, they wouldn't have brought it to us.
I don't necessarily disagree, but can we hear? Is now a
We're going
good
to-
time to hear from the?
What we're going to do is let's go to public comment only on the Lake Okeechobee. We'll take these, there's 3 different resolutions, right? And then we'll go through the second presentation. This is the longest one with 8,
Yes.
correct? So let's go to public comment on, did you kill it? On Lake Okeechobee?
I did it.
And then we'll vote on that resolution. Rosie, we have public comment?
Mr. Chairman, I have 3, but I don't know for which watersheds they are. So I can call them, and then if they can just explain if they're for the Okeechobee watershed.
Fair enough.
Okay. How you Lee, recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the board for the opportunity to provide a comment. So my name is Hao Yu, and I work at Arcgis Biological Station as an environmental specialist. On behalf of our organization, I would just like to express our support for the Northern Everglades watershed nutrient load and water retention projects. At Arcgis, we are a nonprofit organization, which we do a lot of research and education, and we located in Lake Placid, Florida. So we have been working on dispersed water management projects on ranches since 2006, and we are contracted as a third-party agency by the district to perform the monitoring and reporting for dispersed water projects. So rangelands are one of the largest land use in Florida, and Archibald's research has identified that ranches are critical for conservation and water management in Florida. Our work has shown that water retention projects provide increased water storage and co-benefits such as increased wetland hydrological periods and benefiting wildlife in the wetlands. So this project also supports the economic viability of ranches by providing ranchers payments for water services, and keeping ranchers ranching is crucial for conservation in Florida. So we'd like to thank you for your support on this project, and we also invite anyone who is interested to visit Archibald Bucket Island Ranch, and we're all very happy to show you any on-site operations and also our research, which demonstrates all these benefits of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Nyla Pipes, did you want to speak on Lake Okeechobee watershed? Sure.
Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I'm actually speaking on all of these at once. And I want to point out that you guys have an impossible task ahead of you. And I know that the staff has done a lot to rank these. But from what I can tell, you're comparing apples, oranges, jackfruit, and loquats. I mean, these projects are all very different, and each and every one of them have some really great things they bring to the table. For example, some of the projects already have existing infrastructure. Other projects guarantee that they are going to, as the company, take on all the risk. Some are innovative technologies that are looking at removal of nutrients. They don't offer as much as in the way of storage. Others offer more storage. It's just a really, really complex situation. So on that note, as somebody who has absolutely come before you time and time again, and the board before you and the board before that, asking for more solutions north of Lake Okeechobee, I'm in agreement. We need to do as much now as we possibly can. So I just encourage you to really look at that and recognize that these public-private partnerships and these various ways of going outside of SERP and NEEP and all the other acronym projects that we're working on, the suite of projects, suites of projects, going outside of that and working directly with the landowners and looking at ways to keep Florida rural so that in addition to water quality and water storage components, we have places for animals to still live. It's not all concrete. I think that there is a lot to be said for that. So I encourage you to do as much as possible and consider that just because somebody's the new guy who doesn't have existing infrastructure doesn't mean that their project isn't going to be really spectacular in the location they're proposing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Kelly Cox, did you want to speak on the Lake Okeechobee watershed?
Good afternoon, everyone. Kelly Cox, Director of Everglades Policy with Audubon, Florida. First, I'd like to thank you all for making the trip down to the Keys again. I live down here. I'm a full-time resident and operate out of our Everglades Science Center in Tavernier, so just down the road, and really happy to have you all down here. I want to comment on something as far away from Florida Bay as we can get in this system, north of Lake Okeechobee, but we all know how interconnected it is, and so it's really important for us to be discussing this today. NEEP in particular includes a really important approach to water management, that distributed water management model. And these are low intensity storage projects that can be really small in size, but have a really measurable impact when we look at them collectively for water storage. They're agile projects, they can be done expediently, and they can be placed in a variety of areas, which supplements landowner income while keeping those properties on the tax roll and producing food and fiber. The district's still in the process of collecting data and quantifying results from these projects, but we already know that they have benefits, including increased habitat availability and connectivity for many species, reduced storm water surges during wet weather events, and increased baseline flow during dry periods. They also reduce nutrient loads by about 20% from runoff in the sites and provide a number of other ecosystem services. Storage is also our first step in slowing water enough to clean it, and we cannot meet those phosphorus TMDLs that Jen Reynolds was talking about earlier without much more storage capacity. We also know that most of the land in the Lake Okeechobee watershed is in private hands. And if we're going to make meaningful amounts of water storage north of the lake a possibility, we simply have to work with private landowners to realize that goal. So to that end, there's a lot more to be done in building out north of the lake storage. And projects like what we heard about today with LORP are a step in the right direction, but that project has been scaled back really significantly for storage, and it can't meet all of our needs. We heard today that we need over 560,000 acre feet of storage in the Lake Okeechobee watershed. That's almost as much as the targets for the other two basins combined, so a lot of work to be done. So these distributed water management projects have to be scaled in order to meet those water needs now. In order to provide relief to Lake Okeechobee and the coastal estuaries. We need additional monitoring and a concrete plan of action to get us there. At Audubon, we're supportive of LORP and NEEP. We're supportive of public-private partnerships north of the lake for water storage, and we support helping DEP develop a 5-year update of the Lake Okeechobee BMAP. But today, these projects are in different silos, and we need a more unified effort to link all of our planning efforts into a larger, more cohesive unit that meets both storage and water quality goals. And we encourage you all to continue doing this expediently to develop plans for north of the lake storage in a cohesive way. And we appreciate all of your efforts to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Henry Dean?
I'm on Caloosahatchee, not Okeechobee. I assume you want me to wait.
Thank
But
you.
I do want to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Jean Lawless, did you want to speak on the Lake Okeechobee watershed?
Miss Meads, I put my ball cap on for you. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Board members, thank you all for letting us be here today. I'm going to speak on behalf, as you all know, I wear many hats. I'm the immediate past president of Florida Cattlemen's Association, also the ranch manager for Buck Island Ranch. If you go back to 2007, it came a concept of working together with an NGO called World Wildlife Fund, with Audubon. It brought us together. I heard a lot of we's up there today. And that's a lot further than we were 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, when we were pointing fingers. It's their problem, our problem. It is all of our problems. I've said that multiple times. You know, you look at our project on Buck Island Ranch. We were kind of the Mikey. You know, when we started, we had 4 projects. Within 5 years, we were at 8. Now at 15, 16 years, we're at 16 projects. What's the limiting factor has always been the dollars. You know, we will negotiate when the water management district comes to us. Like all good things, you got to put a number up there. But then when we come together and sit down at a table, we will come up to a derived number to make it work for us all. And that's what we strive to do here every day. Let's not draw a line on number 2, number 3. If it's 100 million, look at the impact that it'll make. 16 projects now. When we began that years ago, I forget what the number was, but it was very low. Our project actually superseded itself. We had a modeled number of 1,573 acre feet. Our scientists have shown that we do 6,796, I think it was up there today. That's almost 3.25, 3.5 times more storage, not counting the benefits of the runoff, the nutrients that we are attenuating on the property. You know, as we look at it, and I always say it, I'm here for agriculture because we all eat. As y'all remember, for a year, every time I come up here, I said, did you eat this morning? You eat at noon, you eat at night. Yes, we all do. We all have to look at what's the future. Our national security depends on our ability to feed ourselves. Our state is one of the greatest in the nation that we have a 4 to 5 month period that we feed the rest of the world or the rest of the United States. We have an impact, and we got to think of those things. You know, we talk about all these different projects. They all matter, and it's going to take them all the way into the future. Because if we start looking at the shallow water, the deep water, and all those things, there's different things that we've got to come out of each of those. The one thing that we're able to do across the dispersed water is to provide that diversity. You know, on our ranches, I've told you many times, I know I'm running out of time, 174 different bird species frequent our property within a year. We have bears, we have panthers, we have everything. If it eats, breathes, and sleeps, it's on these ranch lands. And it's important to keep these ranchers ranching across. So let's not draw a line at 1, 2, and 3. Let's what makes sense to spread. Because the one thing we haven't talked about today, the 1,500 people are moving here today, every day into our state. We've already grown 1 million in the last year to 22.5 million. That's what we got to keep in conscience. Because of water
Mr. Wallace,
storage,
if you could wrap up
1.5
your
million
comments.
within less than 5 years. More storage because of population growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Anita Whalen, did you want to speak on the Lake O watershed? Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Benita Whalen with the Florida Cattlemen's Association. I'm the Water and Environmental Manager. A lot of good points have already been made, so I'm not going to try to duplicate those. I just want to say thank you to Jennifer and Megan. That was a really good presentation with some good points. I actually was at the Water Management District as a manager in the Lake Okeechobee watershed and helped develop the dispersed water management program from scratch. We were looking for ways to work in the landscape and diversify and find things that were cost effective and that they would work in concert with your regional projects that we knew were coming online. And dispersed water management and payment for environmental services was identified as a cost-effective measure by all the agencies. You know, you talk about the interagency team, there were members, they were all a part of that decision. A lot of them have been implemented. This process has also brought some of those forward as renewal. So the infrastructure is in place. Those projects are in place. As Jean had mentioned, some of the original estimates that were very conservative, they've been surpassed with some of these projects that have come in with this proposal process. So I would just like to say they have multiple benefits. That's one thing I didn't hear a lot about in the presentation. I mean, most of you have been out to the ranch lands and you've seen the recharge, the wetland rehydration, the habitat. That's a little bit different from some of the other projects, including public projects, that I think makes it a little bit unique. I would just ask that you support this program. There's some difficult issues out there, including some legacy nutrients. You'll see that some of the watersheds maybe show they don't need additional storage and treatment, but I think the science has to show us how to deal with that issue. And then also, as Jean mentioned, we're going to continue to have intensification and development occurring in these watersheds. So like you said, and you directed your staff on numerous occasions, you need to be ahead of that. You need to be playing chess. You need to implement as much as you can. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whalen. And I have Mike Grave, I believe is the last name. Did you want to speak on the Lake watershed?
Hello, board. My name is Mike Graves. I'm with Agriculture, and I wanted to say, well, for one, for the first time in my life, being from a completely different state, that I spent the last 2 months on Lake Okeechobee. And I say I spent the last 2 months on Lake Okeechobee, I mean on a barge on Lake Okeechobee. And it's one of the most amazing and awe-inspiring places I've ever been. And I've been in a lot of places in being from in the military. And the project that I've been working on right now, and I've been, as the president of the company, I'm helping out a friend of mine who's the inventor and the CEO. And I know that we are the newest of the new kids on the block here. And we're just happy that the district has given us a chance to, well, join them on the playground. You know, that's what it feels like sometimes, is going out there and going, okay, can I play too? All right, come on, get on here, you can play too. And I think that one of the things that I saw on the slide a while ago specifically was that we couldn't or it was the unquantifiable amount of phosphorus and nitrogens that we could take out of the watershed with our project. And I know it's a bit hard to wrap the mind around because it's completely new technology. It's a completely new approach to improving water quality and removing the nutrients and actually redistributing those nutrients as a commodity for agriculture, as a matter of fact, which we've proven to do as well. But that is a quantifiable number, according to University of Florida, Dr. Bill Holler, and our own research and the last 2 months of production we've been doing for the FWC. And up to scale, we're basically just that quantity I was telling you about is about 46.5 pounds of phosphorus per acre of water hyacinth that gets harvested, right? That does include the legacy nutrients we're also able to get out of the water column as well. We're versatile. We're able to not just do our project, but we could actually help and work with the STAs to even increase their nutrient load. There's so many different ways that we can move about and help all the different projects we have going on, not just our own. And we're happy to be given the chance to continue to prove ourselves as we have for the FWC, who gave us our first shot, and we're very, very grateful for that. And I just wanted to tell you that we can quantify it, that we are dedicated to it. We are getting the products. We are getting results, and those results are pretty astounding. And we're happy to report them at any time. Any questions you ever have, please ask away.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. I don't have any more comment on the Lake Okeechobee watershed, Mr. Chairman.
I'll make a motion to approve the projects in Suite A.
I'll second it.
That's your discussion.
Discussion, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Steinley.
Sorry, this is where I get into the numbers, and I'm sorry. It's just, these are taxpayer dollars, and I like the project. So let me start first by saying I am a proponent of dispersed water management projects. I think in addition to the general water storage and treatment benefits, there are so many ancillary benefits that are so important. Habitat preservation, I'm sure you guys have. In fact, I was talking to Benita. A lot of you have people knocking on your doors to sell the land, so that land's potentially going to development. So I think these projects have enormous benefit to our mandate, but just in general for the state. But so what I'm trying to do is on the apples to apples, I'm looking at the cost per pound. This is the only way I can rationally look at this, is that you've got some disperse that are, averaging about, let's call it 40 to 80 per pound of phosphorus, and then some that are 3x. So before I'm comfortable approving all of these projects unqualified, I'd like to understand why some seem much more cost effective than others. The dispersed projects, the apples to apples.
Right.
Can I
So
just make a quick comment on that to Jay? I'm looking at that as well. I think most of us are now that we have this sheet. But also there's a water storage component in there as well, right? So the amount of acre feet that some of them will store and the cost per acre foot, right? And so some of them, for instance, some of them cost a little bit more per pound for phosphorus reduction, but they cost less per acre foot of water storage. And same with the nitrogen reduction.
Okay.
So,
So let
like
me.
the way I looked at these, generally speaking, was that nothing really jumped out at me necessarily in Suite A. B, yeah, whatever. I guess we're not there yet, but
Well, I guess
anyway,
to narrow
that's
it
just
down,
what
what jumps, thanks, Scott, for making that point. But what still, and I don't want to call anybody out here, but what still jumps out at me is the MacArthur Farms. Both projects are in excess by multitudes than other, I assume that's a dispersed water management, than the other projects.
MacArthur Farms is just an expansion of their current stormwater pond. So it's going to give you more storage and a little bit of treatment as well. So I think one of the things that you're seeing too, if I may, is in this breakdown, you'll see that those top 4 projects definitely cost less in the per pound functionality. And they also cost less for storage generally. And remember, those are the existing projects too. So they've really had a chance to hone those numbers in pretty well, whereas the remainder are new projects.
Mr. Chairman, if I could chime in there, it may help Jay. Chime in with another question here. Will this be the last time we see these projects before us?
These resolutions were,
It will be.
these resolutions were crafted so that we were asking you to go to negotiations with all of the service
Mhm.
providers. And if we got through successful negotiations, then we would go directly into contracting. So in that case, no, you would not.
Okay, so that would be, okay, that's the up to amount that's
Correct.
listed in the agenda. Okay, so I get that. If I could, Jay, if I could jump in, one thing. Somebody mentioned earlier, we're not looking at apples and apples here. We're looking at apples and oranges. Picture for something that I think we can all picture. Picture the EAA. Picture almost a perfect science project where you've got all the blocks laid out in a square. And you're almost looking at apples to apples between landowners within the EAA. You go to the northern watershed and you're dealing with different parcels of land. You're dealing with different activities on the land. You're dealing with, for lack of a better description, apples and oranges. You're looking at, there are different ways to accomplish the task. And in some cases, in order to accomplish the task on that parcel, it takes a little more money in order to be able to pull out a pound of phosphorus or a pound of N, such as that. One of the things when I looked in this case, when I looked at those projects, the 2 projects you talked about, I mainly focused over on the nutrient reduction side. And, I look at it, there are opportunities there for nutrient reduction, especially when you compare it to the actual water storage that's there. Tells me that there's more opportunities. It's denser water. I mean, we talked about that earlier with Miss Reynolds' presentation. And so I look at that and say, well, maybe there's more opportunities there. But I just wanted to kind of chime in on that. I was under the understanding that we would get these back before us, but I didn't realize we had the up to amount in the agenda. So this would be the last time we would talk about these projects.
Ms. Reynolds?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could help clarify that question. So the resolution is asking for approval for us to negotiate and enter into the contracts, but annually, as part of our budget process, you could choose to not fund any of our dispersed projects. And in our contracts, that is one of the things that gets us out of a contract, right? So if you choose to not fund it or the funding is not available, then that contract ends.
Yeah, but that's a harder pill for me to swallow, because I don't want to enter into a contract with somebody and then tell them, because a year later I decided I don't want to give them the money, that we're just going to stop. Even if it's in our contract, it just doesn't sound like the way I would want to operate my business. So that's hard for me. I know we got it there. I know to me, it's more of an emergency option than it is kind of a willy-nilly, okay, I don't like it a year later thing. I would note, Jay, at least on these, it seems like, for instance, MacArthur Farms 2, which is down there. Yeah, it's $134 a pound for phosphorus reduction estimate, which is kind of, I guess, middle of the pack for the Suite A projects, maybe a little bit lower. But it's also removing a lot more, right? It's removing 20,889 pounds of phosphorus compared to the 5 projects above it are less. I mean, it's hard now that we're sort of just looking at these charts and whatnot. But
And it's tough because
my estimation is, at least it's the Suite A.
So MacArthur Farms are also dairies, so they act a little different than some of the other projects. So it's not a typical dispersed project where you're taking ranch lands and converting it into just putting more water there. So it's a little more complicated. And the numbers are an estimate. We don't have a project that gives us an ability to really understand if there's more opportunity with those numbers there or not. So those projects are sort of a new opportunity. They're a little different, and the capital costs on those 2 projects are being partly funded by FDACS. So those 2 projects are also a collaboration between our agency and DACS.
Mr. Martinez, go ahead, and then I'm trying to get in order here. Mr. Martinez, Mr. Bergeron, Mr. Thorlovich.
I guess either Megan or Jennifer, whoever. So the reduction amounts that we're seeing here, this is over a 10-year period?
Are you looking at this spreadsheet that has the cost in it?
Yes.
Okay.
For example,
Yes.
Archbold has 124,000 pounds of phosphorus.
Correct. So that's over correct.
That's 10 years. So that's going to be our contract with them.
Average or gross?
So that's the gross.
Gross.
Gross. So, for example, as part of the contract, do you all monitor, and what happens if after year 1, they haven't removed 1/10 of the amount, and they remove a minimal amount?
Yeah.
What happens?
Good question. As part of all of our projects, there is a monitoring plan associated, so we will be looking at those numbers. And we have had situations before where, for one reason or another, the project isn't performing the way we anticipated to. So at that point, we go to the service provider, we try to figure out what's going on, and we make tweaks, changes. Whatever the problem is, we try to fix it at that point too. So there is room for improvement throughout that 10 years.
Okay.
So we try to fix it first, but we could terminate the project if it's just not performing. Say we had a service provider that isn't doing what they're supposed to be doing. Our contracts allow us to terminate that project.
Okay. And obviously, in the case of aquaculture, would be different because they're simply charging for the amount that they remove. Correct? So that wouldn't be an issue in a case of somebody like that. I think there's other people that do the same thing. Okay, and I want to be clear, Jennifer and Drew, staff is recommending to us, you all are recommending all 15 of these projects. Is that correct?
I don't think I can recommend necessarily. So, but I can tell you that, I mean, these are worth negotiating, in my opinion.
So we're basically looking at over a 10-year period,
Yes, sir.
$154 million.
Right. And I will let you know that we added a little, like 6% contingency. So that 154 is a little bit of contingency on
And
that.
you're saying that if they don't meet the certain nutrient reduction, that this contract is cancelable?
If it
You can
is,
cancel the contract?
yes.
Well, there's certain benefits from the standpoint of water storage until more water storage comes online. And we know that we need a lot more water storage. There's no question that storing water in a natural environment is good too. We may not have no choice for a certain time frame, but I can, my viewpoint is that at some point in time, we got to have some regulation on what goes into our state waters at some point in time, which or you'll never achieve quality of water for 9 million people in South Florida. Temporarily, this is a solution to store water, and as long as they're achieving the reduction of nutrients that are required, it helps us to rebuild more reservoirs, and that we work with the agricultural community, which is very important. Very, very important. We've got 3 clients, 9 million people on water supply, volume of water for the environment, compatible with the wildlife and the plant communities, and agriculture, a very important industry. But as we continue to go forward and we service all 3 clients, we're in this together, and it's a balance. And there's no way we'll ever achieve quality of water, in my viewpoint, without DEP having some reasonable regulation, even if we have to subsidize and help agriculture where we don't economically impact them. But like Jackie said, we're not back in 1948. Yeah, you know what I mean? And for the future, for the 3 clients we represent, we're going to have to face up to much more than what we're looking at here if we're going to achieve quality of life for all of us in Florida, all 3 clients. And this can be a temporary solution over a time frame until we build more reservoirs and until we get some kind of reasonable regulation. And when I say that, and I know it's a hot potato, I think we can get there. And we're better off helping agriculture financially to achieve recirculate nutrients, buy less. It's economical benefit if you retain your nutrients more than put them in the state waters, and then we have to try to get them out. And I think we have to work together with agriculture, water supply, and clean water for the environment, clean water for drinking, the most important resource on the planet. Doing this as a temporary solution, we may not have a choice. But looking out ahead, we've got to see, we can't keep letting any amount of nutrients come into state waters and then us buy half of South Florida back to pre-treat it and take it out. We'll never get there. So it's a tough position, and like I say, we have to do what we have to do today, but we better be looking at how we can achieve quality of water for all three clients for the most beautiful state in the United States. And it's a tough decision, but that's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Olipich.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank staff for bringing this presentation to us today. And we can see that the communication is a little bit different here, and I think it's because something different is happening here than has ever happened before. And what is happening here is we are starting to focus on the NEAP as the heart of beginning to clean up Lake Okeechobee and the St. Lucie River and the Caloosahatchee, because it's already in Florida statute. And it's kind of interesting because this all kind of started out with the triangle, which is FDEP, FDACS, and the South Florida Water Management District. And then you have another triangle, and that is Lake Okeechobee, the Caloosahatchee, and the St. Lucie River. And if you look at this great chart that Ms. Reynolds put together on page 3, it says that the South Florida Water Management District, this is what we can do as part of the triangle. We can watershed protection plans and projects, research and water quality monitoring. So staff is trying to do the most that they can, I think, of what we can do as the South Florida Water Management District. And as we do more, I know that we are inspiring FDEP and FDACS to do more too. And they have been doing more. They've been doing more and more and more. Absolutely understand any concerns about the details. I think right now we are entering a concept to change the ship, of which we have been doing. I will be supporting this today fully, and I trust that staff will work through the complications, the details, and the numbers. But thank you, Megan, and thank you, Ms. Reynolds, for trying to approach a lifelong problem for most of us in a new way. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Olipich.
Mr. Butler, do you have a comment, or would you like to start?
Yes, sir. I got a comment. We'll back up just a second here. We first heard about this solicitation back when we were meeting in Okeechobee back in October. And I think during that time, I expressed my excitement of this particular solicitation, my hope that we would beat the bushes with it, and staff helped, and then we got it advertised. I mean, we were able to put an advertisement. Thank you, Florida Cattlemen Association. I think we were able to put an advertisement in their magazine that ran for a month or two on the solicitation. And, I know there are other projects out there, well, because I'm serving on the board and I can't put one in. Let's just be upfront and honest. I know there are opportunities out there. I tried. They shut me down. I'm having too much fun. I wasn't going to step off the board just to do that. My partners, my brother, my parent, they don't like that part because, anyways. They don't feel like my service is worth it. Anyways.
We do.
But I want to say thank you for bringing these projects, for getting these projects here. Megan, thank you. I spent a while with Megan on Zoom Friday, Thursday.
I don't remember what day it was. They all
We-
blend together.
Yeah. Since the agenda came out, we were probably on.
I think it
agenda
was
came out on Thursday.
Monday,
It was on-
actually.
It was on Monday. You're right. It was on Monday. And she had sent me, before that, she'd sent me a file with all of these, all the proposals that everybody submitted. I spent the weekend, I spent Saturday going through and reading each one of these proposals. They're all extremely unique. There's a lot of innovation in there. There may be 1, 2 projects on here that, I'm not overly impressed with. But it's what came out of the Sunshine Body and is now coming before our Sunshine Body for approval. I fully support everything in this Lake Okeechobee project and hope we can move forward.
Thanks. I've got a motion and a second on the floor. We've had discussion. I'm going to call the question. Mr. Butler.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez.
Yes.
Colonel Orman.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner.
Yes.
Mr. Olovich.
Yes.
Ms. Meads.
Yes.
Mr. Steinley.
I still have some concerns around the return of investment on a handful of these and the fact that they're not coming back. But Jackie, I agree with you. I'll entrust judgment to staff, and I'm approved for it.
That's a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. That passes unanimously. That's Resolution A 0513 for Lake O. We're now going to go to Resolution B, which is for the Caloosahatchee. I'm not going to ask for a motion yet. I'd like Mr. Kobe to run through those 3 projects.
Do you want to actually see the slides or just, I can
Yeah.
show you?
Yeah, I'd like to see the slides.
Okay.
You don't have to talk a lot about them, but just.
Okay. Spur land and cattle.
Nope, Caloosahatchee, I think, right?
Yeah, Caloosahatchee, yeah. Aljo?
Yes. Okay. This is a project you probably heard of called Four Corners. And what it does is it captures runoff from a pretty large area, actually, stores it on site. It helps with groundwater recharge, infiltration it's a rapid infiltration process to capture water and return it back to the system. Roadrunner is one of the innovative technology projects, water quality. This project uses alum to treat water on site. And then the final one is Ferrite Solutions, which is also an innovative technology project using a ferric solution to treat for nutrient removal.
Thanks. Let's go to public comment on,
Henry Dean?
thank you, Caloosahatchee. It's only 5 o'clock, Mr. Dean. Thank you for waiting.
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Dean. I'm representing Joe Bill, who is the owner of Aljo Groves, that is the owner and sponsor of this project. This project is located just north of Alva. Certainly, Mr. Goss knows where that is, but it addresses major water quantity and quality problems in what historically is known as the Four Corners Basin. The Four Corners Basin is basically an area made up of a portion of Hendry County, Lee County, Charlotte County, and Glades County, i.e. they touch like those western states that touch in the middle. So there's been historically for years, this large area in that Four Corner Basin has been water, mostly agricultural operation, water runoff has sheet flowed directly into the Caloosahatchee River, totally untreated. And so what our project does, the Four Corners Rapid Infiltration Basin Project, is it captures 20,000 acre feet annually of polluted water. It creates a holding pond, which then the water, about almost 3/4 of a foot a day, will gradually seep laterally into a limestone aquifer. And think of an aquarium filter. It will filter out. Here's the big number, I think: 38 metric tons of nitrates annually. 38 metric tons. Do you remember the slide about 2 hours ago? What the goal was for the Caloosahatchee Basin? 413 metric tons. This is almost 10% of capturing and treating the nitrates in the entire C-43 basin. So we, as a project, we have gone through the permitting process. We have the water management ERP permit. We have an NPR letter from the Corps, no permit required. I want to refer back to Mr. Bergeon's question earlier about capital costs. We have a letter, you have a letter from FDACS indicating their commitment and their willingness to pay the entire capital cost of this project, $3.1 million. And in all candor, that may have gone up over the last year or two. I think, Ronnie, you would know the cost of construction has gone up slightly. But the point is, based on all that, there's a reason that this project was not only ranked #1 in the Caloosahatchee Basin, but it was significantly higher than the other projects in the ranking. I really don't know anything about the other projects in the Caloosahatchee or the other two basins. What I do know is this project is ready to go. The construction is funded by FDACS, and we are excited to be a partner in a public-private project that will dramatically improve water quality in the Caloosahatchee River and the estuary. And I know, starting with Governor DeSantis and all of you in
Mr. Dean, if
DEP
you
and
could wrap up your
FDACS,
comments.
that's your goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any more public comment for this item.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Butler.
if I could, I would like to offer a motion, but then I'd like to have discussion as soon as I offer the motion. Move to approve this agenda item, and I would like to get recognized afterwards, please.
Is there a
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Butler, you're recognized.
Letter B, this is the Caloosahatchee. I mentioned earlier I had reservation on one project, and it happens to be the project in this case, the lowest scoring project in this group, and it happens to be the lowest scoring project in the entire group. And in this case, if you look at that fair rate, the $68 million project that we're looking at, you look at numbers all the way across the board there. When you look at that sheet, by far the highest numbers anywhere on this sheet. And what really, I mean, it's got some high numbers there. I've reviewed the project. It's a project that has some ability. It's a project that I'm glad they submitted. But we were told earlier that I think the suite of funding we're working with is about $75 million, right?
76. Yep.
76. And if you pull that project out of this entire suite we have on the list, the remaining projects come up to 75 million three, which is just under that 76. I would encourage fair rate. We're going to do the solicitation again. What's the term? Biannually? I get
Every
them
other
mixed up.
year.
Every other year. We're going to do it every other year. I would encourage fair rate, in my opinion, to put in again that following year. I would really like them to kind of work on the numbers and hopefully be able to bring it down. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I offer amendment to this resolution that we draw the line there with the two projects. Approve Aljo and Roadrunner only. And that's the amendment I offer.
I second that.
You're amending your motion then, Mr. Butler?
Yes, sir, I am.
You're amending your motion to remove Ferrite Solutions so that we would then be approving Aljo and Roadrunner. And Vice Chair, you're seconding that?
Well, I'll defer if Jackie would like to
Oh,
second
I'm
it.
sorry.
She seconded the first
I'm
motion.
sorry. Try to keep track.
If I would not second that.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
I have a second. Is there discussion? Mr. Olipich?
May we please hear from staff on this? And I think we should be very careful here.
What would you like to hear from staff?
I'd like to hear
specifically?
about, I talked earlier a little bit about this project. Tell us about this project.
Yeah, can I just make a comment on why I would second the motion before we hear from them? Just so that maybe they can address that in their comments. It seems to me, I mean, not only does the number sort of jump off the page as extremely high compared to any of the other projects in A, B, or C, but also the price per acre feet of storage is off the charts at $641 an acre foot. The price for the total phosphorus reduction is seriously out of line with every other one at $2,432 per pound. And the total nitrogen reduction is also, to me, seriously out of line with the other 14, I think it is, projects in the suite of projects. To me, it's just a very, I mean, I'll give you, for instance, you look at the Aljo project in total phosphorus reduction, it's 12 metric tons at $800 of, and that's even high. There are 11 metric tons at $2,400. All the numbers on this particular one, for whatever reason, seem out of whack, and it is not only on an average, but it's also the highest ticket item. So
do you have a specific question for staff? I don't want staff to have to defend
Can I-
something because this isn't theirs.
I've
defend.
worked a little bit on this, and I think staff is limited to what they can say. Maybe, I mean, I don't have too much. I think what I have to say is clear, though. I mean, I am a proponent of innovative technologies. I think we need to do more of it. We need to support it, and in particular, when it's in a pay for performance structure. And we have started to implement those selectively where we can. What I do know about this provider and other providers in its same space, so I'm not just talking about ferrite, is that we can get the cost per pound of phosphorus extraction below 200. We've gotten that on RFPs before, so I'm just telling the facts. So, this is clearly one that jumps out on the page as being in misalignment with the return on investment that we've seen in previous projects. So I would agree with Ben in terms of extraction or just a little bit more information, because that just is not, from what I've seen, a responsible use of taxpayer money. I also have, not knowing too much about it, I also have, again, numbers jump out at me. The Aljo numbers jump out at me. But in terms of the 68,000 or 68 million, that we can do much better than that.
Sorry, Ms. Lamonaco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clear up what seems to be a little bit of confusion about these projects in front of you. So this isn't staff saying, board, here is a list of good projects that we recommend to you. This is a Sunshine Committee got together, took projects, if they were responsive and responsible, if they checked the boxes of the solicitation, then they were ranked. And staff has now provided that information to you for you to make the decision if these are projects that you want to fund. So this is not a recommendation from staff. This is information for you to make a decision.
Thank you. Mr. Olipich, your light's on.
Me too. I would just ask, since this affects the Caloosahatchee, are you comfortable with this change?
My view on this is that number is just, it's staggeringly high. And I don't see how you said, I have a very tough time supporting that.
Okay.
Further discussion? Mr. Steinle?
Sorry, I know I'm probably annoying people, but
You're not annoying.
again, I want to clarify. This page, we could have 40 projects in front of us. That would be 500 million. You would have brought us all of that. It's whatever is here. So I just don't want, we are not being told that these are good projects. We have to be more selective, or we should be selective in how we look at these.
We were being told that these projects check the box in the RFP, correct?
Yeah.
And then are ranked.
Which could qualify.
Well, does qualify, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They qualify to be put in front of you.
Right.
Is there any further discussion on this one? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call that question. Mr. Butler?
I vote yes to amend the motion to have Aljo and Roadrunner only.
All right, am I voting on the? Hang on.
I'm sorry. Yes, I mean that's my clarification.
You amended your motion. I did not.
Oh, is that a friendly amendment? Okay, so we're voting on the final motion.
So I'm assuming it was.
Okay, all right. Voting on Aljo and Roadrunner only. Yes,
That's correct for resolution B. That's correct.
Yes.
Ms. Martinez?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Olepich?
For the team, yes.
Ms. Meads?
I want to pass.
I don't think
I'm
you're
kidding.
allowed
I'm
to.
kidding. You know what? I think technology is expensive and innovation is expensive, and I like to see people have a right to try. And so I'm very disappointed that we are only accepting 2 instead of 3, and I feel like that's a mistake. But so I'm going to vote no because it's amended.
Thank you, Mr. Steinle.
And I'm voting no because I don't think it's amended enough.
Mr. Bergeron?
No.
I'm going to vote yes, that motion passes 6-3 with Aljo and Roadrunner. We'll now go to resolution C and look at St. Lucie. Go to 200.
Okay, for in St. Lucie, first up is Spurland and Cattle, which is an existing project. Captures excess runoff from the C-23 canal, and it's a passive project. Next up is B.E. Alderman Ranch, also known as Alderman Deloney. They also have a current contract with us. They're on the boundary of St. Lucie County and Okeechobee County, and they store rainfall on site, so passive. Yep. Evans property. This is one of our original pilot projects. It's called the Ideal 1000, and it also captures water from the C-24 canal and passively holds that water. HGS is a new project as well. It's kind of at the corner of C-24, 25, and 10 Mile Creek. It's a former citrus grove that pumps excess water from the C-25 into a 3-celled above ground storage feature. This project can be used both as a storage feature like an FEB, and it can also be used kind of as a treatment train.
Okay. Thank you. Are there public comments on the St. Lucie?
There are, Mr. Chairman, Don Seaborn, followed by Wes Carlton.
Good afternoon. Sorry for my voice. I'm fighting some allergies. My name is Don Seaborn. I'm with Resource Environmental Solutions, RES. Appreciate the opportunity to be here, and we appreciate the opportunity to have one of our projects considered here today. The HGS Res Centrum project is is our project. RES, we are the largest ecological restoration company in the U.S., providing nature-based solutions for mitigation, for water quality, for flood and coastal resiliency. And one of the things we think we're able to do is work with landowners and sometimes bring landowners and bring sites to the equation that maybe otherwise might not be available. And I think that's what we have tried to do in this instance, is find a very uniquely situated piece of property that provides that flexibility between three critical watersheds, 10 Mile Creek, C25, and C24, and provides more flexibility for a lot of your existing operations, as well as the additional benefits that it brings on. So again, I just wanted to say thank you very much for considering the project. We think we've found a pretty unique project in what it can do, and we're looking forward to working more with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seaborn. Wes Carlton?
Shall I say good evening, board? Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board, for enduring this day. I'm here for the spur land and cattle. A couple corrections. Ours is not a passive, it is a pump system. I would also consider it more of a regional system. Our project takes on water from Allapattah Parcel C that the district owns. So we take about 8,000. We do take 100% of 8,000 acres of district land, as well as another couple thousand acres of the county road water and adjoining properties. I think it's something that our family feels is very important. Trying to do our part in helping the Indian River. Evans's and Alderman's. I think these projects need to continue. I think there needs to be a lot more of them. I agree with Mr. Bergeron that water is probably the number one thing. Three things I think our world has backwards is we need to be independent for water and water quality. We need to be independent on food. And number three is energy. Everybody talks about, but we need to get the first two. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Carlton. Mr. Chairman, I do not have any more public comment cards.
Thank you both for your comments. We'll go to discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Butler.
I move to approve this group as a whole.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Is your discussion?
Can somebody, staff or the gentleman who just spoke, just give us a little bit more information on the HGS project and the cost metrics here of, well, both on nitrogen and phosphorus, but 550. So what's different about this project? Are we able to talk about this, Julie?
You can be provided any information that was provided in the solicitation, but no supplemental information can be provided by the bidder.
Can I ask why the price differential based on the type of project? Or what the project, more specifics about the project, so then I can make an assessment of whether it's different apples to apples or oranges?
If that's information that's already before us, then yes.
I don't know if it is.
So I can give you a little more information on it.
I don't want to put anybody in a bad position.
I can tell you.
This has been a tough one.
Mr. Kobe, why don't you describe the project as it was submitted?
Okay, so HGS, like we both said, it's kind of in that corner of C24, 25, and 10 Mile Creek. It's 850 acres, used to be a citrus grove. It pulls in excess water from the C25 canal and can store it in 3 above ground impoundments. Like I said, it can either be more of a storage type feature to hold that water in those 3 AGIs, or you can move it through a little faster, more as a treatment type of project.
Jay, is your question about why it costs more per
Yep.
pound than
Is it
some of the
because we're
others?
building something?
So you have infrastructure costs. So you have capital costs associated with this project because those features that will perform those activities for this project are not currently in place. And so you have capital costs
Understood.
on the front end of this project. All dollar figure. So for example, if this project then were to go into maybe a second set of 10 years, I would hope that we would negotiate a lower price per pound.
Get amortized.
Would you agree that this particular project seems like it's in a very hot spot area? When you put up that graph before with load and concentration and flow, water, the amount
I would say it's in a location that's allows a lot of flexibility to
Okay.
treat different water.
Okay.
Location was included as one of the criteria for the project.
If we approve the go forward on this, for instance, which includes a $17 million project, and will staff still make an assessment? Do we need water storage there, and is this at the right cost? Will staff make that assessment, or are we giving staff direction to move forward if all of the bid qualifications are met?
We would only move forward into a contract if we thought negotiations were successful in achieving a project that meets the requirements that we think is in accordance with the targets that we talked about earlier in the presentation. So, so during negotiations, we would want to make sure that we thought the project was worthwhile.
And if you're specifically talking about cost, we're not married to the costs here. We can negotiate cost as well.
I think the question was less about cost and more about whether we found it to be valuable in terms of extraction of nutrients and having capacity for storage in the right area.
Right.
At least that's, I think, how
Yeah,
I
I mean, is staff going to have discretion after we vote for this project? The answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay, because we have limited information and we're relying on you as we are fiduciaries for these funds, but we have limited information to make these decisions. So I'm comfortable saying move forward, but if it doesn't fit, or if the economics are, not right, or if something doesn't, work out, then you're not mandated to move forward, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, after you're finished, I have a reflection about this process that I'd like to share with the board.
I look forward to that. Mr. Martinez.
Jennifer, on an RFP like this, is the cost anywhere in the parameters that you're looking at? For example, if company XYZ comes in and meets all the parameters and their cost per pound of removing phosphorus is $100,000 a pound, but they meet everything else, would we be seeing that here?
You would be seeing it. How it would be reflected is in their point total. And so it's in the sheets that they might have gotten 0 points out of 20 possible points for cost effectiveness.
Okay.
But they would be on the list.
Okay. To me, Mr. Chair, the way I evaluated, obviously, other than the one outlier, I look at this and I remember when Jennifer made her presentation and she said, we can't afford to do nothing, right? And I was scared there for a minute that in the Caloosahatchee, while I agree with the amendment that we did, if we were to remove another one, we would have been left with one, which is almost like doing nothing. And it would, I think to me, it would be tantamount to if we have one of our projects, whichever the EAA, STA, or whatever, any of our projects, and we put it out to bid, and we only get one contractor that bids on that. Well, at that point, we have a choice. Do we accept the price, even though we think it's maybe over what our engineers have told us that we're going to do, or do we do nothing?
Right.
And again, yes, if you look at the totality of this and you look and you say, for example, for the St. Lucie, it's $27 million. That's over 10 years. That's $2.7 million in the average on a year. And to you and to me, that's a lot of money, but in the whole realm of things, it's something that I can kind of take a chance, and I trust that staff is going to monitor this, and it's not just going to blindly say, hey, here you go, Mr. Lawless, I'm going to give you $5.7 million. We're not even going to check on you. I'm sure that if they fall out of line, again, I trust our staff, and they're going to call them out and say, hey, Gene, we need to sit down with you. You need to up your game a little bit. Gene, I don't mean to pick on you. It's just, you're my gold standard, so I can pick on you. You know that it's all in good fun. So that's really the way that I look at it. I wish we had 20, 25 responses on each one of these, because then we'd have the luxury to say, you know what, let's take the top 5, the top 10. But unfortunately, we can't. And so while some of these look a little skewed, and I'm a numbers guy like you, Jay, we also have to look at it as a whole. And again, over a 10-year span. So I'll be in full support of it. Mr. Butler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charlie, appreciate your comments. Jay, appreciate your comments. I had the same similar type concerns. Staff has already answered the question, but I did quiz them. They do have the ability to negotiate after our approval here. What the numbers we see here may not be the final numbers. And they've got some other baselines that they can negotiate with. So, that's the only thing I offer. I feel comfortable moving forward with those 4.
Mr. Olovich?
I just wanted to speak in favor of this and that 10 Mile Creek area. I mean, it has so much history of degradation. Please support it. Please help the water in that area. Thank you.
Mr. Bergeron?
So we have no guarantee on any of this performance that you're showing here. Is there any guarantees on the nutrient reductions and?
Mr. So we will be monitoring the projects, and if they are not performing, we will work with the service provider to make them perform, or we will terminate the projects.
If we terminate the project, who pays for the infrastructure? The district? Don't you have infrastructure 17 million or something? Or am I confused?
Mr. Bergeron, all of those things will be determined in the contract negotiations, but we will have backstops to protect the district's interests.
But we're spending the 17 million. The district? Are we funding the infrastructure?
The state of Florida is funding the infrastructure. The state of Florida, depending on the type of project.
So if we don't get the performance and we terminate, we've spent $17 million. Am I correct?
I don't think the 17 million is just infrastructure cost.
What cost?
That's over 10 years of that's
So
the
it's
life of the contract.
It's an annual payment. And so if I assume you're looking at one of the projects and one of them says 17 million over 10 years.
I assume he's looking at HGS, right? It's nearly $17 million in this particular suite. That's over 10 years. So it's 1.7 million a year. So after year 1, we pay 1.7, then we terminate because of a contract provision that allows us out of it. That's all you pay, 1.7.
Is that true?
Correct.
Can I jump in here real quick? That total of 17 million includes design, construction, and the service payment. So that's the entire project.
We would have to negotiate what that payment would look like.
So if we're not getting the performance, then we can terminate. And we're only responsible for 1 year or 2 years, or is that what you're saying?
That's right. I will add, though, that if there was a project that I really thought had a risk of not being able to perform after a year, it's doubtful that we would enter into a contract. Because we have projects that are performing. So we kind of know what things that work, what they look like. And so I feel confident that staff would be able to negotiate additional projects that would perform.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Steinle, do you have more?
No, sorry.
Vice Chair? Any further comment? If not, I'm going to call the question on resolution number 220515, and this is for the St. Lucie. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Colonel Norman?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Olepich?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Ms. Reynolds?
So thank you to the board for enduring this process with us. So this is a new process. We haven't done an RFP like this. I think it was Mr. Martinez or Mr. Butler that said we were thinking, if we had 25 projects in each watershed, this would have looked different. So back in October, when we put this out on the street, I was expecting more like 75 or 100 projects that we were going to get in. And we didn't get that many. And so this looked different than what I thought this would look like. And so we thought that we would have a much longer list and we'd have some projects that were $1 million and some projects that were $150 million. And that we'd be able to take a look at those and then decide what we wanted to do with this much broader list of projects. That isn't quite how this occurred. And we are committed to continuing to bring projects to the board. Next time, because we learned a lot through this process, I think it'll look a little bit different. And I hope it will be much easier for us to be able to provide this in a format that makes it easier for you to understand what staff is recommending and easier for you to deliberate on. And so I'm committed to making this process more simple and just easier for everybody to understand in the future. So thank you for your enduring it
Thank
this
you
time.
for that. Thank Mr. Jacoby very much. And Ms. Meads, I think, said it very well earlier. We're supposed to be doing some things. The governor wants us to be doing, and I think we're doing exactly what we should be, and we're learning from this. And this is a little bit more painful than it needed to be because we're learning. So thank everyone who just suffered through that. And now we will go to Ms. Smith, who will provide the monthly financial report.
Home stretch. Almost there. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Governing Board. This monthly financial statement in your packet will be posted on the district's website is through the month of March 2022. The highlight is that we've collected $45 million during the month of March, and of that $45 million, $35 million is from state appropriated funds for Everglades restoration as reimbursements from DEP, and $7.5 million from ad valorem. Our investment earnings are doing much better this year in comparison to last year, and we've collected $2.3 million of the $3.8 million, which is an additional $457,000 from the prior month. And we are on track with revenue collections. On the expenditure side, we've expended $106 million in the month of March, mostly in restoration and O&M, and that's double what was spent last month. To date, we've expended $422 million thus far, and we are 66% obligated. That is all I have for you. Any questions?
Are there any questions or comments? Very
I
well
didn't
done.
hear that.
I don't know. Julia may beat it. Ms. Lamonaco?
You hadn't heard mine yet.
I would also add that the district is the only one making money in this market environment. So anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing to report other than to congratulate Jackie on her purple jacket that she wanted so very badly.
Thank you so
Congratulations.
much.
Gold medalist.
Is there any public comment?
No, there's not, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any final board comment? Mr. Butler?
Mr. Chairman, earlier after lunch, we all took a group picture. We were all pretty cramped. If y'all don't mind, I'd like us to walk out downstairs on the dock and get another group picture. Hopefully kind of with a sunset. Does that work?
Sunset.
Or not a sunset. We're not there yet, but you know, a picture that's not so cramped. So I wanted to bring that up to everybody while everybody was here. If y'all aren't opposed, I'd like to do that.
Ms. Martinez? Go on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know it's been a long day, but I wanted to take this opportunity, since it's Reuse Water Month, and we're in the Keys, to raise an issue that some of us have mentioned from time to time, and I know I mentioned it the first time 3 years ago, about the whole notion of reusing or conserving our freshwater resources by reusing and treating our wastewater in order to use it for irrigation and for our suburban properties and our golf courses. It seems to be environmentally sound when you hear that concept. But the level of the wastewater and how it's the level of treatment of that wastewater, I think needs to be a part of the discussion. The elephant in the room is the fact that Florida's surface water resources are suffering from nutrient overload. And many of our municipal and private wastewater treatment plants in the state do not have the deliberate process to remove nitrogen and phosphorus. So in some cases, we have fertigation going on instead of what we are working so hard for in our projects to restore our water quality. And I think that we must remove the nutrients consistently in our reuse water to a much higher standard. But I talked with Adam Blaylock and gave him heads up that I was going to bring this up today, because it's something that is very, very important. The Keys here where we sit is designated as a marine sanctuary. So they have that higher standard of treatment in their reuse water. So I asked Adam, what about us looking at the coastal communities? If nothing else, the coastal communities, because, everything's flowing to Florida Bay, we figured out, and it's flowing from other points north of here. And so I just wanted to put that out for the board, just as a possible discussion items, because growth is only going to make this worse. And I think that there's a real desire among the public to protect Florida's water, and particularly the water quality. And it doesn't make sense to some of the residents to be putting more nutrients into the water with the reuse water. So I think there's a way forward here. And Adam, I don't know if you want to say anything, maybe not, but it's just that I appreciate his openness in the discussion, because as we know, this is in DEP's lane.
There we go. Yeah, and I'll keep it brief, but I appreciate those comments. And, I think we all recognize the importance that reclaimed water plays from a water supply standpoint, and being able to offset the growing demand and the reduced supply of groundwater, and trying to protect our aquifer. But at the same time, you're right that reclaimed water does have a level of nutrients in it. A lot of it depends on the different wastewater utilities that it's coming from. And a lot of our kind of BMAP areas, as we work with local governments on reducing loads and meeting their load reduction and allocations. Part of that is helping to fund and assist funding to establish advanced waste treatment facilities to reduce those nutrients. But yeah, I think there's been studies ongoing to try to determine, what is the amount of nitrogen and phosphorus when it's being applied through reclaimed water that then, does it get into groundwater? Is nutrient uptake where it's being used as irrigation, enough to reduce those nutrients or not? So I think there's a lot of still analysis kind of going on what that is. But I think over time, looking at particularly in areas where there's impaired waters for nutrients, trying to understand kind of what that increase in loading that using reclaimed water might be, and something that the department's more than willing to look at as we continue implementing our BMAPs. And I think also just a very inexpensive way is educating residential homeowners that have purple pipe to look at, see how much fertilizer they're using, and to understand you already have fertilizer in the water. Maybe you don't need to apply fertilizer as much as you would if you were using non-reclaimed water. So just kind of things like that can also, I think, be part of the solution. But yeah, I'm happy to work with you and meet with you. And as we're moving forward, we can see what those solutions might be. But
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, because the Keys are a shining example here of a higher standard. And I think that all coastal communities might rise to that standard as well.
Sure.
And I know it'll take a lot, but I appreciate your openness and being able to work on that with me and the board. I appreciate that. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah, sure thing. And Ms. Thorlipich, Ms. Mees, I can also either here or afterwards provide you a little additional information on the Clusacci BMAP and the issues with total nitrogen, total phosphorus, TMDLs, and kind of give you some historical context on that as well.
Thank you.
Sounds
I have a question, Adam. I have a question. You're not getting away that easy, okay? First, I want to thank the ranchers and what we tried to do today. They're a big part of the solution
Wait in line, Ron.
over the next
It's a
10
whole
years.
process.
But I think that what's important into the future is how do we achieve, all of us together, how do we achieve quality of water for all of South Florida? For 3 clients: agriculture, water supply for 9 million people, and adequate water for the environment. And I don't think we can achieve it without reasonable regulation on what we're allowing to go into our state waters, and then try to get it out. And I know this is a very hot potato, but we're all going to have to work together. We're going to have to work with agriculture, even if we have to help subsidize how we achieve that so we don't financially impact the agricultural industry where they do well, but we don't poison our water. And we're going to really, what we did today is helping us for the next 10 years. But into the future, we're going to have to figure out how we can not let so much get into our state waters and then try to get it out. And do it in a manner that we don't hurt any industry. And, but I think we're going to have to address it. And I know this board really wants to work with the DEP and agriculture commissioner and try to get there. But I think it's something we definitely got to work together on.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Thanks, Mr. Blaylock, very much for being here. Back to you, Colonel Norman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have 2 short things. One is I want to thank Cheryl for the great job hosting us here in the Keys. You did a terrific job, Cheryl. And it's just wonderful. It's just wonderful how you put this together and how you put us all on the spot last night to have to speak. But you did just a terrific job, and I want to thank you. And Jackie, congratulations on your purple jacket.
Thank
And
you.
I hope you keep it for a very long time.
Every day.
Vice Chair Wagner. Vice Chair Wagner.
You see, it only took us, how long, what, 8, 9 hours to get from toilet to tap to sewer to sprinkler. You see, sewer to sprinkler is a lot better than toilet to tap, and I think that should be our new little tagline, right? So anyway, thanks for hosting us down here, and as always, staff, thanks so much for all you do.
Mr. Olovich.
Great meeting. I'm so glad I'm here. Thank you for the honor of the jacket. Mr. Bergeron, thank you so much for making sure it fit me.
You are more than welcome.
I am so excited.
You are our role model, Jackie.
I'm just so excited. I can't tell you. And I did want to say thank you to Florida Bay Forever and for Audubon, Florida last night for the wonderful event at the Green Turtle Hammock. And that Green Turtle Hammock place was unbelievable. And they had, Kelly Cox told me that those gumbo limbos, the one is, they're applying to be the champion gumbo limbo tree. And it was just an incredible tree. And last night when Cheryl was speaking, it was all lit up by the light of the setting sun and golden, and she was speaking. And it's just a very special place. Thank you for bringing us there.
Ms. Means?
So I'd like to leave you with the voice of our community. I'm going to read to you a letter that I got from one of our captains. I think that it's really important for all of us to be heard and for all of us to be validated and for all of us to be able to speak honestly to one another when we are upset, when we're worried, when we feel like we've been mistreated. And I would just like to leave you with the voice of my captains down here, or most captains, I think all captains. I want to read to you very quickly this letter. My name is Captain Dave Perkins. I've been a South Florida resident my entire life. I've been a fishing guide in the Upper Keys for 15 years, and prior to this, I was a middle school teacher in our public school system for nearly a decade. Aside from the Jimmy Buffett song that begins, quote, "You've heard about the alligators sleeping in the shade. You've heard about the sugar barons screwing up the glades." End quote. I knew very little about the state's water issues. It just wasn't on my radar. That all changed in late 2015 when giant clumps of dead turtle grass would float up every time my push pole touched the bottom in the Florida Bay. As the conditions worsened over the next few years and the algae blooms spread, I witnessed the most depressing scenario I ever imagined possible. The nearly complete collapse of one of the most awe-inspiring ecosystems on the planet. As if it wasn't bad enough, I learned that the water we needed to prevent this environmental travesty was actually up north and had been held back from coming south, just in case the sugar industry needed it. 5 years ago, myself, Captain Benny Blanco, Captain Will Benson, and Captain Matt Ballinger each gave up days' pay and spent $6,000 of our donated money on a private plane so we could go up to Tallahassee and speak on the behalf of the passage of Senate Bill 10. The four of us put our hearts and souls into writing our speeches to present to the Senate. They only allowed one of us a chance to speak. I had exactly 2 minutes to share my thoughts. The gist of it was that they had one last chance to save the Everglades. If they didn't, they'd have to explain to their kids and their grandkids why they had not. Meanwhile, each and every paid sugar lobbyist in suits each got 5 minutes to spin their half-truths and misinformation. As you know, the will of an overwhelming majority of Floridians was done that day, and Senate Bill 10 was passed. For what seemed like the first time in our state's history, some major forward-thinking environmental policy had prevailed. As you also know, projects like the reservoir had been on track to make a difference. And when Governor DeSantis was elected and dismissed the entire South Florida Water Management District Board, it was a huge shot in the arm towards solving a lot of our state's water issues. And then, one late Friday afternoon in February, the same politicians who voted overwhelmingly in favor of Senate Bill 10 5 years ago pulled a fast one and attached Senate Bill 2508 to our budget. I guess they thought we weren't paying attention, but when we got the news, lots of us dropped everything, including our livelihoods, and we got our asses to Tallahassee. Not donkeys, by the way. I can tell you that you could see the fear in the faces of those senators. The greatest defense is an offense, and they were nasty. Their response was downright despicable. Put it this way, if Carl Hyacin had written that scene in one of his books, his editors would have told him it wasn't believable. What I saw in that chamber was evil personified. There's just no other way to put it. The following week, I dropped everything and I went back to Tallahassee, and you all know how that turned out. We achieved more than anyone thought that we could. It may have been the greatest upset in the history of Florida environmental politics. Senate Bill 2508 was gutted. Somehow, despite all of us fishing guides being horribly misled and misinformed, quote, end quote, the Senate changed or deleted 90% of the verbiage in this horrible bill. But the 10% that is what remains in Senate Bill 2508 is 10% too much. In the event of drought, South Florida Water Management District will have to run any actions they want to take by the same bought and paid for legislators who have tried so hard to derail the projects that we all know will benefit our waters and our environment for the Floridians and all the people from around the world who come here to experience what makes us so special. I've watched some of the amazing responses to Senate Bill 2508 by some members of South Florida Water Management District, and they brought tears to my eyes. Now I'm going to cry. Having you on our side, having you on the right side of this issue was so fantastic. I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. You truly have been a breath of fresh air on this toxic issue. I understand the governor has to work with the Senate on so many things, and there is a temptation here to, quote, throw them a bone for the sake of goodwill, end quote. But we can't afford to throw them this one. Governor DeSantis, please veto Senate Bill 2508. It's no good for Floridians, and it's poison for Florida. Thank you for your time. Tight lines, Captain Dave Perkins. Thank you all so much for coming here. I'm so grateful. I know it's a long way home. I had fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meads. Mr. Steinle.
Thanks, Cheryl. And thanks to staff for, being tolerant during this very long meeting and coming down here along with everybody else who's come from great distances. Appreciate it. Good meeting. We always try to do these shorter. We never can. But I think we always accomplished a lot. Thanks.
Mr. Steinle, thank you. Mr. Bergeron.
Well, I want to thank my fellow board members. You're the greatest. It's an honor to sit with you. We had some difficult challenges at this meeting, but we're all a team. Want to thank our staff. You're the greatest. Even you, Drew. You're the best executive director in the world. And I want to thank our stakeholders. You know, this is such a great honor for me to be a part of the beautiful state of Florida and one of the natural wonders of the world, the Everglades. You know, it's all a balance. You know, it's a balance of our environment, quality of life, our drinking water, so important, agriculture, industrial, residential, people moving here, fishing capital of the world, boating capital of the world. We are so blessed to be in this beautiful state. And as we all work together, we're going to achieve quality of water for everyone, for the 3 clients. And I'm just an honor to be a part of it. I know at times we're a little bit have difference of opinion, but we're all in this together. And I look forward to sitting with our fellow board members and making a difference for 20 million people in Florida. So thank you. And the American dream is still alive. And God bless America. And long live the Everglades.
You say that, and then I have to finish up, which just isn't fair. I want to thank obviously our staff and putting these things on and waiting a long night and into the night with us is excellent, and I can't thank you all enough. And to our stakeholders, I see captains and cattlemen sitting in the audience tonight, and that's you all endured this long meeting and traveled a long way, and I really appreciate it. And it's good to hear from all the stakeholders. It makes us better as a governing board. And I want to thank Ms. Meads. I want to thank Monroe County, particularly on our staff, Antonio Piloto from the Miami Field Station. Thanks very much for helping set this room up and for all the time you put into this. We're going to be back in West Palm next month. It'll be a shorter meeting, I promise, for the June Governor Board meeting, and we are adjourned.
Don't forget, Mr.